A Púca of Trouble by Win Valentine. Copyright 2026 by Win Valentine. All rights reserved. No part of this book may be reproduced in any form or by any electronic or mechanical means, including information storage and retrieval systems, without written permission from the author, except for the use of brief quotations in a book review. This audiobook is narrated using an AI-generated voice. Chapter 1. Mara. The pumpkins had not rotted politely. They had surrendered structure, dignity, and roughly 4 months of my operating budget in a single wet night. I stood at the edge of Field 6, with my flashlight in one hand and a coffee in the other, looking at 8 acres of warm black pulp. The pulp reflected the beam in oily patches between collapsed vines. Steam lifted from it in the pre-dawn cold. Behind me, Jessa made a noise usually associated with dental work. "Don't step in it," I said. "Wasn't planning to." "Good." My left boot sank to the ankle. The sound was intimate and disgusting. Jessa turned her face away. Her shoulders moved. "If you're laughing," I said, "you can update the crop loss spreadsheet." "I'm grieving." "Your grief is high-pitched." I worked my boot free. Black strings clung to the rubber, smelling of overripe melon, wet leaves, and the particular sweet fermentation that meant a squash had decided to become a beverage. I had expected frost damage when Jessa called at 4:43. The night had dropped to 37, nowhere close to lethal. I had expected deer, vandalism, wind, perhaps a fungal outbreak, if the universe had developed both ambition and a sense of timing. I had not expected soup. The row marker nearest me still read, North Notch Perfect Pumpkin Field in cheerful sponsor orange. Beneath it, 263 mature Howden pumpkins had ceased to qualify as nouns. I set my coffee on the marker, pulled out my phone, and started taking photographs. "Should I call Lyle?" Jessa asked. "No." "The festival committee?" "No." "Senna? Has a crime occurred?" Jessa looked at the field. "Against soup, maybe." "Then no." I crouched at the margin, where one vine crossed from healthy ground into the affected row. The leaves were still firm. No powdery mildew, no spotting, no wilt at the stem. The pumpkin itself had split along its ribs and emptied into its own footprint. Its seed cavity was gone, not hollow, gone, as if flesh fiber and seeds had agreed to a merger. I touched the soil beside it with 2 fingers. Warm. Not compost pile warm. Not enough to explain steam. But warmer than October soil before dawn had any right to be. "Thermometer," I said. Jessa opened the field kit. She had been working for me since June, which meant she no longer asked why I carried 3 thermometers, but had not yet learned to stop offering opinions about the number. "Which one?" "Probe. The blue probe, the red probe, or the probe you bought because the blue and red probes disagreed by 0.2 degrees. "Yellow." She handed it over. I took readings from pulp, soil, stem, and unaffected ground. The pulp measured 78 degrees. The air measured 39. I checked the yellow thermometer against the blue. They agreed, which was rude of them. I walked the first 4 rows with my phone map open, dropping red pins at every collapsed fruit. The pattern should have told me something. Diseases respected water flow, wind, variety, or the poor judgment of whoever had moved infected soil. Frost settled in low places. Deer started near cover. Teenagers entered from roads and underestimated trail cameras. This followed the harvest flags. Every pumpkin marked with orange tape for the sponsor display had collapsed. Green taped pumpkins destined for wholesale bins a week later remained solid even where their vines intertwined. A row of pie squash held firm. So did the warded volunteers I had meant to till under in August and had not reached because the mower belt broke during a thunderstorm. I photographed the tape colors and opened the North Notch contract on my phone. The phrase uniform maturity window appeared 11 times. North Notch Experiences had paid for seed, signage, irrigation line, and the large orange arch currently waiting in the equipment barn for festival week. In exchange, I had agreed to produce 600 display pumpkins within a narrow range of weights and colors. Paige Cormer called the field a living brand moment. I called it Field 6 when she was not present, and several other things when invoices were. The first sponsor payment had covered fertilizer. The second had covered payroll through September. The final payment due after the Hallows fair would cover the property tax installment and most of the operating line before interest reset in January. 8 acres of black custard did not satisfy the deliverables. My phone showed 4 missed calls from Lyle. He had either learned about Field 6 through the town's informal surveillance system or wanted to discuss the easement again. Neither possibility improved the morning. I silenced the phone. Lyle owned the far 17 acres because my grandfather had divided the farm to settle his son's inheritance. My father had bought back equipment, buildings, and most of the fields. He had planned to recover Lyle's parcel later. Then a baler chain snapped, a guard failed, and later became one of those words the family used as if it were a place we might still reach by driving carefully. I had been 19. My mother stayed 11 months after the funeral, long enough to sign her share to me and pack every room except his workshop. She said the farm had become a machine that only knew how to take. I had spent 16 years proving machines could be maintained. That required schedules, replacement parts, cash flow, crop insurance that excluded events nobody could define. It did not require a field to develop an opinion about uniform maturity. Jessa came back from checking the next row, black to both knees. Do we have enough unaffected stock for the farm stand? For this weekend, maybe. The fair? I looked toward the ridge. Dawn had started behind it, turning low cloud the color of an old bruise. We don't know yet. Jessa had the tact not to mention that we don't know yet was what I said when the answer was bad but still moving. She pulled off one glove and rubbed her wrist. Should we shut the pick-your-own field? Field 3 is clean. Open on schedule. Keep customers below the north lane. And tell anyone who asks that Field 6 is under soil treatment. Is it? I am standing in the soil and developing resentment. That counts as treatment until extension opens. You want me to keep this quiet? I want 2 hours in which nobody forms a committee. That was not the same thing. In Gloamsbury, it was much harder. The farm opened to customers at 9. Before then, Jessa and I had to isolate Field 6, inspect 3 public fields, feed 14 goats unrelated to the current uncanny problem, locate the turkeys, stock the stand, test the cider cooler, and decide what truth fit on the chalkboard. I wrote the sequence on the back of a harvest invoice. You scheduled moving the turkeys for 7:10, Jessa said. Yes. They appear to have moved themselves. We looked toward 3 sets of prints leaving the south enclosure. The gate remained latched. Add locate turkeys at 6:45. You cannot solve time by revising the list after it happens. Watch me. The clean fields waiting beyond Field 6 should have reassured me. Instead, they made the collapse look selected. The public pick-your-own held 3,000 fruit. The farm stand cash drawer held 1 morning's change. 14 goats would begin dismantling fences if breakfast arrived late. A business continued around disaster until someone deliberately stopped it. What do we tell regulars? Jessa asked. The truth we have. Overnight crop collapse in 1 restricted field. Cause unknown. No evidence of contamination in sale areas. Update at noon. People will panic. People panic harder around blank space. Gloamsbury also filled blank space faster than any town I knew. By 7, Dickie would arrive before opening under a hat classified for early produce. Talia would leave food. Bronwyn would claim not to form a committee in a message containing agenda suggestions. My 2 hours were shrinking before sunrise. That isn't normal, Jessa said. Thank you, Extension Service. I contain multitudes. Please contain them over by the truck. Check Field 5. She sobered. You think it's spread? I think we need facts before Gloamsbury produces theories. Theories were the town's leading renewable resource. Give Gloamsbury a broken fence at breakfast, and by lunch the fence had been struck by a 19th century curse, offended by zoning, and seen leaving the bent antler with somebody's husband. Jessa took the spare flashlight and headed along the service lane. I scraped pulp into a sample jar. The texture was wrong. Fungal rot left recognizable tissue. Freeze damage softened cells, but did not blend seeds into smooth black custard. Animal damage came with tracks, tooth marks, and the emotional satisfaction of having something specific to resent. There were no tracks in the mud. There was, however, a fox sitting on my fertilizer pallet. It was a narrow red animal with black feet, a white throat, and the relaxed posture of someone waiting for table service. My light caught its eyes. They shone green, then black, then green again. Shoo. The fox cocked its head. That was the full agricultural term. It yawned. I capped the sample jar and rose. You are on a pallet of blood meal. This is less safe for you than your expression suggests. The fox looked down at the bags. It looked back at me. Then it smiled. Not the open-mouthed, narrow-eyed expression people like to caption as a smile. Its lips curled with unmistakable amusement. I had lived in Gloamsbury for 35 years. At 16, I had received the second map, learned which roads went farther than they appeared, and signed an agreement promising not to tell tourists why the town lamps disliked bachelor parties. I had milked a cow through a rain of indoor violets, once sold squash to a woman whose shadow arrived 10 minutes before she did, and spent most of middle school avoiding a brook that repeated insults in your own voice. I knew when an animal was not only an animal. I also knew trespassing when I saw it. "Get off the pallet," I said. The fox placed one neat paw on a bag of 1200. Now. It hopped down. It became a man. There were intermediate stages. I objected to all of them. Red fur drew inward, legs lengthened in the wrong order, the tail swept behind him, thinned and vanished beneath a coat that had not existed a moment earlier. Bones rearranged with soft wooden clicks. By the end, a barefoot stranger leaned against my fertilizer pallet as if men appeared from foxes on my property often enough to require no comment. He was tall and lean with tawny skin, black curls, and a dark green coat cut for a better decade. His trousers stopped above bare ankles. His eyes remained green-black and entirely too entertained. "Good morning," he said. His voice was low, pleasant, and Irish around the edges. "No." One eyebrow rose. "No to the morning? You were in my field. I was on your pallet. Before the pallet." "Ah." He looked past me at the blackened rose. "Was I?" Two red fox ears rose through his curls. We both looked at them. He sighed. Unhelpful. They seemed clear. He reached up, pressed the ears flat, and gave me a smile that could have sold faulty bridges. I admired the field from a respectful distance. "The ears sprang upright." "You are bad at this," I said. "The ears are bad at this. I remain excellent." I took out my phone. His attention sharpened. The pupils of his eyes widened sideways until, for 1 second, they belonged to a horse. "Who are you calling?" "Deputy Salt." "That seems severe. You trespassed on a restricted crop field immediately before it became pudding." "I arrived after the pudding." "Fox ears." He clapped both hands over them. "Near the pudding." "Name." "Which sort?" "The sort people use when introducing themselves to the owner of the land they're standing on." "Rua." I waited. He waited more cheerfully. "Rua what?" "Rua is complete. It is 4 letters. Economical, isn't it?" From the Sirtis lane came the rattle of Jess's boots, followed by agitated gobbling. This was unusual only because the turkeys should have been in the south enclosure. Tax emerged first, broad-breasted and severe. Title and escrow followed at matching speed. The 3 of them crossed the lane, ignored me, and arranged themselves in a tidy semicircle around Rua. Rua looked down. "Friends of yours?" he asked. "No." Title gave a low, reverent gobble. "They disagree. They once followed a county assessor for 6 hours because his briefcase contained sunflower seeds. A discerning people." Jessa stopped beside me, breathing hard. "Field 5 is fine. Why is there a barefoot man? Why do the turkeys respect him?" "Both are under investigation." Rua bowed to her. The fox ears vanished at last, replaced by 3 black feathers at his right wrist. "Rua, agricultural consultant." More feathers appeared. Jessa looked at me. "He is not an agricultural consultant," I said. "Consultation is occurring. Against my will. The traditional arrangement." Tax pecked Rua's bare toe. Rua bent, whispered something into the turkey's ear, and straightened. All 3 birds turned toward the ruined rose. Then they marched into the pulp. "Stop them," I said. Rua did not move. "Are they in danger?" "They are turkeys. Their relationship with danger is aspirational." I splashed after them. Tax stopped 3 rows in, where the black pulp gave way to a strip of volunteer vines that had sprouted outside the planned grid. The volunteers were ugly plants, powdery leaves, small misshapen fruit, no commercial value. They were also untouched. Title and escrow flanked Tax. All 3 stared at the healthy vines. Then, together, they looked at Rua. He'd followed as far as the margin without stepping into the pulp. The amusement had left his face. His pupils went wide and dark again. "What?" I asked. He crouched, though he was 20 feet away, and placed his palm on the ground. The black feathers spread over both wrists. "This field," he said quietly, "didn't rot." I looked at the warm slurry soaking my boots. "You may want to reconsider the consulting business. Rot is a change with somewhere to go." He lifted his head. This was a change denied until it had no shape left but ruin. The vine nearest me trembled. There was no wind. One of the intact volunteer pumpkins rolled over in the mud. On its pale, warty underside, lines darkened as I watched. They formed 4 letters. Help. Jessa whispered something impolite. I looked from the pumpkin to Rua. His fox ears had returned, angled toward the road, ready to run. You are coming into town, I said. Am I? You know what happened here. I know what it feels like. Good. You can explain it to the Reeve. He smiled without pleasure. I would rather become a decorative hedge. Do it in the truck. I started toward the lane. Behind me came 1 set of bare human footsteps and 3 sets of turkey feet. I did not turn around. There were mornings when looking back only encouraged them. At the farm gate, the painted sign read no trespassing in the block capitals I had refreshed last spring. Rua brushed 2 fingers over the bottom edge as he passed. The wood shivered. No single shape required, it read. I stopped. Rua kept walking toward the truck with tax, title, and escrow in formation behind him. Jessa came up beside me. Are you going to change it back? Yes. Right now? I looked at field 6. Steam rose in the growing light. 8 acres of my best pumpkins had dissolved. A volunteer gourd had asked for help. A barefoot shapeshifter was stealing my turkeys through charisma or labor organizing. The situation had exceeded Twine. Chapter 2. Rua. Humans loved a single shape. They put it on licenses, invitations, and jars of preserves, then acted betrayed when anything admitted it had been changing all along. Mara Dwyer, for example, had decided I was a prisoner. She had not used the word. She had used the passenger side lock of a farm truck, which clicked with all the warm hospitality of a trap resetting. I sat on cracked vinyl while 3 turkeys occupied the truck bed, and her employee drove a second vehicle behind us. Mara drove with both hands on the wheel, her jaw firm enough to crack seed. The cab smelled of coffee, wet canvas, soil, and an old grief she kept folded behind the seat with the road maps. I tested the door handle. Don't, she said. I was checking the craftsmanship. 2 fox ears rose through my hair. I pressed them down. Mara's eyes remained on the road. Poorly crafted, hostile to inspection. It opens when we stop. A ringing endorsement of captivity. You agreed to come. This was technically true. I disliked technical truth when other people used it. Outside, Dwyer Patchworks rolled downhill in planned rectangles. Irrigation lines, service lanes, field flags, corn maze, orchards trimmed into submission. Everything had a border and a purpose. Everything except the old paths beneath it. They pressed against my senses like roots under a floor. One ran from the ruined field through a cedar break, crossed the road twice without bothering to remain visible, and slipped toward town. It carried a sour current of change magic. Not rotten, refused. The feeling made my wrists itch. I tugged my sleeves over the feathers. Did you do that to my sign? Mara asked. The sign was unhappy. The sign was legible. These conditions can coexist. Change it back. It may change itself. Signs don't do that. Pumpkins do not liquefy into literate distress, yet your mourning has shown flexibility. Her mouth moved at one corner. Barely. A person might have mistaken it for a muscle twitch. I did not. Púca had survived iron roads, church bells, cavalry, natural philosophers, folklorists, and marketing departments by studying small changes before they became larger ones. Mara Dwyer had nearly smiled. The truck reached the farm gate. I turned into a rook. The change took less than a breath. Coat, skin, and bones drew inward. The world expanded. Wind found every feather. I slipped through the open passenger window and beat upward. Below, Mara braked with admirable control. Rua. I circled once. The old path curled east toward a row of sugar maples. If I followed it, I could inspect the town's boundary before anyone assigned me a chair, a title, or a ceremonial hat. One of the turkeys flew out of the truck bed. This would have been a generous description of its method. Tax launched, experienced immediate institutional regret, and landed on the hood with both wings open. Mara did not flinch. Get back in. Tax gobbled at me. Title and escrow answered from the truck bed. They had chosen me as their leader through a process neither transparent nor reversible. I sympathized, which was why I descended. Mara held the passenger door open. Rook or man, pick one. I landed on the side mirror. An unnecessarily limited menu. You can ride outside if you don't scratch the paint. There, compromise. The truck started again. I rode the mirror through the lower gate, black feathers flattened by wind, while the turkeys watched through the rear window with the sober respect of a governing board. At the first fork, I tugged the road. It was a modest glamour. No change to stone or soil. I merely reminded attention that the left lane looked familiar, and the right lane had once been called Briar Cut, before humans paved it and renamed it after a dead selectman. Mara took the right lane without hesitation. I changed back into a man on the side step, one hand hooked through the open window. You felt that? The left lane floods near Haskins Culvert. It isn't raining. It rained yesterday. Your mind has drainage maps. Yours doesn't? At the second fork, I made the painted arrow on a festival sign point toward a lost thought. Most humans would have followed it until they remembered a name, an errand, or why they had entered a room. Mara glanced at the sign. Bronwyn put that up backward. She continued toward town. At the third fork, I became a fox and jumped down. Mara stopped the truck, got out, and walked directly to the stone wall where I had hidden behind dried goldenrod. How? I asked. Mud. She pointed to my paw prints. Also, you are not subtle. I have been described as the hinge upon which subtlety turns. Fox ears were less revealing on a fox. One had to seize advantages where they appeared. Mara crouched, forearms on her knees. Her gray-green eyes were level with mine. You can leave, she said. I'm not dragging you anywhere. But if you know why my crop is gone and walk away without explaining, I will find you. Gloamsbury is a small town, and you have been elected by poultry. Behind us, Tax struck the truck window with his beak. A powerful constituency, I admitted. Your choice. This was a dangerous phrase. Humans said your choice while holding iron, contracts, hunger, or affection behind their backs. They presented doors after bricking up the windows. They loved choice when they had selected the available options. Mara stood and returned to the truck without reaching for me. The passenger door remained open. I waited until her hand touched the ignition. Then I jumped into the cab, became a man, and shut the door myself. Your roads are poorly behaved, I said. They learned from the town. Gloamsbury gathered around us in crooked roofs and steep lanes. The valley held dusk even at morning. Old timber shop fronts leaned toward one another over wet pavement. Lamps shaped like gaslights stood at each corner, their glass faintly blue though the sun had risen. A delivery van blocked half of Widdershins Square, while a woman with black curls and 3 clipboards directed 6 people carrying a papier-mâché spider. The spider had 9 legs. The clipboard woman counted them, closed her eyes, and counted again. Is Dickie unfamiliar with spiders? Dickie believes accuracy discourages imagination. The woman pointed one clipboard toward a shop awning. 2 carriers reversed. The spider's 9th leg caught a lamppost, flexed around it, and refused to let go. Bronwyn Pike, Mara added, festival director. She appears to be losing a territorial dispute. She'll win. Bronwyn looked toward the truck, her eyes fixed on me. Surprise crossed her face, followed by calculation, delight, and the unmistakable desire to create a form. Mara caught me against her chest before I reached the window. This was unexpected for both of us. Her hands closed around my wings without squeezing. Warmth came through her jacket. Beneath the smell of wet canvas and field mud was soap, coffee, and the quick salt of alarm. Ask, she said. My heart beat far too fast for a bird of my size, then converted one wingtip into a fox paw. Mara stared at it. That seems inconvenient, she said. I became a man in the passenger seat. There was not enough passenger seat. My shoulders struck the dashboard. One knee landed against the gearshift. Mara found herself with an arm around my neck, and a fox paw briefly pressed to her ribs before it resolved into a hand. We froze. Her face was 6 inches from mine. She had a pale scar across her left thumb and a small chip in one front tooth I had not seen, because she rationed smiles like winter feed. The black feathers at my wrists multiplied. Mara released me as if I had reached an unsafe temperature. You cannot change size inside the cab. I plainly can. Do not. The first version of that sentence was more interesting. Ask before fleeing. You captured me. You tried to launch yourself into traffic because someone owned clipboards. An evolved survival response. She put the truck in gear. Bronwyn will ask whether you have dietary restrictions, whether you can march in the parade, and whether your name needs an accent mark on the program. And if I say no, she'll accept it. Immediately, after asking whether no applies to all 3 questions. This unsettled me more than the imagined form. We drove around the spider. Bronwyn waved both arms, apparently interpreting my brief transformation crisis as a social greeting. At the square's northern corner stood a tavern with a bent antler over its door. A large man rolled barrels through a cellar hatch. He looked up as we passed, saw me, and stopped with one barrel balanced on his thigh. He did not smile or stare. He only nodded once, as if noting weather. "Who is that?" I asked. "Orrin Bellwether." He did not appear surprised. Orrin thinks surprise is information best kept private. A civilized man. On the opposite pavement, a slight person in a brown waistcoat stood outside the old railway depot, holding a stack of papers. They looked at the papers, then at me, then removed their octagonal glasses and cleaned them before looking again. Ink marked the side of one hand. "Dev Kittredge," Mara said. "Archivist." "Do you identify everyone who notices me?" "You keep noticing them back." She was right. I disliked that as well. The town was no mere arrangement of roads and roofs. Attention moved through it in loops. Bronwyn's energy tugged at the square. Orrin's stillness anchored the tavern. Dev's gaze followed old words beneath new paint. Human habits had worn channels beside the magical ones until they could not be separated without breaking both. This was how a place became dangerous, not when it hated you, when it made room. The square had 5 sides. The magic beneath it had 5 wounds. One was fresh and sour with pumpkins. One smoldered inside brick and flour. One waited in wet air that should soon become snow. One flickered in the marsh. The 5th sat at the edge of midnight and did not want to open. The whole valley leaned toward me. I nearly became a horse inside the truck. Mara's hand left the gear shift. She did not touch me. Nothing. Horse pupils, fox ears, black feathers at both wrists. My body had staged a vote. "That looks like several nothings," she said. "Your town is loud. Nobody's even using the leaf blower. Not that sort." She studied me for 1 second too long, then pulled into a space beside a shop whose sign read, "Rook and Remainder, Repair, Estate, and Unwanted History." The door opened before we reached it. A woman stepped out wearing a plum-colored coat, sensible boots, and a knitted shawl that reflected light like frost. She had cropped white hair, a folding ruler clipped to her pocket, and the calm expression of someone who had expected trouble and hoped it would at least arrive alphabetically. "Mara," she said. "I heard about Field 6. Mara stopped. "From whom?" "The town. The town is not a person. It remains unclear on that point." The woman's gaze moved to me. Recognition changed her face. Not surprise, relief. I hated relief. Relief meant an empty place with my shape already drawn around it. "A Púca," she breathed. I became a goat. The change was instinctive and regrettably theatrical. One moment I was a man beside Mara, the next I stood soot-black and narrow-horned on the pavement, coat still rippling into fur. The white-haired woman clasped her hands. "You came." I lowered my head. Mara stepped between us. "He has a name." The words startled me enough that one goat ear became a fox ear. Mara noticed. Of course she did. The woman collected herself. "I'm Cicely Rook, Reeve of Gloamsbury." I became a man again because refusing introductions in goat form had historically led to unflattering woodcuts. Rua. Old Nan said someone might come when the reserve failed. At that name the square tilted into memory. A cottage beyond a seawall, rook feathers in a bread basket, laughter like stones shaken in a cup. Nan Gable had given me dry socks, no questions, and a rule against becoming a seal in the pantry. "Nan dispersed?" I asked. Cicely's relief softened into grief. 2 years ago, rooks over the Whispering Lot. We kept Hallows stable with what remained, but no, she blinked. "I haven't asked yet. You have built the asking around me." Black feathers pushed through my cuffs. Mara looked from Cicely to me. "Asked what?" "The Hallows anchor has been vacant," Cicely said. "A Púca channels transformation. Rua's arrival now with the field." "Coincidence," I said. "Fox ears." "Potentially meaningful coincidence," Cicely amended. "No. The Accord may already have recognized you. The Accord has poor manners." A green county vehicle rolled into the square and stopped at an angle that suggested urgency had overruled parking law. Deputy Fenassault got out carrying a metal file box. She was a broad woman with a dark braid, a yellow rain shell, and the focused expression of someone whose day had developed categories. Unless movement is inherent to the incident. She opened the box, flipped through colored cards, and selected a pale blue one. Unregistered equine adjacent, she read. Are you presently a horse? No. Have you been a horse within town limits? Not yet. Do you anticipate becoming one? More strongly by the moment. Fenna made a note. Potential equine. Fine. Name? Rua. Surname? No. No surname or surname no? Yes. Her pencil stopped. I need you to choose one interpretation. Then you understand my mourning. Mara made the sound again. Not quite a laugh, but its first cousin. Fenna moved to the next line. Purpose of visit? Leaving. The square's blue lamps flared. Every pumpkin decorating the town hall steps collapsed at once. Orange shells folded inward with a series of damp sighs. Black pulp ran over the stone and pooled around a carved pumpkin on the lowest step. Its triangular mouth sagged. The surface bubbled. 4 letters rose in pale seed flesh. No. Nobody spoke. From the truck, the turkeys answered in solemn chorus. I looked at Mara. She looked at me. 11 days, I said. Cicely drew breath. I held up one finger. I will diagnose your failure. I accept no title, no ceremony, and no assumption that arrival means appointment. Remove iron from any place you expect me to work. No one calls me official. Fenna raised her pencil. Can I write provisional? You can write whatever you like. Paper is patient. Mara folded her arms, and after 11 days, the old paths pulled beneath the square. Nan's absence ached inside them. 5 wounds waited through one winter. I smiled because smiles kept mead from becoming visible. After 11 days, I said, I leave. My wrists vanished beneath black feathers. Chapter 3. Mara. By 8:30, the emergency meeting contained 1 shapeshifter, 5 shopkeepers, 3 turkeys outside the window, and an agenda item titled Possible Produce Descent. Bronwyn had underlined it twice. The pumpkin said no, she explained, writing the time beside the heading. That establishes dissent. Possible refers to whether we recognize pumpkins as a constituency. We do not, I said. Rua, sitting backward in his chair, looked toward the window. Tax, title, and escrow stood on the tavern pavement in a straight line, staring in. Their coalition may challenge that position, he said. I ignored him. It had failed continuously since sunrise, but repetition was how farming got done. The Thursday table occupied the back corner of the bent antler, beside a green-tiled stove. It was round in the broad sense that a potato was round. Knife marks, spilled ink, and a blackened ring from an incident involving Talia's flambe pan mapped years of municipal discussion across its surface. Orrin Bellwether placed a blue mug near his elbow and said nothing. He was a large, quiet man who ran the tavern and possessed the unnerving skill of making silence feel supervised. Talia Lark sat to my left in a clean black apron, her tortoiseshell glasses on top of her head. She had brought biscuits because Talia responded to disaster by feeding it until it confessed. Across from her, Iona Fitch smelled faintly of cold brass and wire insulation. Dev Kittredge had arrived with 2 archive boxes and a waistcoat buttoned wrong, which meant the emergency had interrupted breakfast. Cicely sat beside the stove with the Accord ledger closed in front of her. Rua watched the book. The Thursday table existed because Gloamsbury had too many festivals and too few people willing to admit they organized them. Bronwyn recorded minutes. Talia supplied food. Iona prevented decorative wiring from killing anyone. Dev checked whether whatever tradition Bronwyn invented had already happened in 1932. Orrin enforced the table's only official rule. Arguments could be loud, but nobody blocked the stove. I attended because 3 festivals crossed farm property, and every committee eventually believed hayrides generated themselves. This morning, the table's familiar machinery had changed. Rua occupied the unassigned chair between Dev and me. Cicely had brought the ledger out of rook and remainder for the first time I remembered. Nobody's coffee behaved strangely, which felt less reassuring than it should have. Talia passed breakfast plates around. Dietary restrictions? She asked Rua. Iron filings, church bells, conversation before food. Vegetarian? Sometimes. Allergy? No. Appetite. Talia added 3 biscuits. Iona put a small brass compass beside Rua's plate. Boundary test. Does this react to you? Do I have permission to react to it? He touched the compass. The needle spun toward the stove, the ledger, Mara, then the window where the turkeys waited. Inconclusive, Iona said. It has broad interests. Dev noted the result anyway. Bronwyn distributed an agenda page. Rua read it upside down before she finished passing copies. Possible produce descent? He asked. Placeholder. Uncanny guest classification? Administrative. Potential anchor succession? The fox ears vanished. Bronwyn followed his gaze, crossed out the line, and wrote, discussion only if invited. The table had made its first revision before the meeting began. He had put his shoes on. They did not match. One was a brown lace-up boot, the other a black rubber clog from Oren's cellar. His coat hid the feathers when they were small. The fox ears remained an unreliable public service. Bronwyn tapped her clipboard. Present, Reeves Cicely Rook, Mara Dwyer, Rua, surname pending, surname declined. Talia Lark, Iona Fitch, Dev Kittredge, Oren Bellwether, and Bronwyn Pike. Deputy Salt is addressing pumpkin runoff at Town Hall. With what? I asked. Emergency card 14B. Iona looked up. That's carrots. Fenna is adapting. The card specifies taproot containment. She's crossing it out. Then the card loses authority. Fenna and Iona have been having this argument since a mobile turnip incident in 2018. Bronwyn continued. Purpose, preserve the Hallows Fair. Identify the agricultural event and establish whether our guest is an answer, a cause, or an unrelated complication. Rua placed a hand over his chest. I aspire to the third. 2 fox ears emerged. Talia slid a biscuit toward him. Do those hurt? Only my reputation. Butter? Reputation? Biscuit. Rua accepted butter, jam, and a second biscuit with the solemnity of a diplomatic exchange. His ears disappeared before the first bite. I filed that information away under shapeshifter caloric management and did not consider why I was making the category. Bronwyn propped her tablet against the sugar bowl. Paige Cormer's face appeared on screen from a room so white it looked unfinished. She wore an excellent copper raincoat, despite being indoors. Thank you for including me, she said. First, I want everyone to know North Notch Experiences is fully committed to supporting Dwyer Patchworks through this unexpected authenticity event. I closed my eyes. Talia whispered, Did she say authenticity? Yes. About decomposition? Yes. Brave. Paige smiled as if none of us had spoken. Mara, the early images are concerning, but there may be an opportunity to reframe the affected field as an immersive soil cycle. It is 8 acres of black liquid. Exactly. Very visceral. Rua leaned toward the tablet. Is she trapped in there? Paige blinked. I'm sorry? Rua, I said. There's glass between her and the biscuits. Video call. He considered Paige's white room. A poor bargain. Who is that? Paige asked. Bronwyn glanced at me. I glanced at Rua. Rua ate jam. Cicely answered. A consultant. Black feathers pushed through both of Rua's cuffs. Paige brightened. Wonderful. Agricultural? Change, Rua said. Change management? Change mismanagement currently. Paige wrote something down. I'd love to schedule a separate brand alignment session. I'd love to become a moth inside your wardrobe. Rua, I said again. A small moth. Bronwyn muted the tablet. Paige continued speaking soundlessly. I watched her lips form phrases that probably included stakeholder opportunity. Can we discuss the thing under my field? I asked. Cicely rested both hands on the accord ledger. The Hallows anchor stone has been on Dwyer land since 1920. Your great-grandmother offered the site. I know there's a stone. I did not know it was an anchor. Very few people did. You did. Yes. Did my father? Cicely paused. The pause answered first. Not fully, she said. The Dwyers kept the seed exchange and the Hallows field. The Reeve kept the mechanism. Excellent system. My voice had gone flat enough that Talia stopped buttering a biscuit. Nothing ever fails when the person maintaining land is denied useful information about it. The anchor was stable for generations. Rua set down his food. Stable is a story humans tell immediately before a bridge falls. Cicely's expression tightened. Old Nan maintained it. Nan made choices. Your book assigned functions. The green stove clicked as it cooled. I looked between them. Start with the part that makes my crops stop being sentient pudding. Dev opened the first archive box. The Hallows anchor regulates transformation at the seasonal threshold. Growth into ripeness, ripeness into decay, decay into seed. Rot, Rua said, is not the opposite of growth. It is growth changing jobs. My crop changed into unemployment. His mouth twitched. Dev continued. A púca traditionally channels the unstable portion. Mischief, reversal, identities becoming porous. Rua's chair creaked. He had gone very still. Cicely said gently. Nan believed another púca might answer when the town needed one. Need is not appointment, he said. No. Cicely glanced at the feathers at his wrists, but the accord may have recognized compatibility. Compatibility is not consent either. There was no humor in him now. The difference changed the room. I thought of the fox behind the wall. You can leave, I had said. I had meant it. I had also positioned myself between him and every road out of town. He already said no, I said. Cicely looked at me. So did everyone else. Rua's feathers receded by one careful row. I folded my arms. He agreed to diagnose. That's the agreement. The rest is not on the agenda. Bronwyn drew a line through appointment discussion. Thank you, Rua said. I did not look at him. You're still trespassing. Balance returns. Dev pushed her glasses up. For the diagnostic record, we should establish what the reserve was and when it began failing. Cicely's fingers tightened on the ledger. Old Nan left residual power in the Hallows clause when she dispersed. Enough for 2, perhaps 3 threshold cycles. Rua's face changed at the word left. Not much. His smile loosened at one corner, as if it had been tied there and the knot slipped. Did she choose that? He asked. She knew she was dispersing. That was not the question. Cicely looked down. The accord retains a portion of every anchor's work. Retains, Dev repeated. Already writing. Stores, Cicely said. Takes, Rua said. The stove gave another cooling click. Talia removed her glasses from her head, discovered them in her hand, and put them back. Does it take something from him if he helps diagnose? No, Cicely said. Rua said at the same time, possibly. Which answer am I building a field plan around? The accord cannot bind him without acceptance. Can it use him without binding? I asked. No one answered quickly enough. Iona leaned forward, forearms on the table. 2 fingertips were missing from her left glove, the seams neatly closed around the old injury. Electrical systems induce current without a hard connection. Proximity can be enough if the field is strong. I am not electricity, Rua said. Good. Electricity follows documentation. Iona, Bronwyn said. Dev turned a page in her notes. Old accounts describe a Hallows anchor as a channel. That implies movement through, not extraction from. Rua leaned over their shoulder. Old accounts describe women as naturally unsuited to bicycles. Age has not improved every sentence. Dev covered the page with one hand. Please don't read upside down. Turn it upright and I will stop. Upright for whom? Rua paused. Dev looked pleased. For one improbable second, the meeting threatened to become a philosophy seminar. I put both palms on the table. Diagnostic Rule 1. If anything pulls magic out of Rua, we stop. Rua's gaze moved to me. You may not be able to tell. Then tell me. A dangerous level of responsibility. Yes. You give it readily. No. I put it in writing. Bronwyn was already writing. I continued. Rule 2. No one uses the investigation as acceptance of the anchor role. Rule 3. Cicely discloses every relevant fact before the test it could ruin. Cicely accepted that without flinching, which made me trust the situation less rather than more. Agreed, she said. Rua's fox ears appeared slowly, angled not in alarm, but toward me. Talia noticed. Talia noticed everything involving appetite, and apparently that category had widened. He hid a smile behind the biscuit basket. I gave him a look. He offered me jam. Rule 4, I said. Nobody interprets body parts at the table. That may interfere with conversation, Rua said. Animal body parts. Species is an unstable framework. Your ears. He touched one. These could mean anything. They mean you're interested. Both vanished. Bronwyn wrote something in the margin. What did you write? I asked. Nothing operational. Bronwyn. She rotated the clipboard against her chest. The minutes require context. Orin lifted the blue mug, but did not set it down. The threat was enough. Bronwyn crossed out whatever she had written. Bronwyn unmuted Paige. We are developing a soil response plan and will update you at noon. I should join the field team, Paige said. No, I said. Mara, transparency. Your shoes cost more than my irrigation pump. Stay where the floor is theoretical. Bronwyn ended the call. Action items, she said briskly. Mara and Rua inspect the affected fields. Dev in Sicily, identify relevant Hallows language. Iona maps iron installations. Talia feeds anyone who becomes structurally unusual. Talia nodded. Already drafted a menu. Rua looked interested. How many structures? 4 to start. Ambitious. I need test conditions, I said. Variety, ripeness, water, temperature, soil amendments, iron proximity, moon exposure, carving, human contact. Rua reached across and turned my notebook sideways. With Bronwyn's orange pen, he drew a spiral through the grid I had begun. No. A strong opening position. Rows are how trials work. Rows are how your pumpkins died. A phrase beloved by people standing in evidence. He drew arrows between variables I had kept separate. Ripeness to sponsor flags. Iron to public paths. Carving to attention. At the center, he drew a small door. Magic follows relationship, he said, not categories. Categories are how we identify relationships. Then perhaps we require both. This was irritatingly reasonable. I took the pen from him. No unplanned transformations. All transformation is unplanned by something. No transforming into livestock to evade discussion. Tax struck the window. A targeted restriction, Rua said. Bronwyn slid a single-page agreement between us. She had written 11-night field investigation across the top. Terms accumulated. No iron in Rua's work areas. No official designation. No entering locked buildings without permission. No altering directional signs used by emergency services. No becoming livestock to evade discussion. Rua added, unless the discussion is very poor. The ink shimmered and dried before I could cross it out. The paper accepted it, he said. Paper lacks judgment. We have found common ground. Well signed. The moment my pen left the page, the tavern door opened. Lyle Dwyer came in wearing a clean work shirt, mudless boots, and the expression he used before explaining something expensive. He was 63, narrow as a fence rail, with a white mustache and a hearing aid he turned down during town meetings. He took in the archive boxes, Rua's mismatched shoes, Bronwyn's agenda, and the turkeys at the window. I am not saying this is a crisis, he began. Lyle had never used that phrase before saying anything else. How much? I asked. The sponsor payment? Total. He set a folded printout beside my notebook. $42,600 before January. The number sat there without magic. It did not glow, speak, or rearrange itself into a kinder shape. North Notch can bring in replacement pumpkins, Lyle said. They want an answer by tonight. Rua read the figure upside down. His fox ears did not appear. Somehow that was worse. Imported produce won't fix the field, I said. Imported produce will fill the square. For how long? Rua asked. Lyle looked at him. Who are you? An unrelated complication. Orin set the blue mug on the table. The room went quiet. Outside the window, tax, title, and escrow turned together toward the north road. Somewhere in town, a bell rang once. Rua stood. Your field is changing again. I folded the debt printout into my pocket, grabbed the agreement, and headed for the door. This meeting is adjourned, Bronwyn called after us. Record that the poultry moved to table, Rua said. I did not run. I walked very quickly in a manner that happened to include both feet leaving the ground. Chapter 4. Rua. At sunset, Mara gave me a clipboard. I had been threatened with iron, holy water, bridals, legal action, marriage, and interpretive dance. The clipboard was quieter than most weapons and more thoroughly organized. Test grid, she said. We stood at the north edge of Field 6 wearing headlamps. Mine sat around my neck because it interfered with ears that might or might not appear. Mara's beam cut a clean white path over black pulp, intact vines, orange flags, green flags, and 24 test pumpkins arranged on wooden pallets. Each pumpkin wore a numbered tag. One wore a tiny rain hat. I pointed. That one is favored. Moisture control. It has style. It has a sandwich bag. Many styles begin in adversity. Mara looked down at her clipboard. The corner of her mouth moved. I had thought about that movement all day, which was unacceptable. I had also thought about her hands closing around my rook body in the truck. She had caught without crushing. Humans rarely understood that these were separate skills. She handed me an orange grease pencil. Mark anything you change. Everything changes. Anything you change more than it would have without you. A philosophically unstable instruction. Can you follow it? Perfectly. Fox ears rose. Mara tapped the first line of her sheet. Test A. Carving. 4 pumpkins sat on the nearest pallet, one intact, one carved with a plain face, one carved with an elaborate owl, one carved by Dickie, who had apparently attempted a portrait of the governor and achieved an anxious potato. I crouched before them. Change magic did not live inside objects as humans imagine jam living inside jars. It moved between intention, material, memory, and whatever might happen next. Mara's test grid tried to pin each part separately. My spiral tried to offend them into speaking to one another. I put 2 fingers against the plain face. "What do you want?" I asked. The carved mouth tightened. "Pumpkins don't want," Mara said. "Neither do fields, according to several poor landlords." The pumpkin's triangular eyes narrowed. "Do not lead the witness," Mara said. "It lacks a seat and cannot be sworn. That hasn't stopped anyone at town meeting." The pumpkin shivered. Pale seed flesh pushed through its mouth in one uneven word. "Itchy." Mara wrote the time. "You are unmoved," I said. "I'm moved. I am documenting while moved." The owl pumpkin said, "Show off." The plain pumpkin said, "Itchy again." Dickie's governor said, "Mother." Mara lowered the clipboard. "Why mother? Art is subjective." "That's not an answer. It is the answer artists use most successfully." The governor pumpkin sneezed one seed through its nose. Mara caught it against the clipboard. We both stared at the seed. "Document while moved," I reminded her. She placed it in a paper evidence envelope. Test B. Ripeness. The ripeness palette held 4 pumpkins harvested at different stages. Mara had cut plugs from each rind, measured sugar, and marked days from full color. Her handwriting was narrow and upright. Even her numbers looked unlikely to tolerate excuses. "Touch them in order," she said. "What do you expect?" "I don't expect. I establish a baseline. Expectation in a lab coat." The greenest fruit felt quiet. The second carried a fake restless pressure. The third wanted to hold its shape against the night. The fourth, the sponsor-perfect orange one, strained so fiercely toward a finished idea that its living changes had nowhere to move. I snatched my hand back. A soft dent appeared beneath my fingers. Mara leaned close without crossing between me and the row. "What happened?" "It believes ripeness is a wall. Pumpkins don't believe." You repeat that with religious conviction. Belief requires cognition, and cognition requires a nervous system. Convenient for those who write the definition. The dent deepened. Orange flesh darkened toward black. Mara cut around it with a grafting knife. Her hands were quick and careful. The blackening stopped at the edge of the slice. She held the sample beneath her headlamp. "Localized response to contact," she said, "to pressure." "You barely touched it." "Not that pressure." I pointed at the orange field tag. "North notch display, 22 to 26 lb, full color by October 18th, no scarring." Mara read it as if she had not written similar specifications herself. "That is a harvest standard," she said. "It feels like a prophecy enforced by invoice. Invoices don't have magic. Invoices have caused more human behavior than most curses." This time she didn't smile. A small, unwilling curve that changed her face from fortress to the person living inside it. I forgot the pumpkin. My body did not. One fox ear rose. Mara's smile vanished. "Don't," she said. "I have done nothing. Your ear is editorializing. It may be cold." The second ear appeared. "Both cold?" A severe front. She wrote on the clipboard. "What are you writing?" "Test B result." "You looked at my ears." They entered the test area. I stepped behind her and attempted to read over her shoulder. She covered the page with one hand, imitating Dev. "Please don't read upside down." A conspiracy of orientation. She turned the clipboard toward me. "Contact with Rua accelerates failure only in full-ripe, standardized fruit. Interpersonal distraction not relevant." I tapped the last line. "Scientifically bold. Accurate. Your face changed. Faces do that." Ah, at last support for my field. She moved to Test C before I could enjoy the victory. Test C involved water. Mara gave identical measured amounts to 4 potted vines, then asked me to redirect attention from one plant to another. The neglected plant leaned toward her with such determination that its pot scraped across the palette. She watered it again. "You compromised the test," I said. It asked. "Plants do not want." "Be quiet." The rain-hatted pumpkin made a sound like a muffled laugh. By test F, we knew carved fruit could speak, but did not fail faster. Green fruit resisted the sour current. Ordinary water did nothing. Sponsor flags increased strain, and Mara would violate methodology for thirsty vegetation while maintaining that I was the unreliable participant. Test G compared materials. Mara arranged wood, stone, brass, steel, and iron around 5 small pumpkins. She kept the iron at the far end and asked before bringing me within 20 feet. No direct contact, I said. Distance? Begin 30 feet. Move the object, not me. She marked the boundary and made Jessa handle the iron with insulated tongs. At 30 feet, nothing. 25, cold pressure touched my teeth. 20, the pumpkin beside the iron tightened its rind, while the others remained ordinary. Stop, I said. Jessa stopped. Mara did not ask for one more measurement. She moved the iron back first, then recorded the distance. The pumpkin reacted before physical contact, she said. Expectation again. Iron has history. So does steel. Different making, different use. Iron driven to prevent change carries more weight than iron in a cooking pan. Intent and object history modify effect. Now you sound like magic. Magic should improve its labeling. The brass compass turned toward the iron, then toward me, then chose north with visible relief. Mara drew a box around the result. All sponsor hardware must be mapped before further tests. You believe the pins matter. I believe they are a variable with demonstrated effect. Agricultural faith moves in cautious shoes. Cautious shoes avoid stepping in black pulp. We both looked at my bare ankles. I have one cautious shoe, I said, and one cellar clog. Methodological diversity. She gave me a strip of dried apple from her pocket. What is this? I asked. Food. I recognized the category. Shifting costs energy. Cicely told you? You ate 4 biscuits and stopped growing feathers. 3 biscuits. Talia packed the 4th in your coat. I checked the pocket. A biscuit wrapped in waxed paper waited beside 2 brass screws and a peppermint that was not mine. The town provisions trespassers efficiently, I said. Eat before you fall over. Is falling over prohibited by the agreement? It creates paperwork. I ate the apple. Mara pretended to study the clipboard while making sure I finished it. We tested water, shadow, carving, stored seed, spoken attention, and proximity to the sponsor flags. The pumpkins developed opinions faster than conclusions. One disliked its tag. One requested a knife, which we declined. The rain-hatted pumpkin remained silent, but smug. At test H, I tugged gently on the nearest path. The corn maze moved. Not much. 3 turns, perhaps 4. Enough that a white-painted arrow appeared between the rows where no exit had been at noon. Mara checked her map. That points toward the equipment shed. It may need equipment. The maze does not need equipment. Have you asked? No. Then one of us respects evidence. We followed the arrow. Corn leaves hissed against our jackets. The path took a left, another left, and a third left that should have returned us to the start. Instead, it opened inside the equipment shed, between a flail mower and a stack of irrigation pipe. Mara stood very still. This building was locked, she said. The door across the shed remained closed, padlock visible through the dusty window. The maze disagreed. I did not put it here. You asked it what it wanted, and now it has equipment. Something clanged in the dark. Mara raised her headlamp. Tack stood on the mower seat. Title perched on the workbench. Escrow had climbed into a crate of spare gloves and wore one over his head. How did they get in? Mara asked. The maze respects leadership. Escrow shook off the glove and gobbled. The turkeys jumped down and marched between us toward the impossible corn path. Mara took one breath through her nose. If this ends with them learning to operate machinery, they have delegated. To whom? All 3 looked at me. We returned to Field 6 by a route that ran briefly through the farm stand cooler and displaced 6 jars of apple butter. Mara made notes the entire way. Her irritation had warmth in it now. Not pleasure exactly, but the edge of something that could become pleasure if nobody named it too quickly. I knew that kind of change. It was often the one humans punished. At the volunteer strip, the magic changed texture. The sponsor rows pushed against themselves, each fruit held to a demanded weight, color, and day. The volunteers sprawled through weeds, small and scarred and various. Some would never ripen, some would feed mice. One pale gourd had grown through the fence and around a post, making the boundary part of its body. I knelt beside it. These do not scream, I said. Mara stood behind me. The volunteers? They change without being told where to stop. She crouched. Their genetics are mixed. The seed isn't commercially useful. Useful to whom? Me, if I want predictable yield. Predictability killed your yield. Her jaw tightened. We don't know that. No, I touched the pale rind. It warmed, alive and ordinary. But the field knows something adjacent. Mara wrote that down. You wrote adjacent? It was almost useful. I laughed. The change magic leaped. One moment I crouched beside the vine. The next iron seized every shape I might have taken and pulled them in opposite directions. Pain flashed from my left palm to my teeth. My body chose rook, horse, man, none completed. My spine shortened and lengthened in the same breath. Feathers tore through one sleeve. A hoof struck soil where my knee should have landed. I bit down on sound. Mara dropped the clipboard. Rua, don't. She stopped before touching me. The iron was close, buried, a line of cold authority under soil. I dragged myself backward. One wing formed. The other remained an arm with black feathers fused along it. My chest compressed for flight, while my bones held human mass. Breath became a door too narrow to pass. Iron, I managed. Mara swept her headlamp over the ground. Where? Below. She did not ask me to explain better. She took the soil probe from her belt and moved away from me, pressing it into the row at intervals. Metal rang against metal, 6 feet north. Survey pin, she said. Sponsor sign installation. I tried to become only one thing. Every attempt caught. Mara ran to the equipment lane. Abandonment came first as relief. I had shown weakness. She had chosen distance. Familiar. Sensible. Then the tractor engine started. She returned driving the small orchard tractor, a hydraulic jack and chain rattling in the loader bucket. She parked well away from me, killed the engine, and worked without coming within reach. Chain around the buried pin, jack beneath the hook. Pressure in careful increments. Tell me if this makes it worse, she said. I could not tell whether that was an order, request, or prayer. Continue. The jack rose, soil cracked. A rusted iron pin, 3 feet long, dragged from the earth with a shriek. My body released. Rook form closed around me like a hand. Small, whole, gasping. I lay in mud with one wing spread. Mara stayed beside the jack. Can I come closer? She asked. No human had ever asked me that while I was down. I tucked my wing. Yes. She approached slowly and crouched, palms visible. She did not pick me up. She held one hand near enough that I could choose it. I stepped onto her wrist. Her pulse beat steady under my claws. How many pins? I asked. My rook voice sounded like stones scraping tin. The installation plan lists 12. Your field has teeth. We'll pull them. Tonight? Now. It is dark. Yes. The location of metal beneath earth is uncertain. Yes. Your tractor lights are inadequate. You're welcome to file a complaint. I became a man beside her, more carefully this time. Hunger and cold hollowed me out. Mara removed her wax jacket and held it toward me. Ask, I said, because the word had begun to matter between us. Do you want the jacket? Yes. It smelled like her. This was inconvenient. We found the second pin near the sponsor arch footing. The third lay under an irrigation junction. As Mara set the jack, the turkeys abandoned the volunteer strip and walked to the cedar windbreak. Tax stopped beneath the north sill of the old seed house. Title and escrow stood at either side. All 3 began to scratch. Are they always synchronized? I asked. Only when it will become my problem. We crossed the yard. Their claws had cleared wet leaves and 2 inches of soil from a flat gray surface. Mara knelt and brushed dirt away. A carved line appeared, then part of a letter. Change magic rolled through the ground. Not sour here, but trapped and beating. I put my hand against the exposed stone. The whole farm inhaled. Beneath my palm, something old opened one eye. Chapter 5. Mara. At sunrise, the farm contained 1 backhoe, 2 television cameras, half the Thursday table, and a retired postmaster in a hat with antlers. Nobody digs, I said. Dickie Shaw lowered one hand from the backhoe door. I was only opening it. Why? To assess readiness. It is not ready. How fortunate, I assessed it. His hat had ear flaps, a pheasant feather, and a small brass plate reading Moderate Agricultural Monarchy. I had seen Dickie's hats mark hail, elections, runaway livestock, visiting cousins, and an event he called lateral fog. This one was new. What is on your head, Royal Grave of Autumn? There is no royal grave. He glanced toward the cedar windbreak, where tax, title, and escrow guarded the exposed stone. Then the hat remains provisional. Bronwyn strode past, carrying orange cones. Dickie told the Historical Society The turkeys found an autumn king. I said possibly found. You rang the town bell to indicate possibility. Nobody digs, I repeated. The local camera operator lowered her tripod. Nessa Quill, owner, reporter, printer, and entire corrections department of the Gloamsbury Clarion, raised a hand. Does brushing count as digging? Yes. Photography? From the lane. Interview? No. Off-record observation? Nessa. Lane it is. She moved her tripod 3 feet backward. Nessa had a narrow face, a braid thick as rope, and the professional conviction that a boundary became more valid when tested. Iona arrived from the equipment yard, dragging the sponsor's iron installation plan. Dev followed with a canvas archive bag. Talia carried 2 insulated food boxes and a coffee urn. Oren had sent the green tile stove's smallest warming brick, wrapped in a towel for Rua. Rua sat on the seed house step in my wax jacket, eating boiled eggs at a rate that suggested Talia had prescribed them medicinally. He looked human except for black feathers layered along his wrists and the white horse ear rising through the left side of his hair. I tried not to look at the ear. It turned toward me. I have brought nourishment, Talia announced. You have brought witnesses, I said. Witnesses require breakfast. They require removal. Bronwyn placed a cone in front of Dickie. We tried. They interpret removal as a spectator activity. Near the road, 10 townspeople pretended to examine farm-stand chrysanthemums. Every one of them faced the wrong direction. I crouched beside the anchor stone. We had cleared a rectangle 4 feet long and nearly 3 wide without finding its edge beneath the seed house. Gray slate lay flush with the old sill. A spiral border surrounded letters worn by a century of rain and dirt. I brushed the final line with a soft masonry brush. Change kept is change lost. Cheerful, I said. Dev knelt on my other side. Not kept as in preserved. The founding minutes use it to mean restrained. Change restrained is change lost, Bronwyn read. Less catchy. Rua came off the step. The turkeys parted for him. Humans enjoy slogans until verbs develop more than one meaning, he said. The spiral border continued under the seed house sill. At 5 points around it, the line widened into shallow cups. 4 held only dirt. The 5th contained a black feather, reduced almost to lace. Rua did not touch it. Nan? I asked. He crouched, careful of the stone's edge. Possibly, where someone she was when she left it. She could be more than one someone? Can you not? Not without paperwork. He looked at me then, and the white horse ear tilted forward. You may surprise yourself. I returned to brushing soil because the alternative involved answering. Dev opened a cloth-wrapped survey book dated 1920. The paper smelled of mildew and cedar. A hand-drawn map placed the seed house at the meeting of 5 narrow paths, only 2 of which appeared on the present farm plan. The cups are offering places, they said. Seed, feather, bread, lamp oil, coal. All 5 anchors at one stone? Bronwyn asked. No, this is the Hallows stone. The other tokens witness the founding exchange. Dev traced a faded note without touching it. The anchors were separate, but never independent. Cicely's folding ruler clicked open and shut in her hand. You knew that, I said. I knew the stones were linked. Did you know the sponsor pins cross the spiral? The 2026 plan described temporary signage. I did not review the foundation hardware. Because temporary things cannot cause permanent damage? Her expression held. Because I made a mistake. It was a direct answer. I had prepared several sharper lines and found nowhere honest to put them. Iona solved the problem by tapping the plan. 5 pins are not merely inside the perimeter. They occupy the offering cups. Rua's half-smile vanished. Iron driven through places meant to receive gifts. The installer would not have seen the cups, I said. They were buried. Intent matters, he said. It is not the only thing that matters. The statement sat between us, larger than the hardware. Dickie had approached as far as Bronwyn's inner cone. Without the antlered hat, his thin white hair stood in every direction. My mother used to leave the first seed there. We turned. When? Dev asked. Before the judging got serious. Everybody brought the seeds that did something odd. Pumpkins with 2 stems, white fruit from orange parents, 1 grew square around a milk crate, and 1 no prize because my father said geometry was showing off. Anonymous exchange? Dev asked. Dickie nodded. You took a packet that wasn't yours, grew whatever arrived, complained all season, and saved seed anyway. Rua looked at the volunteer vines. Change given somewhere to go. Why did it stop? I asked. Dickie rubbed one ear. Town wanted a proper fair. Ribbons, weight classes. Visitors didn't buy pumpkins they thought looked sick. The exchange records disappear after 1957, Dev said. Cicely went still. Rua noticed. So did I. What happened in 1958? I asked. A veil incident, Cicely said. Not relevant to pulling the pins. That was not my question. And this is not the moment for that history. Rua gave a humorless laugh. Reeves are excellent at scheduling truth after it can help. I marked 1958 in my notebook. There would be a moment. If Cicely would not choose it, I would. Can you tell what it does? I asked. It does not. What? That is the problem. He stopped 2 feet from the slate, his horse ear flattened. Iona unfolded the installation plan across an upturned crate. 12 iron pins, she said. 3 for the sponsor arch, 4 directional boards, 2 photo backdrops, 3 safety barriers. Safety, Rua said. His smile had edges. Iron always enjoys that name. Iona pointed to small black marks around the seed house. 5 go through the old anchor perimeter. We pulled 3, I said. The other 9 are marked. Fenna has the extractor. Fenna has the what? A hydraulic post puller rolled into view behind the county vehicle. Fenna walked beside it, wearing gloves and a look of personal vindication. Card 14B was insufficient, she said. I escalated to agricultural hardware. The card was for carrots, Iona said. The carrots did not require hydraulics. They migrated across a state road, under their own power, different authority. I stepped between them. Pull the iron first, debate root vegetable jurisdiction later. The operation took 90 minutes and involved no backhoe, despite Dickie's repeated assessment of readiness. Iona located pins. Fenna attached the puller. I ran the tractor to lift the deeper ones. Rua stayed near the stone, telling us when the pressure changed. Each pin came free with a rusty complaint. At the 6th, the ground beneath my boots warmed. At the 9th, the blue lamps at the farm stand went out and relit. At the 12th, the anchor stone exhaled. There was no other word for it. Air moved from beneath the seed house sill, smelling of cold soil, crushed vine, bonfire smoke, and the inside of an old wooden drawer. The volunteer strep rustled, though the morning lay still. Field 6 answered. Black pulp drew toward roots. Not far. An inch, perhaps 2. 1 intact, green-tacked pumpkin lifted from its sagging vine, regained color, and settled into its shape. The crowd by the chrysanthemums applauded. I turned. They examined flowers with renewed intensity. Rua crouched beside the restored pumpkin. A released tooth, he said, not a healed mouth. Can you ever say something encouraging without including anatomy? Your row stopped failing. I checked the neighboring fruit. Firm, cool, its stem still green. Relief moved through me so hard my knees weakened. 1 row was not a crop. It was not the sponsor payment or the property tax installment, or proof that the rest could be saved. It was 1 row. It was alive. I pressed the heel of my hand against my sternum, as if that might keep the feeling from showing. Rua looked up. His face softened. I stood before he could say anything unfortunate. We tested the recovered row before anyone touched it. Jessa took temperature. Iona checked for iron response. Dev photographed the stone in fruit positions. Talia, who had no official scientific role, cut bread and distributed it to prevent hope from becoming fasting. The restored pumpkin remained firm under pressure. Its sugar content matched an ordinary immature fruit. Its seeds were viable, but not fully developed. Magic had not rewound time or created a finished crop. It had stopped the forced collapse and returned the plant to a living process. It needs another week. Hallows is in 6 days, Bronwyn replied. Then it won't be a display pumpkin. She looked at the fruit, then crossed display from her working list. Seed demonstration? Maybe. Food? Talia asked. Not yet. Compost? Dickie offered. Not everything has to become useful this morning, Rua said. The group quieted. I placed a plain wooden marker beside the fruit. Recovering, do not harvest. No sponsor logo, no promise date. The anchor current settled around the sign without changing it. A sign it approves, Rilla said. A sign containing accurate information. These conditions can coexist. I left the pumpkin growing. An SUV turned into the drive. No, I said. Paige Cormer parked beside the farm stand in a copper raincoat, cream trousers, and white sneakers. She emerged holding a hard-sided presentation case, and the confidence of a person who had not yet stepped into the North Field. "Mara," she called. "I came as soon as legal approved the revised narrative." Nessa's camera swung toward her. Paige smiled automatically. "No photographs until hair checks," she said. "This isn't a brand shoot," Nessa answered. "Everything visible is a brand shoot." Rua leaned close to me. "Is she the glass woman?" "Yes." She escaped. Paige approached the field. "I've brought replacement product options, visitor flow concepts, and a language matrix for the soil event." "Stay on the lane," I said. "Of course." She stepped off the lane. Her left sneaker entered black pulp to the ankle. Paige froze. The pulp made the intimate sound. Nessa took one photograph. "Delete that," Paige said. "Public agricultural conditions. My shoe is not a condition." The pulp climbed the white rubber by half an inch and formed two pale letters across the toe. N-O. Rua made a choking sound. I looked at him. His hand covered his mouth, but his shoulders shook. "Do not encourage the field. It has found its voice. It has found Paige's shoe." Paige stood on one foot while Talia and Bronwyn extracted her. The sneaker remained in the mud. The pulp swallowed it with a satisfied bubble. "Immersive," Nessa said. Paige looked at me with the cold focus of a woman who had just lost expensive footwear to a stakeholder. "We need to discuss containment. We are containing you on the lane." "The event." Rua's laughter stopped. His head turned toward the seed house. "What?" I asked. He did not answer. The restored rows sagged, not collapsing, pulling, as if a current under the farm had tightened around something farther away. Rua crossed to the anchor stone in 3 quick strides. "The iron was one lock," he said. "There is another." He put both hands on the slate. The carved letters filled with blue-black light. His coat snapped in a wind no one else felt. Fox ears, rook feathers, horse eyes. One foot struck the ground as a hoof. His back arched. "Rua." "Words," he gasped. "Something written. It names." His body broke into choices. Horse shoulders surged beneath the coat, while his hands remained human. Black wings tore outward, then vanished into red fur. Horns curved from his temples. His face shifted too quickly to hold eyes, mouth, or breath. Everyone moved at once. "Stop," I shouted. They did. I had not meant them. I had meant the magic, which showed no respect for volume. Rua collapsed beside the stone with one black hoof, one human knee, feathers fused along his left arm, and panic moving visibly beneath every unfinished shape. Cicely pushed through the cones. "We need to get him away from the anchor." "How?" Fenna asked. "Blanket and 4 people." "No." My voice came out sharper than the post puller. "Nobody touches him." Rua's eyes found mine. One round, one horizontal, both terrified. I crouched outside reach. "Can you move?" His throat changed before sound came. "Heat." "The bent antler?" Talia asked. "Too public. Too far. Too many thresholds." I looked at the seed house. Old timber. No iron pins now. Cast iron stove inside, but movable distance from the north wall. Seed drawers, blankets in the loft. Doors I controlled. "Seed house," I said. "Clear it." Bronwyn moved first. She directed witnesses back, sent Paige to the farm stand, and ordered Dickie to create a privacy perimeter. Dickie straightened his antlered hat. "Under what classification?" "Personal." He took off the hat. Talia and I opened the seed house doors. Iona shifted the stove screen and checked for stray iron tools. We laid a wool blanket on an old sled because the runners were ash wood. I returned to Rua. "We can move you on the sled," I said. "No one touches you unless you say. Is that all right?" His unfinished hand clawed at the soil. A black feather loosened and stuck to the sweat on his wrist. "Mara." It was not an answer. "I need yes or no." And Shapes shuddered. "Yes." We moved the world around him instead of moving him first. Blanket under one side, then the other. Wood beneath. Talia kept her hands visible. I told Rua every motion before it happened. When the sled crossed the seed house threshold, the farm's old trapped breath released him by 1 degree. Not enough. But his hoof became a foot. I shut the doors on cameras, committees, decks, sponsor shoes, and every person who believed a crisis became public by existing. Inside, Rua shook beside the cold stove. I knelt 3 feet away. "Tell me what you need." His face held human shape long enough to look at me, not to be watched. Chapter 6. Rua. In the dark, my body became 5 doors opening into the same narrow hall. Horse pressed through my shoulders. Rook compressed my ribs. Fox drew my spine long and low. Goat drove horns against a skull that remained human enough to understand pain. Each shape knew how to exist alone, none knew how to share. The seed house smelled of dry paper, mouse-chewed wood, cold ash, and Mara. She had turned off the lamp when I asked. She had not left. "I'm by the north wall," she said. Her voice gave me distance without making me find her. "Talia is outside. Everyone else is beyond the lane. The doors are shut." I tried to answer. My jaw lengthened, teeth changed their arrangement. Sound broke into a horse's harsh breath. "You don't need to talk." This was what people said immediately before asking questions. Mara did not ask one. Wood scraped softly. A match struck. She lit the stove without lighting the overhead lamp, feeding kindling one piece at a time. The iron door stood across the room. Even at that distance, its cold shape tugged at me, but the warmth began to soften the edges of the lock. "The stove is 15 feet away," she said. Iona checked the room. There are iron nails in the roof and hinges on the outside door. Nothing loose within 6 feet. My hand, human again for one blessed moment, gripped the blanket. "Coat," I managed. "Your coat is still on." It had twisted as I changed. One sleeve cut into the feathers fused along my arm. The collar pulled across a shoulder, trying to become hoarse. Mara understood. "Do you want it off?" "Yes." "Can I come closer?" I swallowed through a throat that would not remain one species. "Yes." Her boots crossed the floor. Slow, stopped beside the blanket. "Can I touch the coat?" I laughed, or tried. The sound emerged as a rook's dry croak. "You ask very small questions." "You can answer small questions." There it was, not pity, not soothing. A practical bridge laid one plank at a time. Yes, she loosened the buttons. Her hands never brushed skin she had not named first. Collar, right shoulder, left sleeve where the fabric had caught beneath feathers. "This part will hurt," she said. Already ambitious. "Do you want me to cut the sleeve?" No. The coat was one of few objects that changed with me. I did not know who had made it anymore, only that it remembered every shape and had never required me to choose. "Pull when the feathers flatten." "Tell me when." I persuaded the rook feathers to lie along my arm. Fox fur surfaced at my wrist. Horse muscle seized beneath it. "Now." Mara pulled. Pain flashed white. Then the sleeve came free, and the coat slid away. Cold struck harder without it. My teeth clicked. Some were human, some not. Mara spread my coat over the wool blanket and moved back. "Food," I said. The door opened 1 inch. Talia's voice entered. "I have broth, oatcakes, eggs, peanut butter, dried fruit, cheese, honey, and something Mara made." "That last item is hostile," Mara said. "Nutritionally dense." It bent my spoon. A weak spoon. I managed another croak. This one might have been laughter. "Can Talia come in?" Mara asked. The thought of another gaze tightened every shape. "No. He'll leave the basket." Talia did. The door closed. Mara carried the basket near, then stopped. Hunger hollowed me from throat to hips. Shifting normally cost a meal. Holding 5 shifts apart was burning through anything left. My fingers would not stay fingers long enough to grip a cup. Yes, she knelt with a jar and spoon. Peanut butter, molasses, oats. The hostile item. Talia brought the peanut butter, I added the rest. A coalition government. Open. I opened my mouth and discovered fox teeth. Mara paused. "Can you eat with those?" "Better than yours." She offered the spoon. The mixture was appalling. Thick, sweet, salted, and exactly what my body wanted. I swallowed 3 spoonfuls before dignity returned enough to object. "This is feed." "Yes, for livestock. It's for you. You are eating it. Your categories shift under pressure." "I'm learning." She fed me the jar. Heat reached my stomach first, then spread outward. My left arm chose human. The hoof relaxed into a foot. Rook pressure eased around my ribs enough to draw a complete breath. Mara sat back on her heels. In firelight, her hair looked darker, the blunt ends damp from mist. Mud marked one cheek. She had not noticed. "What happens if it doesn't release?" she asked. A large question. She asked it only after I could answer. "Eventually one shape wins." "That sounds good. It may not be the shape with a mind capable of returning." Her face did not change much. Her hand tightened around the spoon. "Has that happened before?" "Nearly." Iron? Iron, fear, too many people requiring the same answer. The coastal village rose in memory before I could stop it. Salt wind, camera flashes, a parade bridle decorated with blue ribbons. Human hands threading iron through leather because their beautiful black horse had become a screaming man in front of visitors. My shoulders shifted. Mara lowered her gaze to the jar, not away from disgust, a way to reduce the weight of attention. What interrupts it, she asked. Heat, food, distance from iron, sometimes a chosen name. You told me Rua. Names have rhythm. Show me. The request hardened the room. Mara heard it. No, sorry, tell me whether you want me to know. This was more dangerous than the first question. A chosen name cadence could call my attention through panic and form. It was not ownership, it had become ownership before. Mara waited without filling the silence. Outside, someone moved a cone. Dickie announced that privacy included not whispering at full volume. Bronwyn told him to go home. I looked at Mara's scarred thumb, the hand that had held near me instead of taking. 3 beats, I said, not the way you say it now. Listen. I tapped the floor with one human finger. Rua. A pause inside the name. Then the final beat, not spoken, but breathed. She repeated it softly. Wrong. You closed the pause, I said. Again. I showed her. She tried again. Better. The sound found the part of me beneath shapes and laid a warm hand against it. I shuddered. Mara stopped. Did that hurt? No. Was it too much? Yes. She set the spoon down. I won't use it unless you tell me. If I cannot tell you and the shift is dangerous, use it once. Invitation, not command. If it does not help, stop. Who decides dangerous? You will have to. I don't like that. Neither do I. Good. The word made one fox ear appear. Mara saw it, and did not comment. Who taught the last person? She asked. The small question carried a large shadow. I did. Did they use it wrong? Eventually. Mara waited. Humans often called waiting patience while filling it with expectation. Her silence was different. A gate left unlatched, not held open by force. There was a village on the west coast, I said. Not here. Across the ocean. They sold the sea to visitors in paper cups and painted every door blue. The sea fit? Poorly. It leaked into postcards. Her mouth moved. They liked a black horse on the cliffs, I continued. A wild thing seen at sunset. They did not like the horse becoming a man beside the public toilets. No sense of theater. The facilities were ugly. I improved them. Naturally. A hotel owner offered food if I appeared on certain evenings. Then schedules. Then a bridle for photographs. He said it was decorative. The iron bit returned to my mouth as memory. Blood, salt, and the impossible command to hold one jaw. My teeth changed. Mara's gaze dropped at once. I breathed until the fox canines receded. When I shifted in front of a crowd, they panicked, I said. The hotel owner knew my cadence. He used it to stop me, then had men hold the bridle while I was between shapes. They threaded iron through the leather. Mara's hand tightened around the empty jar. How did you get free? I became something they had not seen. What? Angry. She looked up despite herself. That isn't a shape. Everything is a shape if inhabited thoroughly. Rua? A seal, briefly. The bridle did not account for whiskers. You became a seal on land? It was not my best tactical hour. How far was the water? Farther than dignity permits me to specify. She breathed out. Not laughter, not quite. The point, I said, is that private knowledge becomes a tool in whichever hand holds it. Then why give it to me? I had answers available. The anchor had caught me. The investigation required emergency procedure. She was a farmer who understood grafts. None was the answer under them. You stopped everyone, I said, outside, when I fell. You were hurt. Most humans move closer to hurt. They call it helping before asking what help is. I wanted to. I know. I almost let Cicely move you. But you did not. That doesn't make me safe. The admission reached somewhere the cadence had not. Safe people loved declaring themselves safe. They wore the word like a medal and treated doubt as an insult. Mara examined herself as she examined a diseased rind, willing to cut through appearances and unhappy with every finding. No, they said, it does not. I need you to tell me when I get it wrong. I will be delighted. You are delighted too easily. You are delighted too secretly. The fox ear appeared again. Mara pointed at it. That. What does that mean? Cold. The second followed. She looked toward the stove. I can add wood. Cruel woman. Tell me or don't. Curiosity. Sometimes attention I have failed to contain. About what? Currently, the way you ask whether you are safe instead of informing me. Her cheeks changed color. Not dramatically. A warmer undertone beneath field-cold skin. I looked away first. Your face did something, I said. Faces do that. At last, consensus. She opened the broth. Steam filled the seed house with onion, chicken, and thyme. This time I held the cup myself. My fingers trembled, but remained fingers. The graft behind the seed house, I said after drinking. The apple tree. Mara glanced toward the north wall as if she could see through it. What about it? 2 varieties. 3. Northern Spy rootstock, Ashmead's kernel on the east leader, Roxbury russet west. Which is the real tree? All of it. The answer came without hesitation. I looked at her. She understood. That's not the same. No, it is adjacent. You liked that word. It nearly became useful. Mara shifted to sit against the seed drawers, knees drawn up. A graft has a stable root system, and a changed crown. It has documented varieties. Of course. Trees become valid when labeled. They become manageable. There it is. She rubbed dried pulp from one boot. Management is not a deuce. No. She looked up, surprised I had agreed. But neither is it love, I said. The fire settled with a soft fall of ash. I don't love pumpkins, she said. You ran into a field when they called. They are my crop. Useful things, then? That's not what I meant. It often isn't. Her face closed. I regretted the strike as soon as it landed. This was another form I knew too well. The joke sharpened until it kept everyone at a distance. Your farm has roots, I said. It also has grafts, volunteers, paths that move, signs with judgment, and turkeys who have rejected your authority. Perhaps management and change are not enemies? The turkeys have not rejected my authority. Tax struck the outside door. He cannot hear us, she said. Tax struck twice. Mara looked at the ceiling. Traitor. I laughed. Human this time. The last lock released. Pain unwound along my spine. Feathers slipped free and dissolved before they reached the blanket. My legs lengthened evenly. The fox ear remained for one extra breath, then folded into black curls. I lay on my back, human-shaped, exhausted, and more relieved than pride allowed. Mara did not celebrate. She checked the time. 47 minutes since the stone. Your romance with documentation continues. Any pain? Everywhere. Specific? Shoulders, spine, hips, jaw, pride. I don't treat the last one. Negligence. She handed me my coat. I put it beneath my head instead. Sleep, she said. You? I'm staying until your shape holds. It holds. One black feather appeared at my wrist. Mara raised an eyebrow. Decorative, I said. Sleep. I did. When I woke, dawn pressed gray against the seed house windows. The stove was low. My body remained one body, though the possibilities rested close and easy beneath it. Mara slept sitting against the seed drawers. She had not taken the cot in the loft. She had not lain beside me, or left for her own bed. She had stayed upright on a hard floor so I would wake, with distance intact. Her head leaned against a drawer labeled 1989, Keepers, Late. One hand rested open beside her knee. I looked toward the ladder to the loft. One narrow window faced the cedar windbreak. A separate exterior stair had collapsed years ago, but the doorway remained. I imagined a repaired stair, a door with a lock chosen from something other than iron, a place for my coat, a roof broad enough for rooks, a pantry shelf that did not require permission. The image arrived complete. I fled from it by standing. Mara woke instantly. Are you all right? Perfectly. Fox ears. She looked at them, then at me. Breakfast, she said. I could have left through the north door before she lit the stove. The diagnostic agreement did not require breakfast. Gloamsbury's roads were still open. 11 days had not become a promise merely because I had imagined furniture. Before food, Mara made me test the body I claimed was stable. Hands, she said. I opened and closed them. Human, then fox-furred at the knuckles, then human again by choice. Vision. Offensively clear. Balance. I stood on one foot. A goat hoof replaced it. That seems like cheating, she said. It is excellent balance. Pain? Reduced. Specific? Shoulders 4 of 10, spine 3, hips 2, jaw 1, pride terminal. Still untreated. She wrote the numbers on the field sheet and added follow-up after food. No large shifts until noon. You do not prescribe my shape. Recommendation, not rule. Do you accept? I checked the difference. My body wanted small changes only. Large mass movement would hurt. Yes. Mara changed the heading from restriction to agreed recovery plan. The alteration took 2 seconds and changed the paper's weight. At the door, Talia waited with fresh eggs and did not enter. Report? He asked. Stable, sore, hungry, Mara said. May I ask him? She stepped aside. Stable, sore, hungry, I repeated. Excellent. The eggs accept all 3 conditions. He left the basket and went away, trusting us to feed ourselves. Yes, I said. Chapter 7. Mara. I woke to find Rua human, the turkeys indoors, and every seed drawer relabeled with how its contents felt about authority. The drawer behind my head no longer read 1989 Keepers, late. It read Compliant in Public, Experimental in Root Cellars. I sat up too quickly. My neck objected. Tax stood on the work table with a paper packet in his beak. Title occupied the bottom rung of the loft ladder. Escrow had wedged himself beneath the stove bench and was making a low sound of institutional disapproval. No. All 3 looked at me. Outside, Tax dropped the packet. Rua turned from the stove. He wore his trousers, shirt, and one of my father's old flannel overshirts. The dark green coat hung from a peg to dry. His hair was damp at the temples, and no animal parts were visible. They came through the maze, he said. The maze is 300 yards away. It has become ambitious. The doors were locked. The maze disagrees with doors. I stood. Every muscle had fossilized around the seed drawers. Did you let them in? Fox ears appeared. Outside, I told the turkeys. They did not move. Rua clicked his tongue once. Tax, title, and escrow formed a line and walked to the north door. Do not do that, I said. Release them? Outrank me on my own turkeys. Leadership is a burden. They are not following you because you're qualified. A common system. He opened the door. The birds marched out. Tax paused on the threshold to look back at me with the grave sympathy of a colleague after restructuring. I shut the door harder than necessary. You slept, Rua said, against furniture. A heroic sacrifice. You were supposed to wake me if your condition changed. It changed into sleep. Rua, then hunger, then curiosity, then breakfast. He gestured toward the stove. The order may reassure your clipboard. A skillet warmed on the iron top. Eggs, potatoes, and something green sizzled in butter. 2 plates waited on the work table beside coffee. Where did you get food? Talia left a basket. You cooked? I have encountered fire before. In that order? His smile widened. Sit. You don't order me in my seat house. Please sit while objecting. I sat. The food was good. Not Talia good. The potatoes had too much salt, and the eggs had crisp brown edges, but hunger erased criticism. Rua ate twice as fast as I did, refilled his plate, then pulled the wrapped biscuit from his coat and added it to the meal. You told me 3, I said. 3 in the meeting. You concealed the 4th. Talia concealed it. I discovered it under field conditions. You ate it during breakfast. All conditions become field conditions eventually. I drank coffee. It was strong enough to restart minor machinery. How do you feel? He considered the question instead of decorating it. Sore, stable, hungry. I pushed the remaining potatoes toward him. His eyes dropped to my hand. Black feathers touched his wrists and receded. Thank you, he said. It was the most ordinary thing he had said since I found him. That made it more intimate than the chosen cadence. I stood and inspected the drawers. Lettuce, bolts early, had become leaves under deadlines. Marrowfat peas, low yield, had become small but politically organized. Three Sisters corn, 2004, read, resents the name, has 4 cousins. Rua followed with his coffee. I did not change them. Fox ears. Not deliberately, he amended. How does a label accidentally develop labor politics? Proximity. The drawers have contained opinions longer than seeds. I pulled open the pea drawer. Packets lay in orderly rows exactly where I had left them. The label on the front shimmered, reconsidered, and added, requests trellis representation. Stop encouraging it. I am drinking coffee. You are pleased. Is pleasure regulated? On working farms, yes. Tax scratched outside the door. Rua went still. Not with fear. Attention. The turkey had dropped the old packet near the work table. Its paper was brown with age, one corner damp from his beak. In faded pencil, someone had written Mabel's Uglies, 1957. I picked it up. Inside were no seeds. A strip of folded paper listed 12 surnames: Dwyer, Rook, Bellwether, Kittredge, Fitch, Pike, Lark, Shaw, and 4 I did not recognize. Beside each was a symbol: fork stem, double rind, white stripe, backward vine. Rua looked over my shoulder. An exchange. Could be a judging class. No winners. Maybe the results were elsewhere. No ranks. You don't know that. Everyone receives something marked by someone else's change. His finger followed the arrows drawn between names. Dwyer to Pike. Pike to Lark. No one takes their own. The seed drawers clicked around us. Mabel's Uglies had been filed between 1956, Prize Howdens, and 1958, New Fair Standards. I pulled both neighboring drawers. The 1956 packets described flaws with affection. Scarred east side, sweet flesh, 2 stems, good keeper. Climbed apple tree, impossible to harvest, but worth it. The 1958 packets used numbers: weight, color, days to maturity, uniformity score. No arrows, no exchanges. The difference extended beyond labels. The 1957 drawer contained packets folded from reused paper, church bulletins, feed invoices, a child's arithmetic sheet, 1 rejected festival poster. Each carried more than seed: household notes, weather, which fence the vine crossed, who disliked the soup made from it. The crop existed inside community memory. The 1958 drawer used printed envelopes purchased in bulk. Variety, weight, germination rate. No grower names beyond lot codes. The information improved, I said. Rua held both kinds side by side. And narrowed. Standard records let farmers compare results. The old notes let them compare lives. A life doesn't fit in a seed inventory. Neither does a plant. I opened a packet from 1956. Inside, 3 seeds remained, and a note in my grandfather's hand. Grew badly by barn, better by wall. Mara says wall listens. Mara is 6, and should stop eavesdropping on masonry. I read it twice. You heard fields before adulthood trained it out, Rua said. I was 6. Children are often people before categories harden. Children also eat paste. Multitudes. The wall beside us creaked. I did not acknowledge it. Rua touched the old envelope. You can keep standard measurements and restore relational history. Both systems. A graft. Documented varieties. Of course. I created a new field in the database. Unplanned trait, context, community note. The seed drawer label changed to records learning to bend. I let it remain. Change kept is change lost, I said. Rua touched the 1957 paper but not my hand. Change traded remains change. By 9, Dickie sat at the work table wearing a hat with a broad brim stitched in seed packets. Dev had brought magnifying glasses and archive sleeves. Cicely arrived without the Accord ledger, which I noticed. Dickie held Mabel's Uglies near the window. Mabel Horn, best ugly pumpkins in the county. What made them ugly? Dev asked. Nothing consistent. That was the trouble. Why exchange seed anonymously? So nobody could pick the useful one. Dickie turned the paper. If you drew a backward vine, you grew it. Complained, swore, tied it to something, and brought seed back next Hallows. What was the purpose, I asked. Dickie frowned as if I had asked the purpose of weather. To see what happened. Rua leaned against the drawers, arms folded. A festival once allowed that? Before tourists wanted the same picture every year. Cicely looked at the 1958 drawer. The exchange became impractical as the fair grew. Impractical, Rua said. A word placed over graves when expensive is too honest. Families needed reliable crops. They still do, I said. He looked at me. Predictability isn't evil, I continued. Seed saving isn't valuable if the farm fails before spring. No. His answer was quiet. But neither is a crop alive because its invoice succeeded. Cicely tapped the 1958 packet. The old exchange may be symbolic, not functional. Removing the ion produced a measurable improvement. We should continue physical remediation before reviving abandoned rights. You said the stone had another written lock, I reminded Rua. Not the stone, something the stone answers to. The Accord? Dev asked. His feathers rose. Or the festival charter. Words connected to expectation. I could not see past the pull. Cicely's folding ruler clicked in her pocket. You know something, I said. I know there are multiple documents. I do not know which one caught him. Bring all of them. Mara, Rule 3. Her eyes closed briefly. Relevant facts before the test they could ruin. Yes, I'll bring them. Dickie and Dev left with the 1957 paper. Cicely followed, taking the 1958 drawer inventory but not the seeds. I watched her cross the yard until Bronwyn's orange bicycle carried her out of sight. Rua gathered plates from breakfast. You don't trust her, I said. She brought you incomplete truth and called it protection. That wasn't an answer. I learned from local custom. He set the plates in a wash basin. My father's flannel hung too short at his wrists. Black feathers touched the cuffs when he mentioned Cicely, then withdrew. Do you trust her? I asked. To love the town? Yes. That isn't the same as trusting her. No. Love is often where humans hide their worst methods. You're cheerful before lunch. I have eaten. I opened the sponsor contract on my laptop. North Notch had attached 42 pages of display standards to a crop agreement that fit on 6. I searched uniform, then variance, then heritage. Uniform appeared 83 times. Variance appeared twice, both under prohibited display characteristics. Heritage appeared 19 times and did not once refer to saved seed. Rua came to stand behind me. Your screen has learned oppression. It's a PDF. A sealed form. Suspicious. Stop reading over my shoulder. I scrolled through photographs of ideal pumpkins. Round, unscarred, deeply orange, stems aligned at an attractive angle. My own signature appeared beneath the standards. I remembered signing in March. Snow still covered the north slope. Payroll was due. The irrigation pump had failed inspection. Hage had used words like partnership and regional visibility. I had read every page for pricing, liability, cancellation, and crop loss terms. I had not considered what the pumpkins thought of their stems, because pumpkins did not think. I was not surrendering that point merely because one carved governor had called for its mother. The contract required all display fruit to reach full color between October 18th and 20th. We had used row cover to warm late plants, cut irrigation to accelerate curing, and culled anything off schedule. I did this, I said. Rua did not rush to agree, which was somehow worse. You grew them, he said. I forced the maturity window. Did you know it would sour the anchor? No. Then you caused a condition. You did not commit a betrayal. I looked at him. That's generous. Do not spread it around. My phone rang. Lyle. I answered on speaker because secrecy had produced sufficient yield for one morning. Tell me you accepted the replacements, he said. Not yet. Mara. Imported pumpkins failed at Town Hall. Those were local decorations. The magic is following the display standard, not the field. There was a pause. Lyle did not believe in magic the way he believed in bank notices. He accepted the uncanny as one accepted zoning, irritating, real, and best managed through correct forms. North Notch wants a site meeting tomorrow, he said. They can stage delivery outside town and bring stock in the morning of the fair. Rua shook his head. It will collapse when the crowd expects the same thing, I said. Your consultant say that? Yes. What's his qualification? Rua leaned toward the phone. Being the thing your town has failed to replace. Silence. Is that him? Lyle asked. Yes. He living in the seed house now? No. Fox ears. He is recovering there. North Notch will dislike that. North Notch does not lease the seed house. I hold the note on it. The words struck where intended. Rua's ears flattened. Tomorrow, Lyle said. 10 o'clock. Hear Page out before you bury the farm in symbolism. He ended the call. For a moment, the rewritten drawers were the only conversation in the room. One clicked open an inch, displaying a label that now read Debt, Germinates in Shade. I pushed it closed. Rua rested both hands on the work table. Does he own this building? He holds a mortgage interest. Can he remove you? Not today. A very human reassurance. It's the one I have. He looked toward the loft. The expression on his face was gone before I could identify it. I closed the laptop. The test plot first. Panic after lunch. Scheduled panic. Efficient. Your natural habitat. After they left, I carried 2 trays of seed outside. The north test plot sat above the ruined field, 40 feet square and empty except for volunteer weeds. Rain had softened the soil. I marked 12 positions with plain wooden stakes. Rua followed, wearing my father's flannel and carrying the 1957 exchange list inside an archive sleeve. We need a controlled comparison, I said. 6 commercial saved lines, 6 irregular. Same water, soil, exposure. We exchange packets before planting, so neither of us chooses traits. You propose surrendering control through a controlled procedure. Yes. Beautiful. Don't ruin it. I placed 2 sacks on the ground. Rua reached for the left. Wait. His hand stopped. I looked at the volunteer strip, the narrow rows, the old paths beneath both. Rua's human form suited the seed packets. Hands opened envelopes more easily than hooves or beaks. That did not mean it suited him. I had been about to tell him which shape would serve the work. I changed the question. Which shape is comfortable for this? Rua went utterly still. The farm moved around him. Crows crossed the windbreak. Water ticked from the seed house eaves. Tax argued with his reflection in the tractor mirror. Comfortable, Rua repeated. Yes. His face held no smile. No ears, no feathers, nothing to tell me what I had done. Then his body folded into a red fox, quick and clean. He sat beside the seed sacks with his white throat bright against the mud. I crouched. Fox? He nodded. Can a fox draw a packet? He placed one black paw on the left sack. I held it open. Fine, I said, but if you eat the evidence, it comes out of your consultancy fee. Rua's fox smile showed every tooth. Chapter 8. Rua. I chose Fox because Fox was comfortable. Then I spent 20 minutes pretending Mara's question had meant nothing. She opened both seed sacks and turned away while I selected a packet with my paw. This method lacked precision. The packet I wanted caught under 2 others. One slid across the mud. A third adhered to my nose. Mara did not help. I sneezed. The packet flew into the test plot. Comfortable? She asked. I glared. That wasn't commentary. I need to know whether the method works. I became a man with the packet stuck to my forehead. Her face remained straight for nearly 3 seconds. Do not, I said. She removed it carefully. North Notch Howden F3, the label read. Random selection successful. Your science humiliates participants. Your shape chose adhesive paper. My shape chose dignity. Conditions interfered. We exchanged packets without looking at labels. Mara drew one of the 1956 irregular lines. Pale, crooked stem, climbed east fence. I drew the standardized Howden. Neither looked pleased with its assignment. This, according to the 1957 instructions Dickey had reconstructed, was part of the point. We offer what changed, Mara read from Dev's transcription. We receive what we did not plan. We grow what arrives long enough to learn its name. Do seeds have names now? Don't make me defend your position. A narrow escape. She handed me a dibber. I remained human because tools were designed by a species confident everyone possessed thumbs at identical height. We opened 12 holes in the wet soil, placed seeds, and traded positions after each one so neither person planted a complete row. The procedure was orderly enough for Mara and disorderly enough for the anchor. At the final hole, she held out her palm. A single seed lay in the center, cream-colored and ridged. Yours, she said. Ours if the exchange functions. Her eyes lifted to mine. Fine, ours. We set it in the earth together without touching hands. The near contact carried more attention than contact might have. My wrists feathered. Mara covered the seed and pretended not to notice. The anchor stone warmed beneath the seed house. A faint current moved across the plot, then stopped at its edge. Something, Mara said. Small. Small is measurable. Is that how you speak to Joy? Joy needs a control group. We covered the plot with wire mesh against mice. Mara used wooden pegs instead of metal, and tied each corner with a knot so uniform I suspected she had trained the twine. I became a fox again and paced the perimeter. Why fox? She asked. The question carried no demand to become human for answering. I sat on the uphill side and curled my tail around my paws. Can you speak like that? I nodded. Then this will be inefficient. I nodded again. She drove the final peg. Comfortable doesn't mean useful. But you picked it. Yes. Mara rested her forearms on her knees. Is Fox always comfortable? I considered becoming human to explain, which would have defeated the conversation. Instead, I stood, stretched, and trotted toward the volunteer strip. Fox was comfortable because the shape expected edges. Hedgerows, ditches, gaps beneath doors. It did not require the whole road. Fox could want food without calling hunger weakness, and leave a place without turning departure into philosophy. Fox listened with a complete body. Fox fit between human assumptions. At the first volunteer vine, I stopped and touched my nose to a scarred pale pumpkin. Then I crossed to the sponsor row and stood beside a perfect collapsed fruit. I returned to the volunteer, circled twice, and lay down. Mara watched. You like margins. I thumped my tail once. Fox fits places nobody planned. Again, and nobody expects it to stay. My tail did not move. Her eyes narrowed. Was that wrong? I became a man sitting in the weeds. It was accurate. Then why do you look annoyed? Accuracy can be rude. She sat beside me, leaving 3 feet between us. What about horse? Roads, weather, distance. Rook, height, company without conversation, shiny theft. Goat, I looked toward tax, title, and escrow, who had discovered the spilled test stakes and were conducting an audit with their beaks. Contrariness made athletic. Human, the word sat differently. Doors, I said. Doors, built for that height, cubs, pens, trousers, meetings. Humans design the world to reward the human arrangement, then call everyone else inconvenient. Mara looked at her own hands. You use it often. It is often useful. I didn't ask useful. No, she had not. Sometimes comfortable, I admitted. Sometimes costume. Sometimes both. How do you tell? How do you? She almost objected, then stopped. I don't change species. Your meeting face and field face might disagree. Those are expressions. Your meeting face has iron hinges. Useful. Comfortable? She picked a burr from her trouser cuff. Sometimes costume. Sometimes both. The answer warmed something I had kept cold on purpose. From the farm stand came a crash. Escrow had overturned the stake bucket. Tax stood inside it. Title attempted to remove the handle. Mara rose. Your government is failing. It is young. We rescued the stakes. In human form, I carried the bucket, because as Mara did not mention, it fit the work. At the seed house, she gave me a length of orange flagging tape. Mark the path you feel, she said, not the path on my map. You are inviting unplanned routing? For the test. Your recklessness flowers. I can revoke it. And there is the rootstock. We documented the first hour after planting. No impossible germination yet. Soil temperature rose 1 degree around exchange seed and remained unchanged around controls. Brass markers turned toward the partner who had not selected that packet. The standardized seed did not fail. It merely held still, waiting to learn whether the test demanded a prescribed outcome. Mara read moisture twice. If observation itself adds expectation, every measurement alters the result. Welcome to magic. Science accounts for observer effects. Then welcome to older science. She gave me a flat look and changed the procedure. Instead of checking every 10 minutes, we placed a simple wooden indicator beside each plot. A dry twig balanced over a shallow groove. Growth or soil movement would tip it without constant attention. Less watching, she said. More trust. Passive monitoring. Meeting face. Do you want the test or not? I want the test and the farmer admitting that not looking can be method. She wrote passive monitoring in the notebook with unnecessary force. At the final exchanged position, the twig tipped though nothing visible moved. We did not dig to check. Mara's restraint generated enough tension to power a small mill. Tomorrow, she told the soil. The soil did not promise. We walked downhill. I tied tape where the old current moved. Apple tree, broken wall, drainage swale, sponsor platform. Mara marked corresponding points on her map without forcing my route into straight lines. Where the path doubled back, she drew both versions. Maps dislike contradiction, I said. Bad maps do. Dev would approve. Dev owns 7 maps of town that cannot all be true. Perhaps that is why they are all true. Mara glanced at me. Don't encourage the archivist. We need them functional. At the swale, the orange tape pulled horizontal, though no wind crossed us. The test current snagged there, vibrating against an expectation laid down before any visitor arrived. We walked the boundary. The test current traveled downhill toward Field 6, where it touched the volunteer strip and curled back. At the north side, it snagged on the drainage swale below the sponsor display platform. Mara checked her runoff map. We tested the water. No fungicide, herbicide, fuel, or abnormal nutrients. Water carries more than substances. Emotion? Expectation. Can we test it? You have been. I stepped onto the old path beneath the swale and pulled. The world shifted without moving. Field 6 remained on our left, the test plot uphill, the seed house behind. Yet Mara approached her own farm from the west path as though she had never seen it. Her shoulders changed first. She stopped looking for what belonged where, and saw what stood there. The display platform sat above the swale, square and level. Water had run from its packed soil through sponsor rows marked for uniform maturity. The physical runoff was harmless. The intention was not. It crosses every first collapse point, she said. The field hears the display before visitors arrive. Fields don't hear. Your devotion to this belief has become touching. Mara walked beneath the platform. Orange vinyl banners waited rolled in a crate. Perfect pumpkin parade. A diagram showed 600 pumpkins arranged from smallest to largest around a central photo arch. We staged a preview last week, she said. Placed sample fruit. Paige photographed it for the campaign. When did the first pumpkin fail? The next morning. I thought it had split from overwatering. She gripped the rolled banner. Guilt moved through her like weather crossing a field, visible only because I had learned the land beneath it. You did not know, I said. The field did. Ah. She looked at me sharply. What? Nothing. I admire late conversion. I did not grant it cognition. A narrow theological distinction. Mara unrolled the banner across the platform. If we remove this, do we stop the blight? No. You answered quickly. The expectation has entered the charter, the crowd, the sponsor rules, and you. Me. You expect every living thing here to justify its space. The words left before wisdom caught them. Mara went still. You have known me for 2 days. I know the shape of your farm. That isn't me. No, I forced my voice down. It is adjacent. Stop using that word when you mean more than you can prove. She rolled the banner tightly and lifted it alone. I followed at a distance because apology had not yet found a shape she would accept. At the farm stand, Nessa waited beside her tripod. May I photograph the test plot? Mara adjusted the banner on her shoulder. From the lane, no seed labels. Nessa looked at me. And Rua? Ask him. The transfer mattered. Mara could have answered. She did not. May I photograph you? Nessa asked. In which form? Whichever you're using, and if it changes, I keep taking photographs only if you say. Yes. Nessa raised the camera. I chose Fox, partly because it remained comfortable, and partly because Mara's attention sharpened when I did. The shutter clicked. Nessa checked the screen. Her eyebrows rose. Interesting. Mara came close to spite herself. On screen, a black horse stood beside the test plot, wearing her wax jacket. Its one white ear turned toward the camera. No fox appeared. I was a fox, I said. The camera disagrees, Nessa replied. Delete it, Mara said. I looked at her. She corrected herself. Do you want it deleted? The question arrived before defensiveness. Progress. No, but don't print it without asking again. Nessa marked the image private. Agreed. She took a second photograph after asking. This one showed no body at all. Only Mara's jacket hanging in the air, above 4 fox paw prints. The third showed a rook perched on Mara's shoulder. I had remained a fox at her feet. The camera is choosing, Mara said. Or the veil, Nessa replied. Outsider-facing devices translate uncanny detail into something the viewer expects. You are not an outsider. The device was manufactured elsewhere. Maybe it has its own assumptions. I disliked the camera more with every explanation. It did not merely fail to see me. It selected a form without asking, and made the choice portable. No more, I said. Nessa lowered it immediately. Mara stepped between me and the lens, though it was already pointed at the ground. Delete the second and third. I looked at her. She caught herself. Do you want them deleted? Yes. Nessa deleted both while we watched, then showed the empty recycle folder. The first? She asked. I studied the black horse on screen. Horse was mine. The jacket was Mara's. The form was wrong for the moment, but not false. Keeping it could become evidence that a photograph documented relationship among camera, expectation, veil, and body, not objective truth. Private, I said. Show dev only, no copy. Agreed. Mara touched the edge of her jacket, where it hung on my human shoulder. Does the white ear always stay with horse? Usually. Why? Why is your hair that color? Genetics. Then mine is history. She waited to see whether I would say more. The white ear came from the first horse I had known closely enough to become, Nan's old mare. Moss. Black except for one ear bleached after an infection. She had been patient with my early shifts and ruthless about hay. A mare taught me, I said. The ear was hers. I kept it. Can you choose not to? Perhaps. I do not want to. Then it's not an error. The sentence should have been obvious. It was not. Nessa wrote nothing until I nodded permission. A delivery truck groaned up Patchworks Road. North Notch orange covered its side. Mara's face hardened. The driver parked outside the gate and climbed down with a manifest. Replacement display stock, 600 units. Page said early arrival supported transparency. The gate is closed, Mara said. She said you'd make room. Rua the horse stared from Nessa's camera. The sign behind us still read, "No single shape required." Beyond it, 600 identical pumpkins waited inside a truck like a threat made round. "They cannot enter," I said. The driver looked at Mara. She looked at me. What happens? If displayed under the same expectation, they join the field. They're already harvested. Change does not stop because a stem is cut. The driver opened the rear door to prove his cargo. Orange pumpkins filled the truck from floor to roof, each polished, each matched, each carrying the sponsor's small black sticker. The nearest fruit caved inward, then the next. Collapse traveled into the truck in a wet, orderly wave. 600 pumpkins sighed together. Black pulp rushed toward the open door. The driver jumped aside. Mara caught the manifest before it fell. Nessa lifted her camera, then lowered it and looked at me for permission. I nodded. She photographed the sponsor's perfect inventory pouring onto the road. Mara watched $42,600 become a traffic condition. "Tomorrow's press preview," she said. "Yes? You told Nessa any form you're using." "I did." "Will you appear?" This was not a request for rescue. Not yet. It was representation, offered with room for refusal. "Only as myself," I said. "Which self?" "Exactly." Mara nodded. No one defines the answer. In the ruined truck, a sponsor sticker peeled free, drifted through black pulp, and attached itself to the manifest in her hand. Uniform quality guaranteed. Mara looked at it. I looked at her. She laughed once, sharp, helpless, and real. Every feather I possessed tried to appear at the same time. Chapter 9. Mara. The replacement pumpkin truck leaked all the way to Widdershins Square. This made it easy to follow. It also made the problem public, adhesive, and subject to county road cleanup rules Fenna had never expected to enforce. 14B remains inapplicable, Iona said. Fenna stood in the square, wearing rubber boots and holding a clipboard spattered with black pulp. The material began as a round agricultural product. The card specifies mobility while retaining vegetable integrity. It retained intent. Intent is not load-bearing. Tell that to the gazebo. The pulp had climbed 2 gazebo steps, written rude across the lowest riser in pale seeds, and stopped. Bronwyn had erected cones around it and rerouted a children's costume rehearsal through the post office arcade. 12 children dressed as nocturnal animals passed in orderly pairs while staring at Rua. Rua stared back. The youngest bat waved. He waved too. His fingers became black wingtips for 1 second. The bat walked into a pillar. "Eyes forward," Bronwyn called. "Nocturnal does not mean exempt from spatial awareness." I handed Fenna the delivery manifest. "The truck cannot stay. County disposal wants the pulp contained first." "With what?" She looked at Iona. Iona looked at the gazebo. "Not carrots," they said together. Paige approached on 1 white sneaker and 1 borrowed farmstand clog. The clog was green plastic and 2 sizes too large. She had tried to hide it beneath a disposable shoe cover, giving 1 foot the appearance of an anxious aquarium. "Before we make any irreversible choices," she said, "North Notch would like to convene a response huddle." "The pumpkins are already irreversible," I said. "The narrative isn't." Behind her, the pulp added liar beneath rude. Nessa photographed the steps. Paige turned. "Is that necessary?" "Public agricultural material expressing an opinion. The opinion is defamatory." "Can you defame a corporation?" Rua asked. "Yes," Paige and Nessa said. "Can a pumpkin?" No one answered. Rua looked delighted. "Your law has discovered wonder." Paige took my elbow. I removed her hand. "Private word?" she asked. "Rua is part of the field response." "That is the private word." The pulp on the gazebo formed a question mark. We moved beneath the town hall awning. Rua followed until Paige looked at him. Then he stopped 6 feet away and leaned against a post, not pretending not to listen. "North Notch can still protect the farm," Paige said. The physical display inventory is clearly compromised, but the folklore component is outperforming every forecast. He is not a component. Rua's head tilted. Of course not personally. In campaign terms, authentic uncanny participation could reposition Hallows from agricultural disappointment to cultural event. No, you haven't seen the revised scope. Does it require him to appear? We envision spontaneous integration. No. Mara, Rua said. I held up one finger. Does it require photographs, transformation, or any representation of him in your marketing? We would negotiate appropriate releases. No. Mara, I turned. What? His expression had gone light and unreadable. No ears, no feathers. You have answered. Yes. She asked about me. Exactly. Then perhaps I answer. Shame arrived as heat under my collar. Paige had treated him as inventory, and I had defended him by taking control of the transaction. Same fence, painted a kinder color. You're right, I said. Paige looked between us. May I continue? Ask him, I said. Rua came beneath the awning. You propose paying Mara to present me as proof of local authenticity. We propose a collaborative ambassador role, with spontaneous integration. Precisely. I require paid molting leave. Paige's pen moved. How many days? Unpredictable by nature. We can establish a flexible allowance. Veto authority over adjectives. The pen stopped. Which adjectives? All. That may complicate copy approval. A private room at every event with 2 exits, no iron, and a stocked pantry. Reasonable. No requirement to use human form. Our visual team would need to discuss continuity. Continuity is what you call change after cutting off the difficult portions. Paige made a note anyway. No exclusivity, he continued. No ownership of images. No use of the phrase authentic folklore, cultural component, spontaneous integration, immersive heritage, magical local, charming trickster, or anything containing whimsical. Could we use enchanting? Rua looked at me. I kept my mouth shut. No, he said. Paige tapped her pen against the case. The campaign requires descriptive language. Use my name. Rua what? Still Rua. A surname would help search optimization. Fox ears. I decline. A stage surname? I decline more strongly. The pulp wrote strongly beneath liar. Paige looked at the gazebo. Is he doing that? No, I said. Can you prove it? Can you prove the pumpkins consented to your stickers? Rua asked. Her gaze moved to the truck. The response huddle ended. Paige did not leave. She removed the disposable cover from her green clog, rolled it into a tight ball, and looked at the black pulp words on the gazebo. I did not write the original campaign, she said. You administer it. I replied. After a merger, my job is to keep 6 regional partnerships from being cut. Rua's expression remained polite. Does that make my image less mine? No. She rubbed one thumb over the copper manicure. It explains why I keep trying to make the contract work. Explanation is not permission, I said. I know. The answer surprised me. Paige opened her presentation case and removed the draft scope. Legal treats folklore as event content. I asked them to classify you as an independent participant. They said no vendor profile exists for non-human legal identity. Rua looked toward Dav across the square. Your town has records for me? A resident record can be created, I said. But you are not agreeing to residency, nor vendorhood. Paige handed him the scope rather than me. Mark every unacceptable clause. I cannot promise approval. Rua took the paper after asking whether possession created negotiation. It did not. Specific work, he said. Thank you. Paige nodded. I still need a campaign. Your need is not appointment. She looked at Cicely, who had arrived at the edge of the square in time to hear her own earlier reasoning returned. Apparently, Paige said, that sentence is going around. The pulp changed try listening to try again. Paige photographed only the words after Nessa confirmed the field had not issued a policy. Even then, she asked Mara before using the town hall backdrop. Change did not absolve her either. It made the next choice available. Lyle waited inside town hall. He had claimed a folding table and arranged the farm's printed accounts in 3 stacks: money owed, money expected, and money that had become road waste. 42,600, he said as soon as I entered. I know. The replacement guarantee won't pay if North Notch says town magic caused the loss. Town magic did cause the loss. Then stop saying it near their representative. Rua remained at the doorway. Lyle glanced at him and lowered his voice, an action pointless to anyone with fox hearing. The cultural contract covers 30,000, he said. Paige thinks she can add a farm impact fee. He said no. He made demands. That's a negotiation. He was demonstrating the problem. Rua entered. I was curious whether she would agree to a pantry. She did, Lyle said. You could save this farm by standing in a square twice. Rua's face emptied. Lyle, I said. What? I'm not asking him to work for free. You're asking him to sell something he said isn't for sale. Everything has a price. One black feather emerged at Rua's wrist. That's what frightened people say when they cannot imagine a boundary, he said. Lyle pushed back from the table. And no price is what people say when somebody else holds the debt. The paper stacks blurred for 1 second. My father had signed some of those original notes. I had refinanced, repaired, replaced, planted, and survived. The farm was not supposed to be 16 years of refusing the next loss. Rua looked at the accounts, then at me. Do you want me to do it? He asked. I wanted the payment. I wanted Field 6 restored. I wanted North Notch gone. Lyle quiet. Taxes paid. Rua safe. And no choice that proved wanting all those things made me dishonest. No, I said. His eyes held mine. Would you accept it if I chose? I don't know. There. Ugly and viable. Lyle swore under his breath. Rua's feather receded. That is at least your answer. We left town hall through the side door. The square smelled of wet pulp and bleach. County workers had begun pumping the truck into sealed compost tanks. Children in costumes watched through the arcade while Bronwyn rehearsed them loudly enough to disguise it. You spoke for me, Rua said. I know. Because Paige was wrong. Yes. And because you were afraid I would accept. I stopped. He had returned to human form entirely. That meant nothing. It meant he had chosen not to show me. Yes, I said. You protect like a gate. Gates are useful. Gates are also how property announces itself. You think every boundary is ownership. You think every boundary is yours to operate. The words struck cleanly because both were true enough. I folded my arms. What would you have done? Refused. Then the outcome is the same. Choice is not decoration around outcome. I said you were right. You said it and then did not change. Anger rose fast, grateful for easier work than shame. You have spent 2 days altering my signs, roads, seed labels, and poultry chain of command. Do not lecture me about control as if you have never made a choice for someone else. His fox ears appeared flat against his hair. Fair, he said. I had prepared for a joke, an evasion, another sharp line. The agreement stopped me harder than resistance. Rua looked toward the north road. My mischief tests what rules can bear. It does not always ask what the people bearing them can. No. I will ask before altering anything that affects safety, work, or your farm. The apology was specific. No performance. No demand that I soften. I looked at the wet cobbles. I will ask before answering for you, even when the answer seems obvious. Especially then. Especially then. We stood beside a puddle edged in pumpkin seeds while the town cleaned around us. Nessa opened the Clarion office door and leaned out. If you're finished having a private conversation in the geographic center of town, my press is available. Were you listening? I asked. No. The county pump was too loud. Dickie read your body language aloud from the pharmacy awning. Across the square, Dickie lowered a pair of theater binoculars. Rua waved. Dickie waved back, then pretended to inspect a drain pipe. The Clarion occupied a long, narrow shop smelling of ink, hot paper, and dust. A mechanical press filled the rear half. Type cases lined one wall. The front desk held 3 editions, 2 cameras, 7 red pencils, and a ceramic jar labeled Corrections, Take 1, Leave 2. Nessa moved a stack of proof sheets from the visitor chair. What do you need? Press terms for tomorrow, I said. Rua looked at me. If you agree, I added. He considered, then sat. I agree to draft them. Agreement to tomorrow remains separate. Nessa pulled a fresh sheet into her typewriter. Ground rules for uncanny participation? For Rua, he said. Do not invent a class to avoid learning a person. Nessa typed that as the first line. You aren't going to argue? I asked. It's a good line. It isn't a rule, Rua said. It's a headline. He leaned toward the paper. Fox ears rose. May I receive a percentage? No. Journalism is extractive. Journalism is broke. A defense shared by bandits. Nessa typed Rule 1. We worked for an hour. Questions about forms required acceptance of there may be no single answer. Photographs required permission each time the form or context changed. No private cadence, prior location, or involuntary bodily change could be published. No one could request a transformation for proof. Rua could end a question, interview, or appearance without explanation. What if something happens in public? Nessa asked. Public does not mean ownerless, Rua said. She struck the keys more slowly. Can I report that it happened without describing the part you want private? Ask in the moment if safe. Ask later if not. If you leave, then you have no answer. Nessa nodded. I can print that. I read over the sheet. No one will follow all of this. Rua's face closed slightly. It means Bronwyn needs a moderator and Fenna needs an exit route. And you, he asked? I keep the field from eating visitors. The press behind us clanked, though nobody touched it. One blank sheet fed itself between rollers and emerged with a single line in heavy black type. Ask again when things change. Nessa stared. Did you do that? I asked Rua. No. No ears. The press clicked once, pleased with itself. Nessa pinned the sheet above her desk. Outside the front window, Paige crossed the square in her green clog, talking urgently into her phone. The pumpkin words on the gazebo rearranged from rude liars strongly into try listening. The field is becoming editorial, Nessa said. Do not hire it, I said. It accepts compost. Better benefits than local media, Rua observed. Nessa threw a red pencil at him. It became a twig in flight, sprouted 2 leaves, and landed harmlessly on the desk. We all looked at Rua. He looked at the twig. Reflex. Safety, work, or farm? I asked. Projectile. Ask next time. May I prevent objects thrown at my head from remaining sharp? Yes. Progress, Nessa said, and added a correction slip to the jar. Nessa pulled the finished terms from the typewriter. These govern the preview if you attend. Do you? Rua looked at me. You want me there? Yes. Why? Because hiding the uncanny part lets North Notch define the story. Because the field reacts to expectation, and tomorrow's crowd will bring a great deal of it. Because you know what the magic is doing. I stopped, then refused the safer ending. And because I want you there. The last sentence escaped quality control. Rua's pupils widened sideways, horse dark. As consultant? As Rua. He looked down the square at the 5 streets leaving it, at the road beyond each. I would like to know what staying costs, he said quietly, before I decide it is too dear. He signed the press terms. Outside the window, tax, title, and escrow stood waiting in formation. After a moment, Rua opened the door and joined them. I followed at a responsible distance. Chapter 10. Rua. At the press preview, I intended to be dignified. I grew donkey ears before the first question. Are those part of the presentation? Asked a reporter from Albany. They're part of my head. Nessa stood at the front of the farmstand porch, holding the printed terms. Questions about involuntary changes require permission before description. May I describe the ears? No, I said. The reporter crossed something out. 40 people stood beneath the sponsor arch. Local merchants, regional press, county officials, travel writers, 3 bloggers, 1 man who claimed to document authentic Vermont eccentricity, and Dickie in a hat marked routine cultural weather. Mara had restricted visitors to the farmstand field. Field 6 remained closed behind orange rope. Paige had replaced her lost sneaker with copper rain boots, and her lost confidence with 2 assistants. Mara wore clean canvas trousers and a dark green sweater. Mud already marked one knee. She carried the test clipboard and kept her gaze moving over visitors, paths, pumpkins, and me. Every time she looked at the donkey ears, they grew longer. Cold front, she murmured as she passed. Cruelty before breakfast. You ate breakfast twice. That is why I remained civil. The Albany reporter raised his hand. What exactly are you? Nessa looked at me. I nodded. Currently offended. Laughter moved through the group. The attention pressed against my skin. Not yet painful, heavy enough to notice. Species, the reporter clarified. Púca. A shapeshifter. A word for one consequence. What is your real form? There it was. The question did not hurt because it was new. It hurt because humans always believed they had found the sensible center of me. Everything before was preamble, everything after, disguise. I looked at Mara. She did not answer or rescue. She waited. There is no single form waiting beneath the others, I said. Horse is real. Fox is real. Rook, goat, human. Partial, changing, refusing to change. All real. But what were you born as? Hungry. Talia, operating the refreshment table, raised a biscuit in agreement. Another reporter asked, "Can you transform for us?" "I can." The crowd leaned closer. "I will not." The words created a small hollow in expectation. The reporter lowered his hand. He did not look offended, only surprised that a question could end without receiving what it wanted. Nessa pointed to a woman in a red cap. "Next. How old are you?" "Several regrettable reigns and one excellent railway." "Can you be more specific?" "Yes." She waited. "Will you?" "No." The crowd laughed. The pressure shifted again. Not gone, but redistributed. A question refused had become part of the event, rather than a failure of it. The authentic eccentricity man raised his recorder. "Are puka dangerous? Are documentarians? Potentially. Then our taxonomies align." Mara's head turned. Nessa looked at me. The rules allowed refusal. I could feel the answer people expected. Charming denial, folkloric warning, harmless trickster. Each option tried to shape me for easier consumption. "Yes," I said. Silence. "Intentionally?" he asked. "Sometimes." The donkey ears receded. Black feathers surfaced instead. Thin at first. Why? Fear, anger, escape. Poor judgment. Reasons do not undo consequence. The man adjusted his recorder. "Have humans harmed you? That is not yours to publish." He opened his mouth, reconsidered, and lowered the recorder. Nessa called on a local shopkeeper instead. "Do you eat chickens?" Mrs. Vale asked. "Not ones I have met." "What about eggs?" "Frequently. Mine are $6 a dozen at the market." Mara covered her eyes. "Is this an advertisement?" Nessa asked. "Community information." Talia leaned from behind the biscuit table. "Mine are local too." "You buy from me." "Exactly." The press preview became an egg dispute for 3 minutes. This may have saved it. Ordinary commerce cut through the weight of being observed. Humans compared yolk color. Someone accused Talia of underpricing quiche. Dicky announced that his hens had retired on ethical grounds, which meant they had stopped laying in September. Mara came to stand beside me while Bronwyn restored the agenda. "You all right?" she asked. "Your town has become poultry again. Reliable default. The questions are heavy." She scanned the crowd. "Do you want to stop?" "Not yet." "You can." I read the rules. Knowing a door exists isn't the same as someone keeping the path clear. The sentence lodged somewhere beneath the animal tells. "Will you?" I asked. "Keep it clear?" "Yes." "Yes." No contract shimmered. No accord recorded it. She said the word and then turned toward the crowd as if it required work. I believed her. The anchor current shifted beneath the farm. Mara felt it too. She turned toward the sponsor display. Paige had arranged 12 replacement pumpkins beneath a smaller arch. They had been sourced outside town and held beyond the notch gate until dawn. Each sat on an individual pedestal with a North Notch sticker and a plaque describing its uniform excellence. The first pumpkin collapsed. "We anticipated limited product instability," Paige said loudly. The second liquefied. "This is an interpretive demonstration." The third said no before it fell. Planned audience engagement. Black pulp ran between the pedestals. The sponsor arch shuddered. Mara moved. "Everyone off the display mat. Bronwyn, clear the east lane. Fenna, keep the crowd uphill." Fenna pulled a stack of revised cards from her jacket. "Agricultural material achieving unscheduled mobility. Do not touch, taste, photograph while moving, or accept legal advice from produce." "Who added the last one?" Iona asked. "County Council." The pulp reached the costume rack. Hallows magic leaped from failed pumpkins into cloth, paper, plastic, glue, and the expectations of 40 watching humans. A child's dragon tail began to wag. Dicky's hat sprouted antlers. Paige's copper raincoat unbuttoned itself and started inching south. The crowd screamed. Then everyone realized nothing hurt. The scream changed flavor. The man documenting authentic eccentricity grew rabbit ears that rotated toward every private conversation in range. The travel writer's fake feather boa became a flock of small blue birds, circled once, and settled back around her neck. Bronwyn's orange scarf extended 20 feet and began pointing to exits more effectively than signage. "No running," Mara shouted. "If your costume develops locomotion, move with it until Fenna establishes containment." "Card 17, Fenna called. "That's livestock speech," Iona said. "The cards are under revision." The display arch bent toward the square. Its orange fabric stretched into a mouth. Perfect! It boomed. Every intact pumpkin in the farm stand field trembled. That word, I said, stopped the crowd feeding it. Mara understood before anyone else. She climbed onto an empty produce crate. Everyone look at the worst part of your costume. Confusion slowed the magic. Now, she said, point out what's wrong with it. Bronwyn raised her clipboard. My spider has 9 legs. Dickie touched his antlers. This hat was classified prematurely. The rabbit-eared man said, my vest buttons pull. Emotionally or physically? I asked. Both. Laughter broke expectation into smaller pieces. The arch's mouth sagged. Mara jumped down beside me. Can you move the current? If the crowd gives it somewhere. What somewhere? Not perfect. Operationally, Rua. Change the pattern. Everyone expects a stage. Give them a path. Mara looked toward Field 3, where empty harvest lanes curved between rows. The North Loop, but we need to keep them together. Dance. No. Excellent beginning. I caught the edge of Bronwyn's living scarf and pulled. It extended behind me in a bright orange line. The crowd followed because humans obey fabric more readily than wisdom. Mara seized the other end. Walk. Nobody call it dancing. We led them into the field. The path shifted beneath my feet, not to mislead, but to make room. I became a fox and ran the first curve, the scarf threaded behind. Mara took the inside line, counting people and calling instructions. Rabbit ears, duck under the branch. Dragontail, stop hitting the blogger. Bluebirds, remain associated with your owner. I became a rook over the second turn. The crowd looked up. Expectation lifted with me. Costumes changed again. Antlers became leaves. The dragontail sprouted flowers. Paige's fleeing raincoat climbed the scarecrow and struck a leadership pose. At the third turn, I became a black horse. The form landed in a burst of mud. The crowd cheered. Pressure struck my spine. Mara stepped beside my shoulder. Do you want them quiet? The question traveled through horse bones. I shook my head. Cheering was not always ownership, not when refusal remained possible. I trotted. Mara ran beside me, one hand near my mane without touching. The orange scarf streamed behind us. 40 imperfect costumes followed in a crooked procession through pumpkin rows. The anchor current unwound. Black pulp flowed off the display mat and into the compost lane instead of the field. The arch expelled one final, uncertain perfect and folded into harmless fabric. At the last turn, Mara caught her boot on a vine. I changed to human fast enough to catch her. Momentum turned the catch into a spin. She struck my chest, grabbed my shoulders, and we rotated through mud, while Bronwyn's scarf wrapped once around both of us. The crowd applauded again. We did not dance, Mara said. A logistical rotation. Release the scarf. It has us. Bronwyn tugged from 20 feet away. The scarf loosened with visible reluctance. Mara looked at me, at the scarf, at Paige's raincoat posing on the scarecrow. Then she laughed. Not the sharp single sound from the delivery road. A full laugh, low and surprised, her head tipping back. The chip in her front tooth showed. Mud streaked one cheek. Every controlled line in her face opened. I forgot the crowd. I forgot the anchor, the roads, the 11-day agreement, and the exact cost of remaining visible. I wanted to hear that sound again. The realization arrived without magic and changed more than magic had. My wrists feathered. Fox ears rose, horse pupils widened, a goat tail appeared and struck the back of my knees. Mara laughed harder. Cruel woman, I said. Cold front? Catastrophic. Nessa approached with her camera lowered. May I photograph this form? I looked down at myself. Human, feathered wrists, fox ears, horse eyes, goat tail, mud from chest to knees. Yes, I said. The shutter clicked once. She turned the screen toward me before saving. The image contained no polished black horse or mischievous fox. It held exactly the body I occupied. Muddy human clothes, feathered arms, fox ears, horse dark eyes, goat tail, and a face too openly fixed on Mara. Private by default, Nessa said. Mara looked away from the screen before I answered. Another small boundary she did not advertise. You may print it with the preview story, I said. Caption? I considered Púca demonstrates multiple simultaneous forms, which turned body into lesson. Rua after magical incident, which turned me into consequence. Local consultant, which lied through modesty. Rua, I said, at Dwyer Patchworks, permission confirmed after change. Nessa wrote it exactly. The crowd dispersed slowly. Public magic left ordinary work behind. Fenna documented transformed objects. Iona checked every lamp and support. Bronwyn collected lanyards for revision. Talia fed children whose costumes had burned through their energy, and adults who insisted they were fine until offered soup. Mara moved among them with a first aid kit, refund forms, and a roll of paper towels. Her laughter retreated behind Field Face, but not completely. Once opened, the gate did not close to the same position. The authentic eccentricity man approached with rabbit ears still attached. "May I ask a follow-up?" "You may ask. Did the crowd cause the mixed form?" "Partly. Was it painful?" "No." "Embarrassing?" "Only because I have met the crowd." He touched one rabbit ear. "Can these stay? Do you want them?" "I hear everything." "That was not my question." He looked around the farm. Every whisper reached him. Jokes, complaints, a child asking whether Rua's tale meant he liked Mara. Paige negotiating with her coat. "No," he said. "Then stop treating them as content and ask your body to release the expectation." "How?" "I am not a physician." Mara arrived. "Breathe. Step away from cameras. Take off the reporter badge and say you're done working." He did. The ears shrank by half. "How did you know?" I asked after he left with Fenna. "Same principle as the field. Stop demanding a finished public result. Late conversion becomes practice. Do not look pleased. My face changes." Mara handed me a cup of Talia's sweet tea. "Drink." "Would you like tea?" "Yes." We had made a joke of the correction. The correction remained real. At the display mat, Paige had recovered her raincoat. It now refused to button while she wore the North Notch badge, and closed obediently when she removed it. "Coincidence," Paige said. "Your devotion to that belief is touching," I told her. She put the badge in her pocket. The coat buttoned. "Temporary wardrobe accommodation," she said. Mara began to laugh again, and turned it into a cough. At sunset, after the press had left and the last bluebird became synthetic feather again, Mara and I returned to the test plot. One vine had broken the soil. The passive indicator lay on its side. Mara stopped outside the wire mesh. We agreed not to dig. "The seed has removed the need. That does not mean we touch." We crouched on opposite sides of the plot. The shoot had found a gap in the mesh without bending it. 2 leaves opened under our headlamps, one rounded, one sharply lobed. Neither matched the expected first leaves of the standardized Howden or the old irregular line. "A graft without cutting," Mara said. "Exchange without one side consuming the other." She photographed from above, including scale and plot marker. I asked the camera which form it intended to assign me before entering frame. It showed only my hand beside the vine. "Acceptable?" Mara asked. "Yes." She took one image. The shoot curled toward both shadows, then chose the open space between. "Don't make that symbolic," Mara warned. "The plant is doing the work. It is responding to light. Your devotion remains touching." We watched without measuring for 5 minutes. The vine grew a fraction, ordinary enough to doubt and impossible enough to matter. Pumpkin seeds did not germinate in a day, especially in October. Yet the green shoot remained sturdy and bright. At its base sat a fruit no larger than my thumbnail, pale, striped, crooked. Chapter 11. Mara. I carried the crooked pumpkin into the Thursday meeting like evidence in a trial nobody else knew they were attending. It fit in both hands. Pale green stripes crossed cream-colored skin. One side bulged, the other curved inward. Its stem made a complete loop and pointed at itself. Bronwyn looked up from 3 clipboards. "Is that a result or a mascot?" "Result." "Good. I have no remaining mascot capacity." Her 9th-legged spider had been moved outside the bent antler. Through the window, its extra limb was holding the door for patrons. The Thursday table had gained 2 chairs since our last meeting. One held Nessa and the printed press rules. The other held Rua, though he had turned into a wren and was sitting inside Oren's blue mug. Oren stood with both hands on the bar, looking at the mug. "That usually silences the room," Talia said. The wren tilted its head. "It has been occupied," Oren replied. "Rua," I said. The bird hopped onto the rim. "Out." He became a man in the chair. One knee struck the underside of the table. The blue mug jumped. Oren caught it before it fell. "Ask before using civic equipment," I said. "A mug is civic?" Everyone at the table answered yes. Rua looked at Oren. "My apologies." Oren examined the mug, set it beside his elbow, and nodded. Order restored. I placed the test fruit in the center of the table. The exchange seed germinated within hours. This fruit formed by sunset and remained stable through the press event. Talia produced a clean knife. No, I said. I brought a cutting board. It is evidence. It is a pumpkin. Both can be true, Rua said. Dev consulted the field protocol. A destructive sample is permitted after exterior documentation. Who wrote that? You. My own procedures continued their long campaign against me. Nessa photographed all sides, with permission from no magical being because the fruit had not yet established a press policy. I recorded weight, circumference, rind thickness, temperature, stem condition, and the looped growth pattern. Iona checked the fruit for residual current with a brass compass. The needle circled twice, then pointed toward Rua. Why me? He asked. You planted half the exchange, Dev said. Mara planted the other. The compass swung toward me, reconsidered, and settled between our chairs. Bronwyn wrote relationship-based agricultural result on her minutes. Do not call the pumpkin our child, I said. No one had. Talia covered her mouth. Rua's fox ears rose so quickly they displaced a curl. A fascinating preventative boundary. Cut the fruit. Talia did. The flesh was pale gold, dense and sweet-smelling. Seeds lay in irregular clusters rather than neat rows. No blackening, no hollow center, no sponsor standard color. He roasted one thin slice on orange stove with butter and salt. We divided it into 8 small tastes. Too early to judge storage, I replied. Flavor exists before storage. The crop needs both. Rua tasted his piece last. His expression shifted from suspicion to pleasure. A small goat tail appeared behind his chair and knocked Bronwyn's dropped pen across the floor. Cold? I asked. Severe culinary front. The fruit's value was not that every change became superior. This one happened to taste good. Another might fail. The exchange allowed results without guaranteeing reward. I wrote that in the field record before Hope could edit it. Dev adjusted her glasses. Pumpkins do not normally fruit within hours. Thank you, Archive Horticulture. I wanted the record to show we noticed. Iona rotated the fruit without lifting it. No collapse around the stem. Surface temperature? 48 degrees at harvest. Same as soil. Magic? Talia asked. Rua leaned forward. Reciprocity. We each surrendered choice of seed, accepted what arrived, and planted across one another's positions. Then the old exchange works, Bronwyn said. Once, I said. In a small plot. We need repetition. We have 2 days before final vendor cancellation, she replied. Repetition may need to dress quickly. Cicely entered carrying the accord ledger and a gray document box. Rua's body changed without changing. Shoulders loose, hands visible, face amused, and every exit located behind his eyes. Cicely set the box down. The documents he requested, Founding Accord, Hallows Charter, 1958 Revision, 1996 Competition Standards, and 2026 Sponsor Amendment. All of them? I asked. All Hallows documents in my custody. That is not the same sentence. No, it is the accurate one. Rua's fox ears rose. Bronwyn opened a fresh page. Relevant fact, documents may exist outside Reeve custody. Cicely accepted the correction. Dev put on cotton gloves. The Founding Accord lay open first. Its ink had browned, but 5 brass corners held a low warmth. Hairline cracks crossed the Hallows corner. The clause began with ordinary civic promises, field access, festival offerings, protection from outside exploitation. Halfway down, the language changed. The Púca as an instrument of transformation and licensed entertainer of the Hallows threshold. Rua stood. His chair fell backward. No animal part appeared. No joke came to cover the silence. Licensed, he said. Cicely's face had gone pale. The word predates modern performance licensing. Does ownership improve with age? No. Instrument. He touched the line without touching the paper. Not party, not resident, not guardian, instrument. The blue mug trembled against the table. I pushed the ledger away from him, not hiding it, making distance. Can we strike the language? I asked. Not casually, Cicely said. The charter is woven through the veil, removing a load-bearing clause days before Hallows could expose the town. It is load-bearing because it is standing on him. I agree the wording is wrong. Wrong like inaccurate or wrong like active. Dev held a brass lens over the ink. Active. The word instrument has brighter pressure than surrounding text. Iona looked at Rua. When the crowd expected a demonstration, The clause drew current. It caused the form lock, I said. Nessa laid the press terms beside the ledger. Our first rule yesterday was that no one defines Rua as a class to avoid learning the person. The charter isn't journalism, Cicely said. Everything written becomes somebody's story about what counts. Dev turned the ledger sideways under the brass lens. The original hand changes at instrument. Same ink period, different pressure. This clause may have been negotiated separately from the refuge language. By whom? Bronwyn asked. The 5 human signers and Old Nan, according to the signature page. Ria's laugh held no humor. Did she sign as Nan? Dev flipped carefully to the back. 5 human names appeared in dark brown ink. Beneath them was a black mark shaped like a feather, a hoofprint, or both. No written name, they said. Then you cannot know what she accepted. Cicely sat. For the first time since I had known her, she looked her age, not because of lines or posture, but because a century had arrived all at once in her hands. My family kept this agreement, she said. Kept, Rua repeated. She heard the double meaning. Preserved it. Without asking whether preservation was restraint. Yes. Bronwyn stopped writing. The tavern went quiet enough to hear glasses settling behind the bar. Cicely continued. I was trained to prevent breaches. Every reeve before me taught that alteration risked the veil, that uncertainty invited exposure, and that the anchor's continuity protected everyone. Everyone, Nessa said, or every human. I believed those were the same. Rua turned. Black feathers covered both wrists now, but his face remained entirely human. Belief is not innocence after consequence becomes visible. No. If we strike the clause tonight, what happens? I asked. Cicely opened a secondary index.
The Hallows boundary could fail. Outsiders might perceive the uncanny without reasonable veiling.
Rua could lose power while the anchor seeks a new channel. The transformation current could disperse into town without structure. How long? Iona asked. Minutes? Days? Permanently? We have no precedent. Because no one revised the language, Dev said. Correct. Iona drew a circuit on the back of Bronwyn's agenda. We need a bypass before removing load. The exchange ritual may carry current while the clause is opened. I am not a wire, Rua said. You are becoming repetitive. Your metaphors are becoming insulting. Good. That means they remain metaphors. Talia set a fresh plate in front of Rua. Cheese, bread, sliced apple, 2 hard-boiled eggs. Eat while objecting. Rua looked at the plate. Does everyone in this town issue the same command? Only when you're hungry. I am always hungry. Then consistency is achieved. Rua ate. The feathers thinned but did not vanish. I studied the clause. A written rule had reached through the anchor stone and rearranged his body because a crowd expected entertainment. My signature on the sponsor amendment had amplified it. The connection was clean enough to follow and ugly enough to deny. I signed the 2026 language, I said. No one contradicted me. I did not know what it would do, but I read official Hallows expectation event and thought only about funding. You were not given the accord text, Dev said. I knew there was an accord, not its mechanics. I knew the town had uncanny residents. I didn't ask whether official expectation did something to them. Rua stopped eating. Intent matters, I said. It isn't the only thing that matters. His own sentence from the field. No, he said. I am sorry. Do you want forgiveness now? The question was not cruel. It was precise. No. I considered. I want the consequence stopped. Forgiveness can be scheduled after facts. Your natural habitat, he said. One corner of his mouth lifted. Not absolution. An available road. Rua walked to the window. Outside, his 9-legged spider held the door for Dickie, who thanked it and entered without comment. Nan served under this? He asked. Cicely answered softly. Yes. I believed so. You believed because she remained. Cicely did not defend herself. The 1958 revision removed the anonymous seed exchange from the required rights and added public judging. The 1996 standards created perfect pumpkin classes. The 2026 amendment named North Notch's branded display an official Hallows expectation event. Each document tightened the same shape. I had signed the last one. Dev laid the pages in chronological order. In 1920, the seed exchange was a mutual offering of change. The Púca clause was paternalistic, but the festival rite itself required households to receive as well as request. In 1958, after the veil incident, Sicily still would not fully describe, mutual offering became approved agricultural exhibition. The change moved authority from participants to the Reeve and Judging Committee. In 1996, exhibition became competition, adding weight classes and uniformity standards. The Púca's function became scheduled entertainment before the weigh-off. In 2026, competition became official expectation event linked to North Notch media coverage. The schedule, crowd, sponsor, and veil all received the same promised shape. No single revision created the failure, Dev said. Each made the next easier, Nessa replied. Sicily traced the 1958 signature. My grandmother believed standardized public expectation made veiling stronger. If outsiders expected a plain farm festival, they would reinterpret anything uncanny as costume or performance. It worked, Rua said, by making us costume or performance. The camera's false horse image, the crowd's relief at his human form. The charter had not malfunctioned, it had fulfilled its design beyond what human signers admitted. The veil cannot be our only safety measure, Fenna said. Not if it requires affected people to become less legible even to residents. That is a larger town question, Bronwyn said. Nessa wrote it on the wall. Lyle arrived while Dev was reading it aloud. He placed North Notch's rescue proposal beside the ledger. 30,000 cultural fee, he said. 12.6 farm impact. Full shortfall. The exact number printed at the bottom. $42,600. No accident. Page had priced our need precisely. In exchange, I asked. 2 appearances, 1 parade, image rights limited to this season. Rua did not turn from the window. No, I said. Lyle exhaled. Let him answer. The rebuke landed because I had earned it yesterday. Rua, I said, do you want the proposal read? No. Do you want it kept? No. I tore it in half. Lyle caught my wrist before I could tear again. That paper could keep the farm. I looked at his hand. He released me. It could keep the property, I said. That is not the same. Property is what survives people, Lyle said. Property is paperwork about who may stand where. Rua's voice remained quiet. The land survives ownership with embarrassing ease. Lyle turned on him. Easy to say when you carry your whole life in one coat. Rua's face went still. Lyle, I said. No, we are all being honest now. I have paid on land I inherited from a brother who died before buying me out. I kept the note low because his daughter wanted to prove she could do everything alone. I want to retire before my knees choose for me. The sponsor sees an asset. Mara sees a legacy. The room had made him obstacle because obstacles were easier than people with separate claims. An exit, I said. He looked at me. You are allowed to want an exit. You are not allowed to build it out of Rua's participation without his agreement. Then give me a different exit. I don't have one today. Tomorrow is the deadline. I know. Lyle's anger thinned enough to show fear. Your father always thought one more good season would fix everything. I'm not Dad. You use the same sentence. He gathered the torn contract more carefully than it deserved. Rua watched him leave. I turned him into ownership. He did the same to you. Both can be true. Unpleasant theme. Strong roots. The distinction frightened me as soon as I spoke it. It sounded like my mother's accusation, a machine that only knew how to take. I had spent 16 years defending the farm from that sentence. Now I was using it. Lyle gathered the torn halves. You have no replacement revenue. Not yet. Hope isn't a business plan. I thought, neither is selling someone else's face. He left without putting on his coat. The meeting continued around the hole he made. Dev isolated 3 requirements in the oldest right. Offer something changed, receive without choosing, welcome an unplanned result. The test plot had completed all 3 on a small scale. If we repeated at the anchor stone, Bronwyn asked. Rua turned from the window. The ritual may prove whether reciprocal change can push against the clause. May, I said. A word your science recognizes. What does the test require? Something neither of us can retrieve after giving. Talia frowned. Blood? No, Rua and I said together. Hair? Bronwyn offered. This is not a craft project, I said. Many rites are craft projects with confidence. Rua looked at the crooked pumpkin. Seed carrying an unwanted change, something from me that has changed form. We exchange, plant, and surrender the outcome. At midnight, Cicely said. The Hallows current is strongest then. At the anchor stone, Dev added. With no audience, Rua said. I looked at him. Just us. His expression asked whether us had become a category. Chapter 12. Rua. At midnight, I brought a feather, and Mara brought the past. We met beside the anchor stone under a sky too clear for October. Frost silvered the volunteer vines. The seed house windows held 2 squares of amber light, but no one waited inside. Mara had sent Jessa home, locked the lower gate, and stationed the turkeys in the south enclosure with corn, 2 cabbages, and a written explanation they had eaten. Tax objected from 3 fields away. Mara wore her wax jacket again. I had returned my borrowed flannel and put on my green coat, repaired at the torn sleeve with black thread she claimed had been in the sewing drawer. The stitches were too small and even to be accidental. Between us lay the 1957 list, the crooked pumpkin, 2 clay cups, a wooden trowel, and 1 empty planting hole at the stone's northern edge. No audience, Mara said. I listened. Wind and cedar. An owl farther upslope. Tax insulting cabbage. No held breath in the dark. No audience, I agreed. We had spent the evening making absence deliberate. Fenna closed Patchworks Road at the lower fork under the ordinary excuse of harvest equipment. Bronwyn canceled every volunteer shift after 10. Nessa published no ritual time.
Cicely gave us the ledger copy, but remained in town. Even the blue farm stand lamps were shuttered, so their magic could not behave like witnesses. Mara checked the seed house twice for hidden iron, though every pin had been removed. I checked the path for attention held by people beyond sight. 1 curious teenager had hidden behind the orchard wall. Mara found him by the glow of his phone and sent him home with a refund, a seed packet, and an explanation that secrecy and privacy were not the same thing. He said public festival, she told me afterward. Humans believe public erases doors. Nessa is printing a correction. The turkeys required negotiation. Locking them in the south enclosure caused enough outrage to count as attention. Talia solved the problem with cabbage and a radio playing the town hockey game. Tax remained suspicious, but redirected his leadership. At 11:45, Mara and I walked the anchor perimeter separately. She checked soil, tools, and weather. I checked exits, current, and the shapes available inside my body. We met only after both finished. If the ritual pulls you into form lock, she asked, clear the anchor, offer food and heat, ask before approach. Cadence, only under the terms we set. If I answer no, no. Yes. If you become affected? She frowned. How? You assume only I can change. Fair. If I cannot answer, move me from the stone. Do not use magic to alter my thoughts, memory, or body. I cannot alter thoughts or memory. Still a boundary. Accepted. We wrote the terms on a plain card and left it beneath a stone outside the ritual circle. Consent belonged in the moment, but memory under pressure benefited from paper. Ready? Mara asked. No. She waited. Willing, I said. Me too. She lifted the archive sleeve. Once this is planted, the original is gone. You made copies. Not the same. No. Mara removed the paper. Age had softened it at the folds. Mablehorn's pencil marks crossed 70 years. Names, arrows, brief descriptions of changes someone had found worth passing on. My great-grandmother's handwriting is on the back, she said. 2 words. Try anyway. Sound agricultural advice? Yet memorable. She folded the paper once along its oldest crease and set it in 1 clay cup. I raised my wrist. Feathers came readily at night. Rook black, fox curious beneath, horse restless in the bones holding them. I selected one from the outer row and pulled. Pain, quick and clean. The feather in my hand changed as soon as it left me. Rook to black horsehair, to red fox fur, to a small curl of horn, then back to feather. Mara watched, without reaching. Does it hurt? Less than many gifts. That wasn't what I asked. Yes, briefly. Do you still want to use it? I placed it in the second cup. Yes. We turned the cups so neither knew which object they would receive. This was symbolic. Paper and feather did not weigh the same, and Mara could identify each by sound. She closed her eyes anyway. So did I.
The anchor current rose beneath us. We offer what changed, Mara said. We receive what we did not plan. We grow what arrives long enough to learn its name. We exchanged cups. The feather came to Mara. The paper came to me. The current pulled at both, asking whether this was performance, whether we expected an approved result, whether either giver kept a hidden string. I thought of the copy in Dev's archive. Mara thought of it too. Her jaw tightened. The words remain elsewhere, she said. The object does not. Change is not annihilation. Tell that to Field 6. We are trying. She tore the paper into narrow strips. I placed them in the planting hole. She laid the feather over them. Together we opened the crooked pumpkin. Its flesh was pale gold and smelled of cucumber, cold earth, and smoke. Seeds filled the center in no orderly rows. Mara selected one without examining size or shape. She held it out. This time our hands touched. Only fingertips. Skin chilled from night. Soil beneath her nails. My body considered feathers and chose to remain still. We put the seed into the hole. Mara covered it with earth. I added water from the first cup. She added water from the second. Then we waited, without telling the seed what to become. The anchor stone warmed, not the violent pull from the morning. Warmth moved through the carved spiral like breath returning to numb fingers. Change kept as change lost, filled with soft green light. Field 6 rustled. Across 8 dark acres, collapsed vines lifted. Pumpkins did not restore themselves to sponsor perfection. One lengthened into a pale curve, another turned deep blue-gray. A split fruit opened cleanly and pushed viable seeds onto the soil. Small gourds swelled. Large ones softened into ordinary compost. A vine climbed a field stake and continued up into nothing, supported by change magic alone. Mara stood. It's working. Partly. Can you let me have 3 seconds? I can allow 5. She laughed under her breath and ran into the field. I followed as a fox, because joy needed legs closer to the ground. Mara moved from fruit to fruit, touching stems, checking rinds, speaking measurements aloud. Her relief transformed her without permission. Shoulders lowered, breath deepened. She knelt in black pulp beside a healthy striped pumpkin and pressed both muddy hands over her face. I became human beside her. 5 seconds are complete, I said. File an extension. On what grounds? Agricultural miracle. Miracle is poor documentation. She lowered her hands. Her eyes were wet. I looked away, offering privacy. I looked back. I hate when people pretend not to see and call it kindness. Noted. We sat between altered rows. The current reached the field edges and stopped. Beyond it, the sponsor platform remained cold. The written clause still held. Old Nan sent me here once, I said. Mara waited. Long before she dispersed. She gave me shelter on a coast where I had become unwelcome. Years later, she wrote that Gloamsbury had forgotten the difference between tradition and repetition. You came because of her? I came to see whether the town deserved another chance. Verdict? Proceedings remained disorderly. Mara waited for the joke to finish. It did not. Nan found me after the hotel village, I said. I had crossed the sea in shapes unsuited to all forms of customs inspection. By the time I reached her coast, I had forgotten how to become human without expecting hands. Mara's gaze remained on the field. She did not ask what happened. She left a bowl outside, then moved it closer to the door each night. On the 6th night, the bowl was inside. The door was open. I ate in fox form beneath her table, while she complained about weather. Did you tell her eventually? Parts. Did she ask? Once. I said no. She discussed railway timetables for 2 hours instead. Kind? Punishing. Nan believed every timetable represented an insult to roads. Mara picked black pulp from the edge of her boot. Why didn't you stay with her? She asked me to. That made you leave? No. I left because I wanted to stay. Mara turned. I wished for fox form, its honest edges and exits. I remained human, because leaving the conversation through shape would have made the answer for her. Want becomes expectation, I said. Expectation becomes a task becomes a role. Eventually people forget the door was ever open. Nan would have done that? Perhaps not. Then you punished her for what someone else did. The field held its breath with me. Accuracy can be rude, I said. You taught me. I looked toward the seed house. The loft window reflected moonlight. In the imagining that had ambushed me, a repaired exterior stair reached a separate door. I had supplied the exit before any furniture. She wrote after I left, I said. Never asked me back directly. Sent road descriptions, news of bad harvests, Once a drawing of a roof, she said, looked dissatisfied. Did you answer? I sent feathers. No words? Words become records. Feathers become evidence. Only if an archivist catches them. Dev would. Yes, a flaw in the system. Mara brushed soil from her hands. She told you Gloamsbury might deserve another chance. She said the town had begun mistaking repetition for tradition. She hoped a new anchor would force it to choose. Choose what? Whether it wanted an uncanny neighbor or merely an uncanny service. Mara looked across the changed field. Some fruit had become saleable. Some had become seed. Some ordinary compost. The farm would not recover by pretending every result held equal market value. Reciprocity did not eliminate money, labor, or consequence. If Gloamsbury wants a neighbor, she said, the neighbor still has to decide whether he wants Gloamsbury. Yes. And wanting it one day doesn't promise the next. No. That sounds exhausting. She considered this, unimpressed. I prefer irrigation schedules. Water also leaves. Not if the valves work. And there she is. She nudged my boot with hers. The contact was small, ordinary, and chosen without ceremony. I felt it through every possible body. She pulled one knee up. My father died here. The words entered the night without preface. Baylor accident. I was 19. My mother stayed 11 months, then signed her share to me and left. She said the farm only knew how to take. Do you believe her? I built my life around proving she was wrong. That is not an answer. I learned from local custom. I smiled. Mara picked a seed from the pulp beside her. If everything stays scheduled, repaired, solvent, nobody has to decide whether they still want to be here. The confession was so close to my own fear that for a moment I mistook it for mine. And if they leave? I asked. I can say the system failed. Systems can be fixed. People cannot? Not by me. Perhaps that is mercy. She looked at me. You make that sound almost kind. I contain multitudes. Jessa says that. Then I contain one farm employee. Her laugh came again, softer. The distance between us had become measurable in inches and useless in meaning. Mara, I said. Yes? I could have kissed her. The wanting had already shaped itself. Her muddy hand against my jaw, her mouth losing its disciplined line, my body changing and not being punished for it. I did not move. May I asked. Her gaze dropped to my mouth and returned. Yes. I touched her cheek first. Mud under my thumb, warm skin beneath cold air. She leaned into the contact by 1 degree, an answer given again. Then I kissed her, slowly. No crowd, no expectation, no part to perform. Her mouth was cold at first, and then not. One hand closed in my coat lapel, the other rested against my chest, feeling the change before seeing it. Feathers unfurled along both my arms. Mara drew back. I braced for the question. Do you need space? She asked. Relief hurt more than the pulled feather. 5 more seconds, I said. Extension granted. We kissed again. My arms remained feathered. Her hand moved carefully over the change. Not stroking, not testing, simply resting where I had become different. That 5 seconds, she stopped. Food, I said. Mara laughed against my mouth. Romantic. Essential. The seed house windows flared amber, though no one was inside. For one impossible moment, warmth spread across the farm without fire. Then it struck the sponsor platform and recoiled. The anchor stone dimmed, not failed, blocked. I stood and felt the claws tighten around the town's expectation. The exchange works, Mara said. The charter still does. She rose beside me. If the language changes? I looked at the restored field, the seed house, the road beyond the gate. If the roll is 1 year, I said. Revocable, no required form. Equal voice in any rule that touches the anchor. You would accept? I would try. Mara did not turn it into forever. 1 year. We returned to the seed house for food. Talia had left a covered basket beneath the stove bench. Bread, cheese, 2 boiled eggs, apple cake, dried fruit, and a note reading, Romance does not replace calories. This means you, Rua. How does he know? I asked. Mara read over my shoulder. Talia thinks feeding people grants limited omniscience. Does it? We sat at the work table. The chosen name card remained where we had left it after form lock. Mara picked it up by one corner. Do you want this destroyed? The cadence was not written, only the conditions. Even so, the paper made private trust into an object she controlled. No, fold it and put it in an envelope. Seal it. Give it to Dev. Why Dev? A third party prevents either of us from quietly revising memory. Archive access? Only with both permissions, unless immediate physical emergency and I cannot answer. Mara wrote the conditions, signed, and left a line for me. We sealed the card after I signed. Does this change because we kissed? She asked. No. Good. The kiss changes other things. Her thumb stopped tapping. Which? I am considering. Scheduled response? You mock what you fear. Learn from a consultant. I ate half the apple cake before answering. It changes the cost of leaving. Mara's face closed by a fraction. Not into obligation, I said. Into cost. They are different. Leaving always costs somebody. Yes. Staying too. Yes. Excellent options. Freedom has poor marketing. She reached across the table and placed her hand palm up between us. Not demand, not assumption. I rested my fingers in hers. We remained that way until the stove needed wood. At dawn, every sign on the farm had changed. Ask him, said the gate. Ask him, said the farm stand hours. Ask him, said a hand-painted board previously warning that goats would eat clothing. Mara stood in the yard with a paintbrush and looked at me. The magic misunderstood, I said. Did it? It has enthusiasm and limited nuance. Tax, title, and escrow gathered beneath the gate sign. Mara handed me a second paintbrush. You're helping. Ask me. Her eyes narrowed. Then she smiled. Will you help repaint the signs? I took the brush. Chapter 13. Mara. By 10 in the morning, I had repainted Ask Him 9 times. The gate changed first. I covered the words with No Trespassing. The paint dried, shivered, and rearranged itself into Ask Him About Trespassing. The farm stand hours became Ask Him When We Open. The Pick Your Own Rules became Ask Him Before Picking, which was technically useful and socially catastrophic. A sign previously warning children must remain with adults changed to Ask Him About Children. I removed that one from public view before Gloamsbury developed theories. Rilla stood on a ladder beside the sponsor arch, paintbrush between his teeth, laughing in a way that compromised his balance. This is your fault, I said. He removed the brush. The magic sees reciprocity and has discovered consultation. The magic has discovered harassment. A young institution. Procedures will improve. He had painted the arch with irregular bands of green, orange, cream, and blue-gray, matching the changed pumpkins in Field 6. The words Perfect Pumpkin Parade were gone. In their place, the top beam read Hallows will change. That sign remained itself. The farm gate revised again. Ask him nicely. Rua climbed down and considered it. Progress. I threw my paint rag at him. It became a black bird in flight, circled his head, and returned to cloth before landing over one shoulder. Reflex, he said. You asked permission for projectiles. Exactly. He handed the rag back. The signs attracted customers before the meeting began. A family stopped at the gate beneath Ask Him Nicely. The mother read it, looked at Rua, and asked whether the Pick Your Own field was open. Rua looked at me. The sign assigned you authority, I said. I decline farm operations. He turned to the mother. Please ask Mara. She did. I answered. The interaction took 10 seconds longer than the old sign and prevented a magical joke from becoming a job. The next visitor asked Rua what pumpkin to buy. He asked what she wanted to cook. She said decoration. He became a fox, inspected 3 pumpkins, and sat beside a scarred blue-gray one. Is that a recommendation? She asked. He nodded. Does the pumpkin agree? The pumpkin displayed no text. Rua waited. No objection recorded. She bought it after paying the farm stand, not him. We added a board beneath the gate sign. Rua may answer or redirect. Farm questions remain Mara's work. Asking does not require an answer. The magic changed Ask Him Nicely to Ask Nicely. Better, I said. It learns through revision, Rua replied. Expensive education. Most is. The Thursday table moved to the farm stand because festival planning had outgrown Orin's tolerance for orange paper. Bronwyn covered 3 folding tables with stall maps, volunteer lists, refund calculations, and a page titled Consent Lanyard System. The lanyards occupied 6 baskets. Green means general public photography permitted. She explained. Yellow means ask every time. Blue means no photography, but press questions acceptable. Purple means no press. Orange means participant may be photographed only in non-human form. White means human form only. Rua lifted a striped lanyard. And this? Form-dependent permission requiring verbal reconfirmation at every shift. Beautiful. Iona held up two nearly identical shades of blue. These fail color accessibility standards. One is slate. One is blue after a difficult year. Dev looked over her glasses. Which? Bronwyn rearranged the baskets. We will add symbols. How many? I asked. Currently 11. We have 2 days. Then nobody should interrupt. Tax stole the striped lanyard and ran into the squash display. Title and escrow followed. Bronwyn closed her eyes. Poultry permissions remain pending. We spent the next hour testing the system on actual people. Jessa chose yellow. Ask every time. Then changed to purple after Nessa asked whether field workers counted as public-facing. Oren selected no lanyard at all and informed Bronwyn that wearing a color to explain he did not wish to discuss himself defeated the purpose. Then how will photographers know? Bronwyn asked. They can ask. She stared at the baskets. That makes the whole system supplemental. Good, Rua said. Bronwyn wrote supplemental across the chart and appeared emotionally injured by the improvement. Dev proposed written symbols at every entrance. Iona built a rotating sign with yes, ask, no panels large enough to see without color. Nessa pointed out that permission could change after a photograph but before publication. Fenna asked who held authority when a transformed costume obscured the lanyard. The person inside it, Rua said. The simplicity embarrassed everyone. At the costume swap tent, a resident doorkeeper named Mr. Gorse tested a green lanyard. His ordinary-looking coat sprouted brass hinges when Bronwyn asked for a picture. Does that change permission? Nessa asked. Yes, no photograph of the hinges. Can I photograph your face? Yes. Nessa reframed without complaint. Rua watched closely. His fox ears appeared, not from attraction but attention held without trap. Does the system feel usable? I asked. Parts. It risks turning permission into costume jewelry. Then we keep people asking. Systems often make humans stop asking. Iona added to the sign. The lanyard is information, not consent by itself. Bronwyn crossed 3 symbols from her chart. By the time tax was recovered, the system had 5 colors, 4 shapes, written station signs, verbal reconfirmation, and an explicit right to change one's mind. It took longer. Nobody died of inefficiency. That lesson would have benefited me earlier. The replacement festival had grown from one ritual into a town-wide argument against perfection. Dev and Dicky organized the anonymous seed exchange. Talia planned food around imperfect produce. Iona built compost art lighting that would not cross the anchor perimeter with iron. Nessa created a public correction wall. Bronwyn added costume repair, object mending, and a procession through Field 3. No competition classes? Lyle asked from the edge of the meeting. Not this year, I said. People come for the way off. People came for perfect pumpkins. We saw how that went. One bad year doesn't erase 30 good ones. Rua sorted lanyards without looking up. A tradition that cannot survive one revision is a hostage. Lyle's hearing aid clicked. He had turned it up, which meant he wanted Rua to know he was heard. The bank doesn't accept symbolism, he said. Neither does the anchor, I replied. We need both. Pre-orders accumulated on a chalkboard behind the counter. Winter squash shares, seed memberships, compost deliveries. A subscription Nessa called the Ugly Pumpkin Society until I made her change ugly to unplanned, and sales immediately dropped. We priced each offer at the work it required. Jessa calculated packing hours. I added seed cleaning labor and germination testing. Talia rejected the first wholesale figure because it treated my time as free. Owner labor is still labor, he said. Owner labor is what remains after expenses. That is not accounting. That is martyrdom with columns. Rua, sorting seed packets, looked up. Your town has identified the local religion. I raised the share price by $4. Sales did not collapse. 2 customers complained. 1 bought anyway. The other chose a smaller share. The world survived a boundary with a number attached. The chalkboard also showed refunds owed, sponsor advances at risk, and the cost of replacement stair lumber I had not authorized anyone to discuss. Transparency felt less like virtue than standing in the farm stand without trousers. Rua read the figures and did not offer to save me. That, too, was care. At noon, the total covered $9,800. It was more than I had expected. It was $32,800 short. Lyle waited until the others left for lunch. Rua carried 2 plates up to the seed house loft, giving us privacy without pretending not to notice. October 28th, Lyle said. Tomorrow. North Notch needs the cultural contract by 5. If you don't sign, I execute the festival use easement on my 17 acres. The easement would give North Notch a permanent route through the western fields, storage rights near the orchard, and leverage over every future Hallows layout. It would also pay Lyle enough to retire his note on the seed house. You promised Dad first refusal, I said. Your father is dead. The sentence landed without cruelty. That made it worse. And you don't have the money, he continued. I waited. I carried the note below market. I covered taxes in 2021. I'm not your enemy because I want an exit. No. Then stop making me one. He placed the easement notice on the counter. Unsigned. 5 o'clock tomorrow. I folded it into my jacket before Rua returned. That choice happened quickly enough to call itself temporary. In the seed house loft, Rua had arranged lunch on an upturned apple crate, Talia's leek soup, bread, cheese, and 2 late tomatoes from my greenhouse. The empty room held dust, rafters, 1 narrow cot, and the outline where storage trunks had once stood. The exterior stair is unsound, he said. I know. The north window does not close. I know. The roof is excellent for rooks. They don't pay rent. A discriminatory policy. He sat on the floor, back against a beam. I sat opposite. We ate without discussing the kiss for 4 minutes. It became the loudest object in the loft. Soup steam clouded the narrow window. Rua opened it an inch, and the warped frame stuck. He braced one hand against the sill, tugged, and grew a horse's shoulder beneath my father's flannel. The window surrendered. Useful, I said. He turned. Careful. Comfortable? The shoulder remained hoarse, while the rest of him stayed human. He rolled it experimentally. Both. I touched the bowl instead of him. May I look? You are looking. May I keep looking? His expression softened. Yes. Short black hair covered the changed shoulder. Muscle shifted differently beneath it. The flannel adapted without tearing. No spectacle. No explanation owed. Only his body solving a stuck window in the form that worked and felt right. Does it hurt when one part changes? Not when invited by the rest. And involuntary parts? Sometimes ache, often embarrass, occasionally improve conversations. The ears are useful. Invasive agricultural monitoring. He let the shoulder return. I missed it. Not the shape itself, but the trust of remaining changed while observed. The kiss became louder. Rua dipped bread into soup. You are counting. What? Time since one of us mentioned it. I am not. Your left thumb taps when you count. I looked down. My scarred thumb had tapped 4 times against the bowl. Field habit. Meeting face. Eat. There's the gate. About last night, I said. 5 seconds were granted. More than 5. Your timekeeping failed under agricultural miracle. Does it change the investigation? His fox ears appeared. Everything changes the investigation. Operationally. Do you regret it? No. His shoulders eased. Do you? I asked. No. Then we continue. The investigation? All relevant processes. He smiled. Romance as project management. I did not say romance. Both ears stood higher. They mean cold, he said. Severe front. We finished lunch while imagining practical things we did not name as a future. A repaired stair, wooden latches, a pantry cabinet, where a coat might hang without blocking the window. Rua pointed out that the cot was too short for human form and unnecessarily long for fox. I said furniture did not need to accommodate every possibility at once. Bodies change, he said. Furniture can be moved. The sentence sat between us. After lunch, we tested the revised procession route. Bronwyn had marked Field 3 with wooden stakes and legs of washable cloth. No iron barriers, no fixed viewing platform. The route widened at 3 points so participants could leave without reversing through the crowd. Rua walked it first as a fox. The cloth markers pulled toward him but did not block. He left through the second opening, returned by the old apple path, and rejoined without anyone calling the deviation failure. He tested as horse. The northern turn was too narrow. I moved 2 stakes. You changed the plan, he said. The body using it supplied new information. No committee? Temporary field authority. He tested as rook. The route meant nothing from above, but crowded tension still formed a corridor. We added signs reminding visitors that flight did not equal invitation to follow with cameras. Goat form stopped at every painted instruction and ate one corner from a sign reading, "Do not eat festival materials." Test failure, I said. He chewed. We replaced paper at goat height with painted wood and noted that the species variable plan still assumed literacy, vision, and desire to use paths. Iona added tactile markers. Dev proposed a plain language map. Bronwyn watched her simple procession become 8 pages of contingencies. I miss ribbons, she said. Ribbons also require consent if attached to people, Rua replied. Bronwyn added a 9th page. The work created a future without discussing whether either of us occupied it. That made the imagined loft easier and harder to carry. At 2, the volunteer crew arrived for the harvest triage. I had asked for 6 people. 12 came, along with 4 folding tables, a hand-washing station, and a laminated chart Dev had titled, "What the Pumpkin is Allowed to Do." The chart had 3 columns: ordinary produce, responsive produce, and produce currently involved in a grievance. The 3rd column included a drawing of a pumpkin with crossed arms. Pumpkins do not have arms, I said. The nearest pumpkin extruded 2 vine tendrils and folded them across its rind. Dev uncapped a marker. Evidence suggests revision. We worked by consent and category. Ordinary fruit went to the fruit shelf. Responsive fruit received a verbal explanation before handling. Aggrieved fruit remained in place unless it presented a safety issue or asked to be moved, a standard that required Nessa to spend 20 minutes developing a yes-no system based on stem rotation. Rua watched the system form without being placed in charge of it. That distinction mattered. Every time someone asked him what a pumpkin wanted, he answered only if he wished. Once he said, "Ask the pumpkin." The volunteer did. The pumpkin rolled 6 inches toward the compost wagon, stopped, then rolled 3 inches back, because apparently agency included indecision. Fenna brought padded harvest slings. Talia brought soup. Bronwyn brought liability waivers, learned they contained the phrase "acts of trickster," and burned that page in a metal bucket after Rua read it aloud. Acts of weather, wildlife, and unanticipated vegetable self-direction, she dictated to Dev. That is not narrower, Dev said. It is less insulting. By 4, we had salvaged 200 pounds of food and identified an entire row of squash that would tolerate transport only if someone sang. The first volunteer chose a hymn. The squash recoiled. Talia tried a tavern song concerning a cooper's missing trousers. Every stem leaned toward her. Taste is not morality, Rua said. I wrote it on the chart. The work did not solve the farm. It did reveal what the sponsor offer had hidden. The loss was made of individual things. Cracked irrigation lines, ruined seed, labor hours, a mortgage payment. None required one person to become a symbol in exchange for repair. I totaled the salvage figures on the tailgate. They were not enough. They were also not nothing. Rua sat beside me, close enough that our sleeves touched when the truck shifted under someone's weight. He did not move away. I did not turn contact into a promise. You built a process without appointing me chief pumpkin interpreter, he said. Promotion withheld for cause. Which cause? You ate the signage. His smile appeared, brief and real. Materials failure. The easement notice crackled in my pocket beneath the salvage totals. My jacket pocket crackled when I stood. Rua's head turned toward the sound. Fine paperwork. True. Incomplete. No fox ears appeared on me. Humans got away with too much. At 4:30, Paint returned with a revised contract. It removed exclusive, ambassador, and every adjective Rua had prohibited. It granted North Notch temporary documentation access to public-facing Hallows activity, and reasonable continuity use of incidental representations. Nessa read those lines and laughed without pleasure. Image rights wearing a false mustache, she said. Paige folded her hands. Standard event language. The financial terms cover the exact farm impact. No. She looked at me. The easement notice crackled again. I need 24 hours, I said. Rua's gaze moved to my pocket. Paige nodded. 5 tomorrow. After that, the offer expires. Same hour as Lyle's deadline. I told myself I would explain after I had found another option. At sunset, I carried tools to the north field. When I returned, the easement notice was no longer in my pocket. It had been posted on the seed house door. Rua stood beneath it, reading. The farm signs did not change. Chapter 14. Rua. Human betrayal often hid in smaller print than human affection. Lyle's easement notice used 9-point type. I read it 3 times beneath the seed house lamp. Each reading made the future smaller. North Notch vehicles across the western field, storage beside the orchard, permanent festival rights, the note on the loft paid by someone who would call access ownership. Mara stopped 10 feet away with the toolbox in one hand. She did not ask what I was reading. How did that get there? She asked. It was folded in your pocket at lunch. You took it? The paper came out when you removed your gloves. Wind carried it to the yard. Tax completed delivery. Tax stood beside the door with his chest expanded. Of course. Mara set down the toolbox. I was going to tell you. When? After I had another option. Then you were going to tell me a solved fact. I was trying to keep the debt from influencing your choice. By withholding the cost of refusal. It isn't your debt. It is attached to the room where you imagine I might sleep. Her face changed. You imagine that too. Do not make the hidden notice romantic. The words struck. Good. I needed them to. I wasn't, she said. You curate facts and call it protection. I said your answer shouldn't have to save my farm. You do not protect my answer by choosing what it knows. If I told you, would you have reconsidered Paige's contract? I looked at the notice. Yes, I said. Mara flinched. Not because I would accept, because I would understand what you were risking. And feel responsible. Feeling is not consent either. You cannot eliminate pressure by hiding its source. She folded her arms, then caught herself and let them fall. You're right. I wanted resistance. Agreement required me to decide what happened after anger. I am still angry, I said. You should be. Stop agreeing efficiently. Would you prefer a schedule? Fox ears appeared. Mara almost smiled and did not. Tell me what repair looks like. No apology could restore a choice that had been withheld. Repair had to make the next one different. Show me the full accounts, I said. Sponsor terms, mortgage note, easement, pre-orders. No summary. All right. I help look for options. Help does not purchase my form, image, role, or decision. Agreed. And you do not call me generous if I contribute. Why? Generosity becomes a handle. She absorbed that. I can thank you for specific work. Yes. Anything else? Tax is removed from document service. The turkey gobbled. Agreed, Mara said. We spent 2 hours at the seed house work table with every financial record open. The farm was not failing in one dramatic way. It was being nibbled by fuel, repairs, tax, weather, interest, and the human assumption that pumpkins should remain affordable, despite everything required to grow them. I rearranged them by which obligation could change shape. She objected until both systems revealed different traps. Property tax had a fixed date. Payroll had a fixed moral consequence and a negotiable banking method. Fuel invoices carried late fees but no shame except what Mara supplied. The sponsor advance looked like revenue until return language turned it into debt. Lyle's note had a person on the other side, which made it both more flexible and more painful. This column says owner draw, I said. Ignore it. Why? It has been 0 since July. That is not a draw. That is an absence labeled for accounting. The farm paid housing and food. The farm is your housing. You grew some food. Still counts. As evidence of how thoroughly you turn yourself into equipment. She looked at me across the invoices. This from the man proposing anchor work during a form lot crisis. A strong counterclaim. We sat with it. Repair did not require one of us winning every resemblance. Mara opened a second ledger. The farm stand can carry winter overhead if holiday sales hold, and I delay the cooler replacement. Does the cooler function? It makes 3 sounds, one of which is cold. Then no. I can repair it. Can you? I can learn. How many tasks currently wait behind I can learn? Her pencil stopped. We counted. Cooler compressor. Loft stair. North fence. Tractor hydraulic leak. Website order form. Seed cleaner. Farm stand roof. Her own dental appointment. The tooth isn't a farm task, she said. It appears in the same queue. The chip is old. Appointment. Not relevant. I wrote dentist beneath website order form. Mara drew a line through it. I wrote it again in the margin. She moved the paper out of reach. We are solving tomorrow's deadline. Tomorrow's deadline grew from years of unpaid maintenance. You have been here 4 days. Your files gossip. She almost smiled. What can change shape? Pre-orders could become cash now, and goods later. Vendor refunds could become credit if vendors chose. Compost cost less to produce than finished pumpkins, but required delivery labor. The seed house room could become rental income without tying occupancy to magical work. The night maze could become a paid guided event if a guide existed. Neither of us named me at first. Then I wrote night paths on the page. Mara looked at it. Not part of the anchor roll. Separate contract. Real pay. Real exit. After the festival, if you still want it. And if you do. We circled the idea without counting it as money. A possible future was not an asset until chosen. Mara showed me the operating line: payroll, insurance denial, sponsor advances, and Lyle's note. She did not hide the column where she had stopped paying herself in July. This is not sustainable, I said. It was supposed to be 1 season. It has been 16 years. The unpaid months vary. A sophisticated defense. The pre-orders offered a path, but not enough people knew they existed. The town had spent 2 days solving magic and expected Mara to keep solving money privately. We take the path through the shops, I said. Fundraising? Information. Let everyone see what staying costs. You just accused me of letting money pressure choice. Pressure exists. Secrecy gives it the only voice. At dusk, I shifted the route from Dwyer Patchworks to Widdershins Square. Not a glamour to mislead, an invitation to notice what lay between. Mara and I walked it together. The first stop was Fitch Lampworks. Iona listened to the farm numbers, then prepaid a compost delivery and offered labor to replace the seed house stair if materials were covered. At Pike and Bell, Bronwyn ordered 50 winter squash for market decorations that would later become soup. She also created a festival loss board where merchants can state what cancellation cost them and what they could contribute. Talia bought a seed membership, 6 crates of imperfect squash, and all edible pumpkins the magic restored. Not charity, she said. My menu needed a moral crisis. At the Bent Antler, Orrin offered the Thursday table's winter meeting fees in advance. None of us knew there had been fees. You owe 6 years, he said. Mara paid with a share certificate. The old path did not end at the businesses we knew. It bent behind the pharmacy, where Mrs. Vale kept 8 laying hens and sold eggs from a cooler. She bought no share. She offered eggs for the volunteer breakfast at wholesale cost, and asked whether the farm could take compostable bedding in return. At the repair shop, a mechanic named Saul Bream offered to fix the cooler compressor for winter squash credit, provided Mara stopped calling the appliance temperamental and admitted it required replacement parts. It has moods, she said. It has a failing relay. Both can be true. At the school, a teacher prepaid 2 spring field trips on the condition that the curriculum include crop failure rather than only harvest success. Mara wrote a module in the margin before we reached the door. None of these solved $42,600. Together, they reduced future cash demands, broadened sales, and made the farm less dependent on one perfect event. The route itself warmed under our feet. Reciprocity was not a dramatic offering placed on stone. It was Mrs. Vale's bedding, Saul's relay, a teacher paying before spring, and Orrin inventing meeting fees because help without structure embarrassed Mara. You knew all these people, I said. Yes. You did not ask. They have their own problems. They choose whether yours fit. She exhaled. You will continue making the same point until I accept it. No. I will vary the metaphors. Nessa printed a special subscription insert while we watched. Devil Pumpkins Save Family Farm lasted 6 seconds before Mara confiscated the type. No devil, she said. Unplanned pumpkins. No. Produce revises business model? Mara considered. Accurate. Nessa began setting type. Behind the press, Dev searched the 2026 charter file. A loose signature sheet slipped from the folder. Sicily, they said. At the bottom of the sponsor amendment, beneath Mara's farm signature and Page's corporate one, Sicily had signed under emergency Reeve authority. The provision allowed her to bind festival language to the Vale without public review when outside attention threatened Gloamsbury. Why emergency? Mara asked. Dev found the attached memo. North Notch planned live regional coverage. Sicily believed formal integration would keep the event veiled. I touched the signature. The print shop disappeared from my sight. In the dark window, my reflection became horse, fox, goat, rook, man, then a blank silhouette with no form at all. The charter current had learned the press preview. Crowd expectation did not merely trigger the trap, it strengthened it. Mara moved beside me. Rua, do not touch the glass. She stopped. My reflection kept changing after I held still. The meeting tomorrow, I said. If the crowd expects a demonstration, the claws will use that expectation to force one. Mara moved, so her reflection no longer overlapped mine. The glass showed her alone, then showed the blank silhouette wearing her wax jacket. She stepped back sharply. It reached me through association, she said. The sponsor has treated us as a package, and the town has begun treating me as the person who can answer for you. You encourage that? Yes. She removed her jacket and folded it over one arm. The blank silhouette lost its outline. My reflection returned to horse, fox, rook, goat, human, too many, but mine. Public proximity may intensify the claws, she said. If I stand beside you, people expect me to manage the event. If you stand far away, the exit may become harder to defend. Where do you want me? We measured the print shop. 6 feet let her hear without appearing to hold me. 10 feet reduced the association further but put the council table between us. We chose 6 and marked it as adjustable. The clause is using relationships as control routes, she said. Relationships are routes, control is one use. What other use? Return. The blank silhouette in the window became a door-shaped patch of night, then dispersed. Then you don't attend. The old reflex, answering for me. She caught it. Do you want to attend? Yes. Why? Because absence will let them decide the risk is theoretical. Because Sicily signed the language. Because the clause has been fed by people looking at me, and I want to tell them what looking costs. It could catch you again. Yes. What do you need? We drafted another list. No iron in town hall. No applause. No request for change. Exit clear. Talia's food ready. Mara close enough to hear the cadence boundary and far enough not to operate it. At the bottom I wrote, if form becomes unstable, Rua decides response while able. Mara added, if unable, Mara may offer cadence once as invitation. Stop if no response. We both signed. Nessa made 2 copies. Dev sealed one with the cadence access envelope. Mara kept the other folded in the field notebook, not in her pocket with financial papers. We should test the signals under pressure, Fenna said. How? Mara asked, without manufacturing distress. We used the print shop because the window reflection still cycled forms. I stood before it while Mara remained 6 feet behind. Nessa read neutral questions from the press list. Dev introduced crowd noise from a radio. Fenna opened and closed the exit route. At low pressure, my reflection became fox, while I remained human. I used open hand. Everyone paused. At moderate pressure, a reporter's recorded voice asked for my real form. Horse and rook overlapped in the glass. I used 2 fingers to wrist. Fenna opened the door. Mara did not speak. I left the room and returned only when ready. Again? Fenna asked. Yes. The third test introduced the phrase official Hallows. The reflection became blank. My body stayed human, but sensation withdrew from my hands. Enough, I said. Radio off. Door open. No cadence. Mara waited outside until I joined her. What did blank feel like? She asked. As if every form had been rejected before choosing. Can you signal from there? I did. If you can't tomorrow, we clear the room. No one asks you to choose a form. Correct. The test appeared successful. That mattered because failure the next day would not come from lack of planning. Consent violations did not happen only when people forgot rules. Fear could override rules after everyone understood them. We ran one final exercise in the tavern yard where the conditions were less controlled and the turkeys had not signed the safety agreement. Tax entered first. Title followed. Escrow remained at the gate, which Fenna said demonstrated a sophisticated grasp of perimeter management. I suspected Escrow had seen the bowl of cranberries by the kitchen door. Nessa assigned every observer a role. Bronwyn monitored exits. Dev documented signals. Talia held a tray of recovery foods divided into sweet, salt, and person whose nervous system has opinions. Mara's only task was to receive information, not act unless I made the agreed request. What is my task? Dickie asked. Remain outside the rehearsal, 6 people told him. He placed a hat on the fence post and said it would observe on his behalf. The hat had a press badge. Nessa turned it backward. We practiced an interruption, then an exit. Then a false alarm caused when Tax stole the 2-finger signal card and ran beneath the cider wagon. No one chased him. Bronwyn raised the duplicate card, the exercise paused, and Title retrieved the original through methods that appeared diplomatic until Tax screamed. Unexpected variables handled without central control, Dev recorded. Turkey assault, Talia suggested. That too. Mara stood where the route opened toward the orchard. Twice I looked at her and felt the cadence waiting in memory. She did not reach for it. Restraint could not erase knowledge, but it could become action repeated enough to matter. On the final run, I gave the open hand signal. Conversation stopped. I left the yard. Nobody asked whether I was all right until I returned and crossed the chalk line that meant questions were permitted. Are you all right? Mara asked. No, I said, because a rehearsal in which the correct answer had to be yes was another trap. And the protocol worked. Talia handed me salt crackers without calling that recovery complete. Fenna wrote one more line beneath the emergency plan. Success means choice remained available, not that distress disappeared. The wind lifted Dickie's hat from the fence. It sailed into the duck pond and continued observing from a position of reduced credibility. We ended before exhaustion could masquerade as thoroughness. On the walk home, Mara kept the old path open rather than straight. We passed the orchard, pond, and lower stone wall twice. Neither of us corrected it. If tomorrow goes well, she said, we still have the debt deadline. Yes. If it goes badly, we still have it. Money lacks dramatic timing. I hate that about it. Do you want my help after the meeting? She looked at me. Yes. With options, not performance. Accepted. Do you want to stay in the loft tonight? The invitation was housing, not relationship or work. Still, the question carried all three possibilities. Yes, I said, with the interior hatch closed. Yes. We reached the farm as separate people carrying a shared plan. Chapter 15. Mara. Town Hall held 96 people legally and 143 people emotionally. Fenna posted the capacity notice at the door. The notice added, including goats. No goats are present, Iona said. Rua stood beside me in human form. One fox ear rose. The notice revised itself, including potential goats. Fenna crossed out the line. Posted occupancy signs do not editorialize. The ink returned beneath her marker. Rua lifted one hand. I have not touched it. Nobody thought you had, I said. Every person in the entry looked at him. His ear flattened. Stop looking, I said. Everyone looked at the floor, walls, ceiling, and one another with such force that not looking became its own form of attention. Natural behavior, Nessa called. Try it. The meeting filled every chair and the back wall. Merchants needed the fare. Farm families distrusted changing a crop ritual during harvest. Uncanny residents occupied the left aisle or spaces beside it. A woman whose shadow arrived early, 2 mill spirits from the old sawworks, a doorkeeper who looked like a retired accountant, until someone lied near a hinge. The North Notch representatives sat together beneath the clock. Paige wore no white clothing. Cicely placed the Accord ledger on the council table. Dev kept the Hallows documents beside it. Iona had removed visible iron from the room, but the building's bones still contained nails, pipes, radiators, hinges, and a century of reinforced repairs. Rua felt them. I could tell by the way he held his shoulders. Do you want to move closer to the door? I asked. No. The closet's at the front. Food is behind us. Exit left. We stop if you signal. I remember. We had walked the room before anyone arrived. Iona marked every fixed iron source with blue chalk. Radiator hinge, pipe chase, nails beneath the council platform, and old safe inside the clerk's office. Fenna cleared the left aisle and stationed no one in it. Talia placed food and hot sweet tea behind the final row. Nessa hung the press rules at both doors. Rua tested the exit in fox, rook, horse, goat, and human forms. Horse could not clear the interior vestibule without turning sideways. Fenna removed the outer door from its closer, so it would stay open. Rook could reach the high windows, but 2 were painted shut. Iona opened one with a scraper and did not ask whether escape through a window looked undignified. Windows are for emergencies, she said. Windows are doors with ambition, Rua replied. He chose human form for the meeting because the chairs, microphones, and public expectations were built around it. Useful? I asked. Mostly costume. Comfortable? Less by the minute. We agreed on signals. Open hand meant pause. 2 fingers to wrist meant leave. Spoken enough ended questioning. A shift did not itself cancel consent unless he signaled or could no longer answer. The cadence remained emergency only, invitation only, once. If you say no, I said, I do not use it. Correct. Even if the shift looks dangerous. His eyes held mine. Especially then. You can clear iron, attention, and exits. My body is not the danger, merely because humans dislike its appearance. What if you cannot breathe? Offer the cadence if I cannot answer. Not if I answer no. Understood. He touched my scarred thumb where it rested against the checklist. Say it back without making it procedure. The request exposed exactly what I had done, converted trust into operational stacks, and assumed correct execution would make me safe. If you tell me no, I believe you know your body better than I do, I said. My fear doesn't outrank you. Yes. We entered separately, so no one mistook proximity for an anchor arrangement already decided. During the first 20 minutes, the plan worked. Rua used enough twice. Bronwyn stopped questions. One blogger objected that the meeting was public. Nessa escorted him to the correction wall and made him read "Public is not ownerless" aloud. The crowd learned, awkwardly. Then Paige stood. The private cadence waited inside my memory. 3 beats. Invitation, not command. Once only if he could not decide. I wished I had refused to learn it. Bronwyn called the meeting to order. Her minutes were projected on the wall because paper had begun adding commentary. I presented the farm findings. Iron pins, sponsor expectations, the 1957 exchange, test plot, transformed preview, partial repair. I stated my own signature on the 2026 amendment and did not explain ignorance as innocence. Questions came quickly. Would the fair proceed? Yes. Changed. Would refunds be available? Yes. Would prizes return next year? Undecided. Was the black pulp toxic? No, but it held opinions and should not contact white footwear. Paige requested the floor. North Notch supports the town's cultural evolution, she began. Our revised proposal preserves local autonomy while providing necessary financial stabilization. The projector added, autonomy, definition pending. Laughter moved through the room. Paige waited it out. Mr. Rua's participation demonstrates that sponsorship and authentic uncanny culture can coexist responsibly. Rua's feathers appeared. He has not accepted, I said. We remain in dialogue. No, Rua said. Paige's smile held. That is part of dialogue. The Hallows clause brightened. I saw it through Dev's brass lens. Instrument and licensed entertainer burning blue-black on the open page. Stop, I said. Paige stopped. The crowd did not. Expectation gathered from every person waiting to see what Rua would do. Refuse more dramatically. Transform. Prove danger. Prove charm. Save the fair. Cost the farm. Perform the conflict they had come to witness. Rua's human outline blurred. No applause, Bronwyn said. No requests. Give space. Cicely reached for the ledger. I can read the original clause into limitation. Don't, Rua said. She began anyway. The Púca is instrument of transformation. The words struck him. His arms became black wings to the shoulder. Horse legs drove through his trousers, then collapsed into fox limbs. Horns split his hair. His torso remained human while ribs compressed for rook. The crowd gasped. Expectation tightened. Rua tried to reach the door. Every shape chose a different route. Rua, can you hear me? One human eye found me. The other went horse dark. Do not, he said. The words were clear. Do not use the cadence. I knew. I turned to the room. Everybody out. Nobody moved. Chairs blocked aisles. People looked for coats, children, instructions. Fenna opened the left exit, while Bronwyn cleared rows. Too slow. No talking, I shouted. No names. Look at the exits. Nessa killed the projector. Dev closed the ledger. Iona pulled the radiator valve and threw a wool blanket over the iron casing. The room's attention broke into tasks, but every person still tracked Rua from the edge of vision. I held up an open hand, our pause signal. His human eye saw it. His wings struck the table again. Do you want the room cleared? I asked. The shape of his mouth could not hold an answer. No was the last answer he had given. It still governed the cadence. Move the ledger farther, I told Dev. They carried it into the clerk's office. The charter current stretched after it like a black thread, but did not break. Iona pointed to fixed iron. Radiator, pipe under the platform, nails beneath the floor. We could not remove the building in time. Fenna and Oren cleared chairs to create a direct path to the left exit. Rua tried to take it. Horse legs moved forward while fox spine turned sideways. Rook wings drove upward. Human hands caught the table edge. We can move the people, not him, Fenna said. The crowd flowed now, but the doorway narrowed them. 30 seconds, a minute. Too long inside a body, changing every heartbeat. I placed Talia's food on the floor within sight and backed away. Heat and calories available. No one will approach. Rua could not reach it. The charter pressure sought a finished performance. If he became one complete form, perhaps it would release. If we commanded a form, we fed it. You do not have to choose, I said. The room is changing around you. His shape slowed for one breath. Hope became another expectation. They accelerated. One horn struck the council microphone. Feedback screamed. Rua's rookwing reacted. Every black feather extended. The crowd at the exit looked back. Keep moving, Bronwyn ordered. I could have repeated his no. I could have waited for the room to clear. I could have trusted that his body knew a danger I experienced only as fear. Instead, I began measuring outcome. Breathing compromised. Iron near. Forms accelerating. Seconds to injury. My mind built a procedure in the space where trust should have remained. The cadence looked like the only functioning tool. Rua's spine arched. The iron radiator pulled every unfinished form toward it. He struck the council table, scattering documents. His mouth changed before he could breathe. Rua, choose a shape, Cicely said. The command fed the trap. He made a sound with no human throat in it. I could stop the body from tearing itself apart. He had said no. The cadence sat inside my mouth like a key I did not own. His knees, too many, wrongly placed, buckled. I used it, not as invitation, as command. Rua, the pause. The final breath sharpened into stop. Every form froze, then collapsed into human. Rua hit the floor on both hands, gasping. The room applauded. Relief made them cruel. They cheered because the frightening thing had become familiar again. Because I had operated the right mechanism. Because control looked like rescue from outside. Stop, I shouted. Applause died in pieces. Rua lifted his head. One white horse ear remained amid his black curls. Blood marked his lower lip. His eyes held no confusion. He knew exactly what I had done. You knew what that was for, he said. Shame burned through every defense I had. Yes, the single word did not hold everything. I had used the correct rhythm and changed the final breath. He had taught invitation. I supplied command. The distinction was not mystical. It lived in tone, intent, and his explicit refusal. My body wanted to move toward him, check bleeding, offer water, explain that I had believed his breath would stop. Every impulse wore the face of help. I stayed where I was. Talia placed the food basket near the exit and backed away. Fenna asked Rua whether he wanted medical assistance. He shook his head once. She did not ask again. Cicely started to speak. Rua looked at her. She stopped. The room finally practiced what it had promised before the crisis. Too late for the choice I made, not too late to stop multiplying it. One resident whispered, "But she saved him." Mr. Gorse answered, from an outcome he understood better than she did. He was hurting. Pain does not transfer ownership. I heard every word. Rua did too. His horse ear turned toward the exchange, then flattened. The public debate over whether harm was justified made his body evidence again. No analysis now, Nessa said. Give him the exit. The crowd obeyed. He stood without my hand. Fenna kept the exit clear. No one tried to stop him. Even the charter dimmed as Rua crossed the threshold by his own choice. Outside, a black horse ran across Wittersham Square and vanished up the North Road. Nobody in Town Hall moved. The emptiness he left was not magical. It was consequence made visible. Fenna closed the outer doors after the road cleared, not to contain him, but to keep anyone from following. Nessa collected every camera card from press participants under the emergency privacy clause. One photographer argued that public interest outweighed prior restrictions. The doorkeeper in the left aisle placed a brass hinge across his mouth until he reconsidered. Paige removed her North Notch badge and set it face down. Cicely knelt beside the fallen ledger pages. I fed the clause by reading it. Yes, I said. I thought naming the old limit would contain it. Yes. She looked at me. You used the cadence after he refused. Yes. Each answer stripped away a defense before it formed. Bronwyn stood at the projection controls. Her hands shook. The minutes recorded the applause. Keep it, Nessa said. Several residents flinched. It is part of what happened, Dev added. Removing it would make the record kinder than the room. The crowd was not permitted the comfort of becoming a faceless force. Bronwyn asked anyone who had applauded to raise a hand. At first 6 did, then 20, then most of the room. Why, she asked. Answers came reluctantly. Relief. Fear. They thought the danger was over. They thought Mara had helped. They were glad he looked human again. That final answer changed the air. Mr. Gorse's coat sprouted hinges at every seam. "There," he said. "That is the charter in ordinary speech. No festival plan was approved." The meeting adjourned into individual responsibility rather than resolution. The clock above Page struck once, though it was only 7:13. On the projector, Bronwyn's minutes added a final line: "Control is not repair." I read it until the words stopped behaving like a lesson meant for somebody else. The residents who had raised their hands did not leave immediately. Nessa divided a sheet of butcher paper into 3 columns: what I did, what it cost, and what I will change without asking Rua to supervise me. The first column filled slowly. I applauded, I stayed silent, I called the human shape normal. I was relieved someone else made the decision. Mr. Gorse wrote that he had treated the charter as history when it was still architecture. Cicely wrote for so long that her pen tore the paper. Bronwyn recorded that she had designed the meeting around a desired outcome and called the exit route sufficient because a door existed. My own line required no elegant phrasing. I used the cadence after he refused. Under cost, I wrote, his body, his trust, his right to decide whether danger justified change. Under change, never hold sole access, never use in public, never let urgency become authority, except that he may leave and may not forgive me. The last sentence made my hand shake. I kept it legible. Paige stood at the edge of the paper with her sponsor folder tucked beneath one arm. Does the third column include institutions? It had better, Nessa said. Paige wrote, I use standard language to conceal a non-standard demand. Then, North Notch receives no images, recordings, or continuity rights from this event. Corporate will object, she said. Will you change it? I asked. She removed her company badge and placed it on the table before writing yes. No one congratulated anyone. Applause had done enough. The butcher paper would be photographed and posted. The original would remain in the archive with the minutes, not as punishment, as a record that harm had authors, costs, and obligations more specific than communal regret. Lyle stared at the financial column as if hoping debt might become a moral exemption. The lender still calls it 5. I know. You could sign a farm-only agreement. Tomorrow I can discuss one. Tonight I am not using the emergency to hurry past what happened. He nodded once. It was not agreement. It was the first time he had allowed my no to remain a no. I signed the bottom of the page. The pen left a black crescent on my thumb. Responsibility felt less like cleansing than carrying something with an accurate label. The emergency cadence agreement remained folded in my notebook. I took it out without opening the seal. Dev. They came forward. Take this. Lock it under the joint access terms. I do not keep a copy. Rua's permission? Already on the envelope. Transfer was specified after the ritual. Dev accepted it with both hands and logged custody in front of Nessa. Cicely reached for the accord ledger, then stopped. May I close it? She asked the room. No single person could answer. Dev, Mr. Gorse, and 2 uncanny residents approached. Together they closed the page and placed a plain cloth over it. Cicely did not carry it away alone. Bronwyn asked whether the meeting should reconvene before Hallows. The room had no appetite for another crowd deciding repair. Small working groups, Nessa said. Public written record. Rua invited to respond. Not required. And the farm? Lyle asked. Every practical pressure remained. Debt, crop, sponsor deadline. The easiest story would make them justification for what I had done. The farm waits, I said. No decision uses his image, role, or return. Page gathered the North Notch papers. Withdraw every version containing Rua. Any farm proposal must be separate. That removes most of the impact fee. Then remove it. She nodded. Only after those choices were recorded did I leave town hall by the field route, following Rua without expecting pursuit to count as repair. Chapter 16. Rua. I left town hall through the door because the window deserved better. Outside, I became a horse and ran. Cobble, road, ditch, old path. Each impact returned my body to me. 4 legs, 1 spine. Breath that belonged to this chest. The white ear remained, twitching toward every sound behind me. No one followed. Then everyone followed, at a distance, through concern, rumor, apology, and the town's terrible instinct to turn pain into a committee. I pulled the Old North path out of alignment.
Humans leaving the square found themselves at the bakery, post office, or the bench beside the memorial pear tree, where they could reconsider.
The path fought me. Gloamsbury's roads had begun to know my shape. They curved back toward the square, the seed house, Mara. I forced the current north and felt the anchor pull through every transformation. Horse wanted distance. Fox wanted cover. Rook wanted height. Goat wanted to turn and strike the thing behind us. Human wanted Mara's face before she spoke the cadence and after, as though finding the precise instant of betrayal could divide love from harm. There was no instant. She had asked small questions in the seat house, fed me by permission, learned the rhythm because I gave it, promised my fear did not outrank my knowledge. Then fear arrived and became authority. The care had been real, so was the violation. I became a horse again because horse could carry contradiction without explaining it. The road rang beneath hooves, breath burned, sweat cooled along a body that belonged entirely to me, except where the cadence echoed in muscle memory. At the memorial pear tree, the path deposited 3 townspeople who had tried to follow. Oren stood there with his blue mug, blocking the north branch. He did not try to stop me. He set a paper parcel on the stone wall. Bread, cheese, apple, salt. Then he walked back toward town and redirected the others with him. Food without request. Distance without abandonment. I hated Gloamsbury for learning at inconvenient speed. Mara did not take the road. She crossed the fields. I felt her route beside mine. Straight through wet grass, over the low wall, under the wire where a careful farmer knew the gap. She did not ask the town to carry her. She did not call my name. I ran harder. At the Dwyer gate, the sign read, "Ask him." I became a fox and slipped beneath it. The shape should have comforted me. Instead, the cadence followed inside it. 3 beats turned into 1 command. Every muscle remembered stopping. Every form remembered that Mara could reach beneath choice and seize the hinge. She had saved my body. She had used the saving to ignore me. Both were true. Truth did not become mercy by multiplying. I reached the volunteer strip and became a rook. Flight took me above the farm, but the anchor current dragged at the feathers. I landed badly on the seed house roof. Mara stopped at the field edge. She could see me. She came no closer. "I'm sorry," she said. No explanation followed. No, but you were hurting. No, I had to. No demand that I acknowledge intention, panic, or outcome. Wind moved through the cedar branches. "I heard you," she said. "I used it anyway. I made your private cadence a command and let the rue treat control as success. That was wrong. I became human on the roof ridge. Do you want me to say I understand? No. Do you want forgiveness?" Her face tightened. "Not now. Maybe not from you. That's yours. A well-constructed apology. It doesn't repair anything. No. Tell me what does, if you can. Leave." She nodded once. The absence of resistance hurt. Mara turned and walked toward the farmhouse. She did not look back. At the yard gate, Tax approached her. She picked him up despite his objection and carried him away from the seed house. I remained on the roof after she disappeared. The apology had not asked me to reduce her pain. That was correct. It also left me alone with mine, which was the consequence of refusing repair before I knew its shape. I ate Oren's bread. Hunger did not pause for moral injury. The apple was the same variety Mara had described in the graft. One half tasted sharp and late, the other sweetened where it had bruised. Below, the farm continued. Jessa closed the public gate. Lyle moved a tractor from the lane. Bronwyn removed orange signs one by one. Nobody approached the seed house. The town's restraint felt like attention held at a boundary, still heavy, but not entering. I took out Nan's last letter. "The roof on the Dwyer seed house remains dissatisfied," she had written. "The farmer pretends not to notice because every building here has demands. There is a stair nobody repairs. I think the stair is waiting for a person who needs a separate door." I had believed the line metaphorical. Nan had always cheated by making metaphors out of carpentry. On the back, in smaller writing, "Do not confuse the possibility of harm with proof that nothing can change. Also, do not confuse change with proof of safety. Roads go both ways, because wisdom is indecisive." "You could have written plainly," I told the paper. A rook crossed the field and dropped a walnut on the roof beside me. Nan remained unhelpful in dispersion. I sat on the roof until dusk became dark. Cicely found me there. She came alone and stopped beneath the collapsed exterior stair. I signed the amendment, she said. Dev found your name. I knew official expectation would bind the sponsor event to the veil. I believed that would disguise uncanny activity from outside cameras. You did not consider whose activity became bound. No. You keep using ignorance as a room after harm. I'm trying to leave it. Try elsewhere. She accepted that too. Acceptance without consequence had become another Reeve skill. If you leave before Hallows, she said, the anchor may fail. There, the request beneath the apology. It is a fact. Facts can also be leverage. Her voice broke slightly. I do not know how to tell you the town needs you without repeating the structure that made need a claim. Then do not tell me. What should I tell them? I looked across the farm. Field 6 held its altered forms, but the restored current weakened. The test fruit had begun to soften. A single successful ritual could not withstand the charter, and a town full of unchanged expectation. Tell them what they did, I said. Tell them whether they will change if I do not return. And if they will? Cicely asked. Then they change. Without asking you to witness? Yes. Without knowing whether it brings you back? Especially then. She looked toward town, where the clock tower rose above the fields. I have spent my life measuring repair by whether the accord held. The accord held while Nan's service was stored after her dispersal. It held while I was forced into human form. I know. Then holding is not repair. Cicely removed the folding ruler from her pocket. She turned it over in both hands, opened one section, and snapped it closed. What do I measure instead? Ask the people affected. You are affected. I said leave. She put the ruler away. Then I will. At the field edge, she stopped once more without turning. For what it is worth, I hope you find a place that wants who you are. Hope is not a request. No. Then I can receive it. She continued down the lane. Cicely left. She did not take the old path. She walked the service lane in full view of anyone watching, carrying the consequence back to town herself. I came down from the roof after she disappeared. The empty chair Mara had placed for the ritual sat beside the anchor stone. It had not been there this morning. Plain wood. No reserved sign. No ribbon. No offering placed on the seat to create obligation. I circled it in fox form. The anchor current reached toward me through the soil and stopped at the boundary I had not accepted. The restraint was new. Before the town hall meeting, compatibility had felt like a hook. Now it waited, weakly, imperfectly, because public expectation still pulled, but waited. Mara had changed something after I left. That did not require me to reward it. Tax emerged from the volunteer vines. He approached the chair, pecked one leg, and looked at me. You are not a legal agent, I told him. He sat beneath it. Title and escrow remained near the farmhouse with Mara. Tax alone had crossed the yard. Leadership or desertion, poultry distinctions were unstable. Are you here to persuade me? He scratched at the soil. That would violate several draft terms. Tax found a black feather half buried near the stone, the one shed during formlock, not the ritual feather planted later. He picked it up, carried it 3 steps, and dropped it outside the anchor spiral. No magic occurred. The feather remained mine only in history. I became human and picked it up. Its shaft was bent. Mud had dried across the vein. An object from harm, not a sacred token. I put it in my coat pocket anyway. Evidence, I said. Tax pecked my boot. Your methods remain coercive. He walked back toward the farmhouse. At the test plot, the vine had collapsed but not vanished. I opened one fruit. Seeds inside remained cream-colored and firm. The ritual's result could fail above ground while preserving possibility beneath it. I gathered 6 seeds and placed them in an envelope from the seed house. On the front I wrote, Test exchange, after failure, still viable. Mara would understand the distinction. I left the envelope on the work table without a note. This was not forgiveness. It was data. I suspected she would understand that too. I climbed through the loft window. The room held our lunch crate, 2 bowls, dust, rafters, and an imagined future that had become embarrassing in its detail. I had pictured a pantry shelf beneath the east eave. Mara's old ladder hung on the wall. The repaired stair would enter through a door no one else controlled. I took my green coat from the peg below. Talia's peppermint remained in the pocket. So did Mara's black stitching at the sleeve. My belongings had multiplied during 4 days in Gloamsbury. Press terms, 1-year proposal, Nan's letter, a spare shirt Talia had found at the tavern, a wooden comb from the farm stand lost and found, claimed after Bronwyn made me wait the required 24 hours, the peppermint, 6 test seeds now left behind. Belonging did not arrive as feeling. It accumulated as objects inconvenient to carry. I packed the shirt and letter, left the comb because it belonged to the seed house more than me, moved the peppermint from one pocket to another without purpose. On the loft floor, a faint rectangle showed where Mara and I had eaten lunch. The warped window now opened because Horse Shoulder had forced it. Changes persisted without permission from the person leaving. I closed the window, then reopened it 1 inch so the room would not smell shut. Habit, care, claim, I could not tell. On the work table lay the 1-year proposal, unsigned. I left it there. Before leaving the seed house, I inventoried every object that might be mistaken for an invitation. The repaired coat was mine. The comb was borrowed. The lunch crate belonged to the farm. The unsigned proposal belonged to no future yet. Mara's field notebook lay closed beneath a stone, and I did not open it. Privacy did not become accessible because trust had been damaged. On the peg beside the door hung the procession map. My route was drawn in green, with exits in blue and the old prescribed circle faint beneath both. I took the map down, folded it once, and put it with the proposal. Not destroyed, not accepted, removed from public use. Outside, the volunteer crew had left the harvest slings stacked under canvas. A label on top read, "For bodies and vegetables requiring support." Someone, probably Talia, had added, "Not emotional support. We are not qualified." The farm was quiet except for the irrigation pump coughing every 40 seconds. I followed the sound to the north line. A coupling had split. Water ran through the failed plot, carrying a thin skin of green light toward the drainage ditch. I could have repaired it with a change. Rubber to living vine, crack to sealed joint. The farm would have read the act as service, and part of me wanted the cleanliness of one useful gesture. Instead, I shut the valve. The wheel resisted. I became stronger without choosing a theatrical shape, shoulders widening inside my shirt. Even alone, transformation answered need. The difference was that no one else named what need permitted. When the water stopped, the ditch retained its green glimmer. 3 frogs surfaced in a row. The middle one wore a reflection like a tiny black crown. "No," I told it. The crown vanished. One problem declined promotion. At the farmhouse, a light moved behind Mara's kitchen window. She crossed once carrying a bucket, again with towels, then stood still as if she knew I was somewhere beyond the glass. She did not come outside. The space she left me hurt more than pursuit would have. That did not make pursuit preferable. I wrote the broken coupling on the chalkboard by the tool shed. Under it I added, "Valve closed, repair needed, no magic used." My handwriting looked ordinary. I had spent years believing ordinary meant unseen. Tonight it meant evidence that I could leave a fact without turning myself into its solution. At the gate, the sign changed before I passed. Ask him became let him. Then the magic failed. I crossed the boundary. Behind me, the last healthy test pumpkin collapsed. The sound reached me through the anchor. A soft, wet failure, no louder than fruit dropping in grass. And did not turn back. Turning back immediately would make the field's pain a leash. The old accord had survived by teaching anchors that every consequence of refusal belonged to them personally. A failed crop was not proof I owed service. Mara's hurt was not proof I owed forgiveness. My own grief was not proof leaving was wrong. I walked north in human form until the farm lights disappeared, then became a fox. Outside the boundary, magic thinned. Roads held one location. Signs retained paint. My body still changed, but no town expectation pressed against it. Relief arrived so quickly it felt like indictment. At the first culvert, I drank rainwater and ate the last of Talia's bread. The peppermint remained in my pocket. I considered throwing it into the stream because belongings carried roots back. I kept it because discarding a sweet to prove freedom was a different kind of performance. Beyond the notch gate, I stopped at the stone marker. Gloamsbury, it read. Founded in mutual refuge. Someone had scratched service beneath refuge long ago and later crossed it out. I added nothing. A truck passed. Its driver saw a man in a green coat beside a town sign. No veil translated me because nothing impossible was happening. Ordinary anonymity settled over my shoulders. I could go anywhere. The abundance of roads felt less like freedom than vertigo. Horse chose the western route. Fox might have hidden. Rook might have flown without deciding. Horse required a road beneath each step. I ran until Gloamsbury's pull became a direction rather than a hand. Chapter 17. Mara. On October 29th, I shoveled the collapsed test pumpkin into a wheelbarrow, while every person on the farm carefully did not say Rua's name. Jessa worked beside me. She had asked once whether he was coming back. I said I did not know. After that, she discussed compost ratios, frost, and the moral decline of the hydraulic hose. Tax, title, and escrow remained near the gate. They no longer followed me either. The test plot had gone dormant overnight. Not dead. The seeds remained viable beneath the soil, but the impossible vine had withered. Field 6 held the forms restored by the ritual, though blackening crept back at the edges. The problem had become honest. It would not let me keep the useful result while ignoring how I obtained it. I tipped the wheelbarrow into the compost bay. I turn people into procedures. Jessa leaned on her fork. Good morning. When I'm afraid, I decide the safe outcome, then operate whatever gets us there. Are we talking about pumpkins? No. Thank God. I don't have emotional range for sentient produce before lunch. I looked toward the blank gate sign. My father died because a machine safety system failed. My mother left because the farm hurt too much. I made rules for everything after that. Rules are useful. So are gates. Mara, I used something private after he told me not to. Jessa's face changed. Did you apologize? Yes. Did he accept? He believed I was sorry. That wasn't the question. No. Then stop trying to solve his part. There were reasons Jessa worked with plants rather than customers. Most were virtues. We finished shoveling in silence. The black pulp had changed since the first morning. It no longer steamed. Seeds had separated from flesh. Many split, but some viable. Jessa screened them into trays for testing. What do we do with these? She asked. Label source, date, degree of collapse. Germination test 50 from each section. Keep the failures? Especially the failures. The answer was agricultural and not. We walked field 6 row by row. Restored fruit remained saleable in the center, unstable at the sponsor edge. We marked each without pretending the damage was uniform. Some vines needed composting. Some could produce seed. Some pumpkins were safe to eat, but too soft for storage. Talia would take them today, or they were lost. The work made consequence material. Canceling North Notch would not restore the field. Apologizing would not harden rinds. Accountability still required sorting, lifting, testing, invoices, and decisions nobody could make symbolic enough to avoid. Jessa wrote 3 crew schedules and included my hours as if I were an employee. You put me on rest rotation? Talia threatened to organize the cookware if I didn't. The cookware has no standing. From the field kitchen, a serving spoon fell off the counter by itself. Jessa looked toward the sound. Developing issue. She moved my rest block from 2 hours to 3. Paige arrived at 10 with the final contract. She came alone and wore old rubber boots. The documentation clause is removed, she said. No image use, no RUA participation. North Notch will fund the farm impact in exchange for a 5-year festival supply option. Uniform standards? Negotiable. Official expectation language? Still required for brand integration. No. She looked at Field 6. You may lose the farm. The uncanny participant isn't even part of this version. That's why it's worse. You learned how to remove the visible person and keep the same structure. Paige closed the case. For what it's worth, I argued against the clause. Thank you for that specific work. She almost smiled. I hope your alternative is less theoretical than it looks. So do I. I returned the remaining sponsor advance before she left. The transfer put the farm account below the number my bank considered conversational. At noon, Nessa recorded my statement in the seed house. No camera, only audio and a written transcript I approved for accuracy, not comfort. I described the crop failure, the old exchange, sponsor standards, the charter clause, Cicely's amendment, and my own signature. Then I described what I did at town hall. Name Rua? Nessa asked. Only where he has already consented to public identification. Do not print the cadence, his prior history, or current location. Do you want to say whether he'll return? No. The festival plan cannot assign him a role. What should readers do? Decide whether they want a town where uncanny residents are neighbors or equipment, then act on the answer even if no one performs for them. Nessa stopped the recorder. That will cost you. Yes. Good statement. Terrible business plan. Wynne County loves those. A special edition went out at 1. Pre-orders began at 1:18. Responses arrived with the orders. Some were kind, some were self-congratulatory. Several residents apologized to me for applauding, which required me to explain that I could not receive Rua's apology on his behalf any more than I could receive his sponsorship contract. Then what do we do? Mrs. Vale asked. Change what happens next.
She ordered a seed membership and volunteered to staff a no-photography entrance. The authentic eccentricity documentarian sent Nessa a demand to publish his footage. Nessa returned the signed press terms and a correction notice. He threatened legal action until the doorkeeper's attorney daughter called him. 3 vendors withdrew, saying a fair without judging would not draw buyers. Bronwyn refunded them. 4 new vendors applied: a mender, a seed librarian, a compost cooperative, and a woodworker who repaired cracked bowls with visible joins. Page's regional office issued a statement calling the canceled partnership a mutual evolution of strategic priorities. The pumpkin words on the gazebo, reported by Nessa before fading, answered cowards. Nessa declined to print the field's opinion as fact and placed it in the editorial column. The farm phone rang without pause. Jessa and I divided calls. Orders to her, anger to me, magic questions to nobody, until Cicely produced public guidance. One caller asked whether allowing uncanny residents to refuse performance discriminated against tourists who had paid for authenticity. I said yes, in the sense that reality routinely discriminated against purchases of other people's autonomy. Nessa printed that too. By 3, the pre-order board had climbed enough that hope became a number rather than a mood. Still insufficient. Still real. The charter group met at 4 without calling itself a committee. Bronwyn called it a temporary language repair cluster, which fooled nobody but satisfied her need for fresh terminology. Cicely brought the ledger and placed it in the center rather than before her own chair. Dev controlled copies. Nessa recorded. Mr. Gorse and the Shadow Early Woman attended as uncanny residents unrelated to Hallows. Because the town could not revise one person's rights only when romance or crop failure made him visible. We did not alter Rua's clause in his absence. We identified language that could be suspended without assigning new terms: licensed entertainer, scheduled demonstration, official expectation. Dev marked each as disputed. Cicely issued an emergency non-enforcement order rather than claiming authority to rewrite consent. Can the anchor function with suspended language? I asked. Unknown, she said. Then unknown goes in the notice. Nessa wrote it. The group drafted general principles for the fair. No uncanny presence presumed. No transformation requested as proof. No image or story rights transferred by attendance. Refusal does not breach civic duty. Anchor vacancy is a town condition, not an individual debt. Mr. Gorse added, doors remain doors when closed. Metaphor? Bronwyn asked. Also fire code. I signed only as farm owner and resident, not Rua's partner, representative, or interpreter. When the draft was posted publicly, 3 residents objected that the fair could not advertise uncanny culture while promising no uncanny appearance. Nessa revised the advertisement. The town examines how it celebrates change. Less marketable, more true. Ticket requests increased. After the language group dispersed, Lyle arrived with the easement documents. Deadline was tomorrow, I said. North Notch withdrew the route offer after your statement. Then what are those? Unsigned. He placed them on the work table. I heard the recording. And? I am still angry. Efficient agreement won't help. I taught you that. He looked toward the loft. Your father planned that stair for years. Always bought something else first. The farm needed things. The farm always needs things. Lyle rubbed his mustache. I can extend the note to spring. No interest increase if winter share pre-orders reach half the gap. That is a real risk for you. Don't call me generous. I understood where Rua had learned to forbid the word. Thank you for the specific extension terms, I said. Lyle grunted. Agreement. By sunset, pre-orders reached $20,600. Not salvation. Time. The town worked without waiting to see whether Rua returned. Bronwyn changed the procession route. Dev printed seed histories. Talia made black pulp compost cakes as a joke, then abandoned the recipe after one trial. Iona removed every remaining iron fitting touching the anchor perimeter.
The changed fare had to function if the anchor failed entirely. Fenna mapped ordinary exits that did not depend on shifting paths. Iona installed battery lights. Talia planned food without enchanted preservation. Dev prepared paper copies in case the Accord ledger became unreadable. We were building a festival without assuming magic would rescue the people who had failed it. That work was quieter than hope and more useful. I pulled the last one myself. Then I posted a blank board at the gate. Hallows will change. Come if you choose. No invitation to Rua. No empty promise that he would be honored if he came. No role waiting in polite language. We spoke for 12 minutes about the field, sponsor, fair, and the person I had harmed. I did not give Rua's private details. My mother did not offer advice. Before ending, she said, "Your father planned that stair so someone could live up there without walking through the workroom." Who? Anyone. He thought the farm needed room for people who were not family or employees. The room blurred. He never built it. The farm always needed something else. After the call, I added the stair to the public repair list. Not for Rua. For whoever chose the room. The next morning began with 3 calls and a turkey in the kitchen. Escrow had entered through the mudroom, found the bowl of keys, and arranged them by apparent emotional burden. The truck key sat alone beneath a dish towel. The seed house key had been pushed against the sugar jar. The key to the loft hatch was missing. I found it under Escrow's left foot. "That is not governance," I said. Escrow lowered his body until the key disappeared entirely. I made coffee around him. The first call was the bank. I requested a 30-day hardship extension and supplied salvage figures, crop loss photographs, and the insurance claim number. The officer said the file would require review. I asked for the review criteria in writing. She sounded disappointed by my competence, but agreed. The second call was the food cooperative. I offered the responsive squash at no charge if they would honor handling instructions and allow the farm to reclaim any fruit that withdrew consent. The manager was silent for 9 seconds. "Are you joking?" she asked. One squash on the porch knocked against its crate. "No. Can we call them seasonal interactive produce?" "Only if the produce approves the label." We scheduled an inspection. The third call was Paige. I rejected the sponsor contract and proposed a separate emergency purchase agreement for ordinary crops. No festival access, no personality rights, no exclusivity, 40% deposit on signature. "That is not our usual model," she said. "Neither is a pumpkin grievance chart." "Send it." Afterward, I built a cash flow sheet with 4 possible routes: bank extension, crop pre-sales, equipment leaseback, and selling the North Woodlot easement without development rights. None solved everything alone. Together, with brutal winter limits, they might keep the farm. The plan was worse than rescue and better than surrender. At 9, volunteers arrived to repair the irrigation line. I gave them the task list, safety rules, and authority to stop. I did not become indispensable. When Fenna told me to eat, I ate. When Dev asked who could approve substitutions, I named 3 people besides myself. The farm continued while I was not controlling every motion. Escrow finally surrendered the loft key in exchange for half a pair. I washed it, labeled it Housing Access/Tenant Control, and placed it in an envelope in the office drawer. Then I closed the drawer. Preparation was not a summons. A viable future could wait without becoming a demand. At midnight, I checked the gate once. No fox, horse, rook, goat, or man waited there. I went to bed without turning on the porch light as a signal. Chapter 18. Rua. The problem with leaving freely was that freedom permitted turning around. I discovered this at a roadside sugar shack 6 miles beyond Gloamsbury, where a woman named Bernice served coffee to a black horse without asking why he could read. "Papers on the bench," she said. "Money in the tin if you've got it. If you don't, bring some next time." I became human behind the woodpile, put 2 coins in the tin, and carried the clarion to the far picnic table. She sent roads instead of invitations. Mara had understood it for 1 page. Understanding once did not make her safe forever. It did not return the cadence to private knowledge. It did not erase the town hall floor beneath my hands, or the applause that celebrated a manageable body. But the old rule inside me, want becomes expectation becomes task becomes captivity, had failed to account for revision. Humans loved a single shape. Some apparently could be taught to repaint a sign. Bernice came outside with a chipped blue cup. It was hot when you brought it. Time continues. Rude. Reliable. She sat at the opposite end of the table without asking what I was. You from the town in the paper? Possibly. That's yes with a cape. I have no cape. Metaphorical. Worse in rain. She poured from a thermos into my cup. They hurt you? Yes. They know? Some. You going back? This interrogation lacks published terms. Bernice drank. I'm not publishing. Then yes, it lacks terms. She nodded as if I had answered the real question. A road out is useful. A road back too. Otherwise it's just a line somebody calls freedom because it points away. Do you dispense philosophy to all horses? Only paying ones. I looked at the coin tin. Coffee was 1 coin. Philosophy costs extra. I added another. Robbery, I said. Choice, Bernice replied. She went inside before I could object. Bernice placed an apple beside my coffee. You reading or being read at? Both. Paper does that. She returned inside. Across the road, a flock of rooks landed on a mileage sign. 7 birds arranged themselves over Gloamsbury, 6. 3 moved to a lower sign reading 1 lane, 1 year. I stood. The rooks became ordinary birds by refusing to clarify. Nan? 1 stole the apple. This proved nothing. Nan had dispersed. A flock could carry habit without personhood, nudge without survival. I would not turn ambiguity into a command merely because I wanted advice. The birds moved to the shack roof. 7 black shapes, each separate. None volunteering to become the woman I missed. Nan's dispersal had taught Gloamsbury the wrong lesson. They treated her remaining magic as stored service, evidence that an anchor could outlast consent. I had treated her scattered traces as permission to avoid grief. If she was not entirely gone, I did not need to admit she would never again open her cottage door. If she was entirely gone, every rook became coincidence, and every road letter final. Uncertainty did not owe me a preferred shape. I unfolded her last letter, beside Mess's paper. Nan had described Gloamsbury's 5 roads, the dissatisfied roof, the missing stair, and a pumpkin farmer who had argued with a hailstorm at age 12. She had not said, go there. She wrote, there are places that want what you do, and places that may learn to want who you are. The second sort is rarer, slower, and not guaranteed by good intentions. Mara had wanted what I could do at first. Diagnose, save a crop, stabilize the fair. Then she asked what shape was comfortable. Then she used private trust as a control because fear made function more urgent than person. The town had wanted who I was during the press preview, right up until who I was became difficult to watch. They might learn. I might be harmed while they learned. Both possibilities belonged on the same page. I listed what return could not mean. Not proof that the apology was enough. Not acceptance of the old charter. Not agreement to save the farm. Not surrender of the right to leave later. Then I listed what return could mean. Opportunity to state terms where everyone heard. A chance to see whether the town changed without reward. A room with 2 doors if I chose it. Mara's laugh again. The last item was not legally useful. I left it. I took out the folded 1-year proposal. I had brought it after all. The paper still carried Mara's test pot soil. I wrote terms on the back. 1 year, revocable at any time. No compulsory form, transformation, appearance, parade, or demonstration. No use of chosen name cadence in civic documents or by any person without separate current consent. Equal vote on Hallows rules. Independent housing, not payment for anchor work. No iron within the anchor perimeter without review. Right to leave without magical or financial penalty. I added, turkeys are not legal agents. The paper resisted that line. I underlined it. The terms still treated me mostly as an anchor refusing harm. I needed terms for being a person when no crisis demanded clarity. I added privacy around sleep, food, forms, and visitors. Permission to use the roof. No entering the loft through the farm workroom without notice. No assumption that being seen in animal form created petting rights. No storage of farm inventory in my pantry because empty shelves tempted human expansion. Housing could not depend on continued anchor service. If I revoked the role, tenancy remained until ordinary lease termination. If I ended tenancy, the anchor role did not end automatically. If Mara and I ended whatever relationship had begun beside the field, Neither contract changed. I stopped writing. The final sentence made the relationship real by planning for its end. Humans often treated such planning as pessimism. Púca knew exits made rooms inhabitable. I added dispute procedure, speak directly when possible, third-party mediation through a person chosen by both, no Reeve acting alone, no magical binding while dispute remained open. Then I wrote responsibilities for myself. State boundaries before resentment becomes disappearance. Ask before changing farm signs, paths, objects, or poultry chain of command. Do not use humor to make another person no appear unreasonable. Return keys if leaving tenancy. The last term felt insultingly human and therefore necessary. I read the whole page again. It did not promise trust. It described behaviors through which trust might become possible. Returning did not make the cadence violation acceptable. It did not prove Mara safe, forgive Sicily, rescue the town from consequence, or transform wanting into duty. It meant I chose the next step, with the road still behind me. Before leaving the sugar shack, I read the terms to Bernice. "Why me?" she asked. "You are uninvolved, unimpressed, and have already overcharged for philosophy. Strong qualifications." She wiped her hands on her apron and took the paper. "Independent housing. You got housing?" "Potential housing." "With a bad stare?" I stared. Paper mentioned the farm name. Everybody knows that stare. The stare has regional notoriety? Roof too. Nan had been right. Dissatisfied. Bernice continued. "Right to leave without penalty. Good. What happens to the town if you leave?" "The anchor becomes vacant, not penalty." "Write the difference." I added, "Natural consequence shall not be used as personal debt or coercive claim." "Who decides natural?" "A mixed council." "Write that too." I did. She tapped the cadence clause. "Who holds the third-party record?" "Dev." "Access by both permissions." "Emergency?" "Defined separately." Bernice handed back the paper. "Now terms exist outside your head. You are excessively competent for a syrup merchant. Syrup is 40 parts uncertainty, reduced to 1 part invoice." I paid a third coin and received no additional philosophy, which felt fraudulent. On the road back, I tried each form. Rook offered height and distance. From above, Gloamsbury was a bowl of roofs, smoke, fields, and roads converging at Wittersham Square. The changed fare existed without me. Fox offered concealment. I followed the ditch, unseen by delivery drivers discussing whether the Hallows chaos was good for visitor engagement. Their words irritated, but did not bind, because they did not see a body to assign. Goat offered stubbornness. I climbed the stone verge instead of using the road, and discovered freedom can be unnecessarily difficult out of principle. Horse offered presence. I chose horse for the final mile. People saw me. Some waved. Nobody blocked the road. A child on a bicycle matched my pace until his father called him back. The child asked from a safe distance whether I wanted company. I shook my head. He accepted no and turned toward home. The exchange was so ordinary, I nearly stopped. At the boundary stone, the accord current brushed my hooves. The old clause recognized instrument, entertainer, vacant function. The new terms in my coat answered person, tenant, party, choice. Neither had yet been accepted. I remained outside long enough to discover whether the town would pull harder when I stopped. It did not. The anchor current waited with the uncomfortable discipline of a person who had recently learned waiting was an action. The road behind me remained open. Bernice's sugar shack smoked in the distance, and beyond it, the western highway continued toward towns where nobody knew my name, chosen or otherwise. I spread the revised agreement on the stone marker. The paper had acquired syrup at one corner, road dust along the fold, and 9 amendments in 3 kinds of ink. It looked less like a sacred compact than a form that had survived public comment. This reassured me. I read every line aloud. 1-year term, revocable by either party. No required form. No compulsory performance. Housing independent. Employment independent. Romantic relationship excluded from anchor consideration entirely. Cadence use prohibited except under single event consent with a chosen witness. Natural consequence documented but never assigned as personal debt. The town responsible for redundancy, distributed knowledge, and succession planning. The agreement did not promise that leaving would be painless. It promised pain would not become ownership. A pickup slowed beside me. The driver was the same man who had passed the previous night. This time he saw a horse reading paperwork, which required more interpretation than our first meeting. He rolled down the window. Need help? Legal review. He nodded as if horses requesting counsel were outside his department. Cell service picks up past the bend. I became human and called Nessa from the patch of service. I did not ask whether Mara wanted me back. I asked whether the full terms had been posted, whether objections were recorded, and whether any resident had altered the document after my departure. Posted, recorded, unchanged, Nessa said. Mara withdrew the sponsor agreement. Paige submitted a crop purchase proposal with no reference to you. Cicely placed the ledger under shared access. The town is being aggressively procedural. Dickie has made a sash that says Civilian Observer. Remove the sash. I asked the question beneath the questions. Is the meeting contingent on my return? No. If you decline, we continue repair work and leave the anchor vacant. If you return, we negotiate. If you arrive and leave again, we record that too. The answer hurt because it left me free. Thank you, Rua. Her voice softened. Mara hasn't asked me to persuade you. I closed my eyes. Thank you for telling me. After the call, I folded the agreement into my coat. I ate the last peppermint. It had softened against the paper and tasted faintly of ink. No omen followed. No sign changed. A crow landed on the boundary stone and regarded me with professional skepticism. I regarded it back. I am not available for peer review, I said. It stole a corner of Bernice's receipt and flew east. The choice remained mine, even after theft by ordinary bird. I stepped back and became human long enough to state intention. I entered to propose terms, not to accept the old role, not to perform, not to forgive. I reserve exit. The boundary opened without warmth. Neutral passage. The road remained a road. I became a horse, not because horse was fastest. Rook would have cut the miles in half. Fox could have entered unseen. Horse felt like choice made visible. I ran toward Gloamsbury. At the notch gate, the town sign had changed. Welcome, it read. Beneath, in smaller letters, terms available. Chapter 19. Mara. Hallows morning began with no market pumpkins, 200 bowls of saved seed, and Bronwyn announcing that the schedule had become emotionally load-bearing. Do not remove any item without replacing its function, she told the volunteers. The 1010 cider delivery currently supports vendor morale, child hydration, and Dickie's hat stability. Dickie wore a broad black hat decorated with paper vines. This is an open classification. It is stapled to the schedule. Emotional load. The changed fare looked less expensive and required twice the labor. Compost sculptures occupied the sponsor field. A costume swap tent leaned against the farm stand. Talia arranged soup stations. Dev supervised seed bowls with the seriousness of election materials. Nessa hung a correction wall. Iona wired lights on wooden supports outside the anchor perimeter. Tax title and escrow wore plain green lanyards indicating no photography, poultry terms pending. The farm stand field no longer resembled the brochure Paige had approved. That was its first success. The eastern row held tables of saved seed under brown paper signs. Nobody advertised a superior variety. Each packet listed what the plant had actually done. Late but sweet, climb shed, split after hail and healed, orange parents, white child, family declined comment. Dev had copied the 1957 exchange instructions at the top of every table. Beside them, Jessa ran a crop information station with cross-sections of healthy, altered, and composting fruit. She had titled one display, "Rot is not a personal failure." A second card beneath it read, "Sometimes it is a watering failure. Ask before generalizing." Talia's soup kettles occupied the old way-off platform. She had built the menu from restored squash that could not be sold whole. Blue-gray bisque, roasted crooked pumpkin, seed brittle, and a stew called Sponsor Recovery until I changed the chalkboard to Autumn Vegetable. Cowardice, Talia told her. Accuracy. The sponsor recovered nothing. Exactly. Iona's compost lights hung from wooden tripods set outside the anchor spiral. Every cable route had been reviewed twice. The fixtures were shielded, low, and labeled "Not Iron," checked by Iona, "Do not make me check again." Nessa's correction wall began blank and acquired its first note before opening. Original claim, Dickie's hat is historically accurate. Correction, history has declined association. Dickie added a rebuttal. Bronwyn added a second correction about rebuttal length. The changed fare required people to make choices the old fare had made for them. Photograph permissions, whether to exchange seed, whether to tell the story of an object being repaired, whether a transformed costume could be touched. The extra decisions slowed every line and made Bronwyn's left eye twitch. A consent lanyard cannot have 13 symbols. Iona said, it has 12. The turkey glyph is supplemental. The turkey glyph resembles a kettle, only upside down. Lanyards rotate. Bronwyn took a deep breath. Then all turkey permissions will be verbal. Tax stole a bowl of blue lanyards. Denied, Iona said. The financial board stood behind the farm stand counter. It listed refunds issued, pre-orders received, outstanding vendor credits, and the spring shortfall. I had resisted posting exact figures until Jessa pointed out that transparent and less uncomfortable was merely glass with curtains. Visitors paused to read. Some bought shares, some did not. One man complained that compost delivery cost more than bagged soil at the chain store. I explained fuel, labor, and volume without apologizing. He left. The next person ordered 2 yards. By 10, sales had added $900. Not salvation. Evidence that money could move without ownership language attached. The empty chair beside the anchor stone remained visible from every station. No sign named it. People looked, then returned to their work. At 9, Lyle brought the unsigned easement. Winter shares reached 23,000, he said. Seed memberships put the total over half. Your condition was pre-orders. Seed memberships are prepaid future product attached. You are interpreting generally. Don't call it that. He tore the easement to pieces. Mile gritted his sig face. The note extends to April. We renegotiate after tax season. I hugged him. Lyle went rigid. His hearing aid whistled. That was not in the terms, he said. One-time amendment. He patted my shoulder twice and escaped toward the compost dredging. Cicely arrived with the abhorred lead beneath one arm. She had removed her reeve shawl. I prepared a strike-through, she said. It requires Rua's participation to alter his clause. If he doesn't come, we proceed without an anchor. The fair may fail. The accountability cannot. That was the right answer. It did not make me less afraid. Cicely sat in the blank chair, then stood immediately. Not mine, she said. It's a chair. Today it is also a possibility. I have occupied enough of those. She moved to the stone ledge instead. What happens if the anchor fails during the fair? I asked. The likely effects are local. Paths shift, costumes change, crops accelerate or decay. The veil may thin around public expectation. Likely, we have never let Hallows lapse, because the Púca always carried it. Yes. Then our safety record was built on not testing whether they could refuse. Cicely looked across the field. Yes. Fenna joined us with 3 contingency folders: ordinary evacuation, uncanny visibility response, agricultural instability. Each plan assigned human teams and avoided using any anchor ability. County support is at the lower gate, she said. No iron equipment enters unless requested. Outside media remain at the square. If visitors see something they cannot explain, I asked. Nessa answered from behind the correction wall. We tell the safest available truth. No inventing a gas leak because honesty is inconvenient. Dev brought copies of the charter review proposal. If Rilla does not return, his testimony from the press terms and public meeting remains part of the record. We do not treat absence as consent or silence as lack of objection. The town was learning how to proceed without converting one person's presence into permission. I checked the gate anyway. No Rua. At 10:10, the first costume changed. A child's paper owl blinked. Fenna asked whether the child wanted it to stop. She said no and named it Kevin. At 10:12, a farm stand sign added maybe beneath Hallows will change. At 10:14, the black pulp in Field 6 shifted toward the compost bays, then settled. The fair had begun responding to choice before its anchor arrived. Instead, every minute created a future in which Rua stayed away because the town had finally made staying unnecessary. I let that future remain his. At 10:15, the first visitors arrived. At 10:17, the blank chair beside the anchor stone remained empty. At 10:20, Bronwyn rerouted the opening procession without comment. At 10:23, Tax ran toward the gate. Title and escrow followed. A black horse stood beneath the sign. The fair slowed around it. The horse did not enter immediately. His one white ear turned toward the field, the crowd, the empty chair, and every route away. Mud darkened his lower legs from the road. Foam marked the bitless corners of his mouth. Not tack, only the evidence of distance run by choice. Visitors began lifting phones. Nessa raised one hand. Green lanyards did not matter. Rua's permission had not been given. Phones lowered unevenly. A child near the gate whispered, "Is that him?" Her father answered, "That's Rua. We wait." The distinction crossed the field more effectively than Bronwyn's signs. I remained beside the anchor stone. Every line in my body wanted movement. I held it there, not frozen, not passive, simply refusing to turn relief into claim. Cicely moved away from the gate so her office did not become welcome. Fenna cleared a semicircle, without creating a corridor that pressured him forward. Oren set water inside the boundary and walked away. Talia placed food beside it, then covered the basket against crows. Tax reached the horse first. He stopped outside hoof range, gobbled once, and waited. Rua lowered his head. Tax pecked the white ear. The horse snorted and became a fox. Title and escrow ran forward. The 3 turkeys circled him with the solemnity of returning officials. Rua shifted into rook, lifted above their reach, and landed on the gate sign. Welcome, terms available remained beneath his claws. He read it, then looked toward Bronwyn. Supplemental information, she called, not presumed acceptance. Rua became human on the other side of the gate, crossing in his chosen shape, after stating intention at the boundary where nobody else heard. The act itself was testimony. No one applauded. Rua crossed the gate in horse form, stopped beside the turkeys, and became a man. He wore the green coat. His expression was cautious and entirely his own. I did not run to him. The restraint felt like pulling a pin with my hands. He approached the anchor stone. "I have terms." "We have a chair," Bronwyn said. "I see that. No symbolic pressure intended. One label remains." Bronwyn removed the reserved card. Rua handed Cicely the paper. She read every line aloud to the gathered committee and anyone close enough to listen. The town accepted independent housing. No compulsory form. Revocation. Equal vote. Exit rights. No iron. At turkeys are not legal agents. Tax gobbled. "Overruled," Cicely replied. Rua did not let the humor hurry consent. "Who accepts these terms?" he asked. Cicely started to answer for the town, stopped, and stepped back. Bronwyn raised her hand. "As festival director, I accept no compulsory appearance, form, or demonstration. I will put refusal rights in every future vendor and media agreement." Dev raised hers. "As archivist, I will record Rua as a party to the agreement, not evidence of a class. Historical descriptions remain available, with context, correction, and response." Iona said, "No iron installation enters the anchor perimeter without materials review and affected party approval." Talia said, "Food offered at an event does not purchase participation. Also, I accept the pantry requirement." "Talia," Bronwyn said, "separate hospitality term." Nessa held up the press sheet. "No publication of private form changes, cadence, location, or image outside current permission. Public is not ownerless." Fenna said, "Exit routes remain clear even when public safety prefers containment." She removed emergency card 7C from her file. "Unregistered equine adjacent is retired." "What replaces it?" Rua asked. "Person with variable mobility requirements." His fox ears appeared. Acceptable. Oren set the blue mug on the anchor stone's edge. Chair stays available without becoming reserved. Lyle had remained beyond the committee circle. Rua looked toward him. "I don't hold a town role," Lyle said. "You hold land touching the anchor." Lyle considered. "I accept no easement or contract assigning your presence as a farm asset. I want my note paid. Those are separate facts." Rua nodded. "They are. I spoke last. I accept every term. I accept that agreement today doesn't restore what I broke. I accept that your anchor work, housing, farm work, and relationship with me are 4 separate choices." "Relationship?" Dicky whispered to Nessa. Nessa took away his binoculars. Rua's wrists feathered. "I accept that sentence as drafted." The gathered residents beyond the committee were invited to assent, object, or abstain. Most raised hands. Some asked questions. 3 abstained because they had not read the full language. Dev arranged copies rather than treating uncertainty as disloyalty. The process took 27 minutes. The old Hallows opening had taken 6. Dev called a 5-minute pause before questions. Nobody objected that consent should be efficient. Rua used the time to walk the perimeter alone. People shifted aside without making the movement ceremonial. I remained by the anchor stone with both hands visible and no papers in my pockets. Nessa stood beside me because this chapter of repair did not require isolation. Bank review is pending, I said quietly. North Notch accepted a separate crop purchase draft for legal review. No event rights. Rua had returned close enough to hear. He stopped. I answered him. The farm plan no longer depends on you staying. His expression remained still. Does that make staying irrelevant? No, it makes it yours. Paige approached with 2 folders. For the record, North Notch has removed the proposed easement from this transaction. We may purchase ordinary crop inventory. We have no claim on responsive produce unless each item's handling process is accepted. A pumpkin in the nearest crate rotated its stem away from her. That one declines. Paige moved it onto the no-sale pallet without sighing. Corporate adaptation had begun. One concern, Rua said. Your draft describes the crop as grown within an unusual heritage environment. Paige opened her mouth. The environment is not unusual to itself, Nessa said. Paige crossed out the phrase, grown at Pike and Dwyer Farm. Dwyer Farm, I corrected. Bronwyn's name was on the volunteer form, not the deed. From behind them, Bronwyn said, I would like my accidental agricultural empire dissolved before lunch. The moment was small. That was why it mattered. Exploitation had entered through nouns that sounded harmless. Repair also entered there, one crossed-out assumption at a time. Dev rang a handbell to end the pause. The bell produced no sound. She tried again. A paper label appeared on its handle. I am not an emotional transition. Fair, Dev said, and raised one hand instead. The crowd quieted. Before opening questions, Cicely addressed Rua. Do you want a separate advocate at the table? The town can pay one. Agreement today is not required. Rua considered. Nessa reads for public record. Dev reads for accord mechanics. I choose Fenna to watch safety language. Mara has no interpretive authority. That is sufficient for today. Fenna moved her chair beside his. Accepted. Cicely recorded the choice. The old process had called the Reeve neutral because tradition said so. The new one named interests, power, and limits in the room where they could be challenged. Only then did questions begin. Bronwyn crossed out 4 schedule blocks and wrote, deliberate more time next year. Questions continued after acceptance. A farmer asked whether revocation meant Rua could leave in the middle of Hallows and destroy everyone's crop. I can leave, Rua said. The town can build backup practices, distribute knowledge, and avoid making one body sole infrastructure. Consequence does not erase exit. The farmer looked dissatisfied, but wrote down backup practices. One merchant asked whether no required form prevented organizers from scheduling horsewhip routes. You may build routes that accommodate forms, Rua said. You may not require me to supply one. Iona added variable clearance standards. A parent asked whether children could pet him in fox form. They can ask. I can answer. Adults should not promise my answer in advance. The parent repeated the rule to her child without calling it complicated. Paige asked whether North Notch could report that Gloamsbury had a puka anchor if no image or appearance was used. Not under the farm contract, Rua said. Separate press request after the anchor agreement, reviewed by Nessa's policy. Nessa handed Paige a form. Paige accepted paperwork with the expression of someone encountering her native habitat under new management. Mr. Gorse asked what happened if public safety required temporary containment. Fenna answered before Rua had to. Safety plans control hazards, not identities. Any containment must name the specific danger, least restrictive action, and release condition. Variable form is not itself a hazard. The old charter had answered these questions by granting authority upward. The new process answered them outward, across affected people. It took time because people existed in the terms. Rua looked at me. One additional boundary. If the cadence could ever be meted, I choose a third-party witness in advance. Consent is recorded for that event only. Yes, I said. You do not hold it alone. No. The violation remains part of what happened. Yes. He nodded. Not forgiveness. Terms for possible future trust. Cicely opened the ledger. Her hand shook as she drew a single line through instrument. The brass Hallows corner cracked. Wind struck the field. Visitors gasped but held their places. The word beneath the line vanished. The ledger opened a blank space after the Hallows clause. Rua took Bronwyn's pen and wrote, I will try for 1 year. The ink shone green. The anchor stone answered. Chapter 20. Rua. Magic reacted to an honest sentence as if no one had offered one in a century. The anchor current rose through my feet, warm, sharp, and unfinished. It did not bind. It asked. I accepted for 1 year. Field 6 rustled. The festival banners lifted. Every painted Ask Him sign went blank, their work complete. The anchor did not close.
3 acts, Mara said beside me. Surrender outcome, exchange seed, welcome unplanned change.
The town has accepted terms, Cicely said. It has not enacted them. Bronwyn looked at the schedule. Transformation procession, 10:40.
It is 10:31, Deb said. Emotionally, 10:40 is available.
We began without a stage. The lack of stage confused everyone for 30 seconds. Visitors faced the old sponsor platform. Volunteers faced Bronwyn. Bronwyn faced her schedule, which had no column for decentralized magical constitutional ritual. Dickie faced north because his hat had rotated. Mara climbed onto a low field crate, not to perform but to make instructions audible. This procession does not have spectators, she said. If you came to watch, choose a small act and join. Exchange a seed, mend something, carry compost. If you do not want to participate, the farm stand field remains open and nothing will happen to you. One travel blogger raised her phone. Can we document participation? Nessa pointed at the lanyard chart. The blogger lowered her phone, read the chart, turned it twice, and asked Bronwyn which symbol meant photograph my hands but not my face if my costume acquires independent opinions. Bronwyn added a 13th symbol. I yield, Iona said. The first exchanges were awkward. Humans preferred ceremonies that told them when meaning had occurred.
A child offered a torn bat wing and received a scarf patch. A carpenter offered the cracked handle of a favorite hammer and received seed from a pumpkin that had grown around a fence. An elderly, uncanny woman whose shadow arrived early left a spool of black thread and accepted a white seed packet without opening it.
No thunder, no dramatic light. The anchor current warmed by degrees. Mara gave up her father's ribbon. She held it longer than the instructions required. He won this with a 71-pound Howden, she said to the stranger across the table. He complained it was too large to cook and too ugly to love, then displayed it in the farm stand until January. What happened to it? The stranger asked. It collapsed through a shelf. Family tradition. Mara laughed and released the ribbon. The stranger gave her a repaired wooden scoop with 2 different woods joined at the handle. Mara accepted without asking its value. At another table, Paige held her North Notch badge between thumb and forefinger. If I surrender this, my building access stops. Surrender need not be self-harm, Dev said. Not employment you still require. Paige removed the plastic sleeve and kept the access card. She placed the North Notch logo insert in the compost art. I offer the belief that branding something makes it safer, she said. Dickie gave her the provisional hat. What am I receiving? Uncertainty with brim support. She put it on. The old sponsor platform sank 1 inch into soil and stopped dominating the field. Its clean, square edges sprouted volunteer vines. The arch above it loosened from the idea of entrance and became merely painted wood. Only then did I change. I walked from the anchor stone toward Field 3 in human form, following the path the exchanges had opened. The crowd laughed. Expectation loosened. I changed into a fox. No announcement, no request. Fox ran beneath the orange scarf Bronwyn stretched over the lane. Children followed. Adults came more carefully. Costumes altered as people walked. Repaired seams became visible gold. Masks grew extra expressions. Capes shortened or lengthened according to the wearer's actual stride. I became a rook over the next turn. The procession looked up but did not demand. Some waved, some continued trading seeds. Nessa photographed only green lanyard participants. Fenna enforced paths with cards that had finally stopped revising themselves. At the 3rd turn, I became a goat. Tax, title, and escrow joined behind me. Poultry delegation entering route, Bronwyn called. Not legal agents, I reminded her. Cultural observers. Goat form changed the procession's rhythm. Horse invited forward motion. Rook lifted attention. Fox threaded gaps. Goat stopped whenever a rule deserved inspection. I stopped at the old way-off scale. The procession stopped behind me. The brass dial still displayed last year's winning weight. A painted sign listed 30 years of records, each heavier than the last. No names for flavor, seed quality, storage, or the people who grew ordinary food. Only mass. Mara stood beside the scale. This stays as history. Does it remain authority? She took the perfect pumpkin plaque from its hook and turned it over. On the blank back she wrote, "One way we measured, not the only value." Dev added the date, The scale needle dropped to 0 for the first time in years. I walked on. At the costume tent, Mr. Gorse removed a decorative hinge from his coat and offered it to Iona's scrap bin. This one was never functional. Decorative is allowed, Bronwyn said. I wore it to look more properly door-like. Do you want it? He considered. No. The remaining hinges settled more comfortably along his sleeves. At the farm stand, Jessa offered the first farm map Mara had made at 19, rigid rows in pencil and every path drawn straight. Mara received a blank sheet. That feels pointed, she said. Random exchange, Jessa replied without credibility. Mara folded the blank sheet into her pocket instead of drawing immediately. The anchor current strengthened with each act that had consequence beyond symbolism. Seeds changed owners, objects changed use, plans left space, people named what they surrendered and what they would not. The crowd did not become perfectly generous. One vendor refused to release a disputed stall fee. A visitor demanded a refund after learning no scheduled transformation would occur. 2 residents argued over whether old judging ribbons should be composted or archived. The ritual held disagreement without requiring one outcome. That was new magic. It was also exhausting. Every shift carried more than my body. The anchor current asked Fox to open marginal paths, Rook to lift attention, Goat to interrupt rigid rules, Horse to carry collective movement, Human to speak terms. I had accepted 1 year, not limitless power. The distinction did not automatically enforce itself. My goat knees weakened near the compost art field. Mara noticed. She did not announce the problem or reach for me. Break? She asked. I nodded. Bronwyn stopped the route without calling it an emergency. Unplanned pause. Exchange stations remain open. Talia brought the food basket and set it on a low crate. I became human because opening containers with hooves had already been sufficiently explored. Bread, cheese, eggs, dried apple, and sweet tea restored heat by ordinary means. The crowd continued participating while I ate. No one treated the anchor's rest as festival failure. Children repaired costumes. Adults traded seed. The path held without my active form. Important finding, Dev said, writing. Ritual persists during anchor rest. It should, I replied. Otherwise rest becomes impossible. Cicely looked at the old clause. No rest provision existed. She added one to the new terms, anchor participation shall not be continuous, and pause shall not constitute breach. 1 year includes seasons when Hallows is not active, I said. What does the role require then? Nothing unless separately agreed. She wrote that too. Mara sat on the crate's other end, leaving space. Enough to continue? Yes. Want to? I checked my body, the path, the open gate. Yes. The procession resumed only after both answers. The black pulp in Field 6 began to move. It flowed not toward visitors but into compost beds Mara had opened beside the route. Vines rose from it, green and harmless, threading through broken sponsor displays and turning them into trellises. The movement required labor. Volunteers guided vines away from walkways with wooden poles. Jessa checked restored fruit for pressure splits. Talia organized salvage bins. Magic changed possibility. Humans still lifted the weight. I felt the anchor test my 1-year sentence. Did try mean the town could demand success? Did term mean obligation regardless of harm? I stopped beside the stone and spoke aloud. Try means participate while consent continues. Failure does not extend the term. Need does not cancel refusal. Cicely added the clarification to the ledger. The current accepted it. At the square-facing end of the field, the 12-foot inflatable jack-o'-lantern came loose. It bounced once, turned away from the crowd, and hid behind Town Hall. Can you bring it back? Paige asked. I listened to the inflated vinyl tremble. Does it want rescue? Mara asked. The pumpkin squeaked once from behind the building. No, I said. We left it there. Objects that had changed under public expectation began expressing refusal in smaller ways. A papier-mâché owl folded its wings over its painted face until its maker moved it from the photo table. One of Bronwyn's festival bells stopped ringing whenever a camera pointed toward it and resumed for children who asked. The 9th leg of Dickie's spider released the lamppost, only after he apologized for building it as an afterthought. What do I apologize to? He asked. The leg, Bronwyn said. Dickie faced it. You were added because I miscounted. Try again, I said. You were added because the spider had room for more than accuracy expected. The leg released the post and joined the other 8. That thing is not coming home with me, Bronwyn said. The spider opened the door to the farm stand. We will negotiate later. Mara walked beside me through these refusals without trying to manage each one. When a sign changed, she asked whether the new wording obstructed safety. If not, she left it. When a costume moved, she asked its wearer. When a vine crossed the procession lane, she rerouted people instead of cutting it immediately. The farmer remained. She did not become passive. She distinguished care from control, one decision at a time. The procession reached the lower field 43 minutes behind schedule and substantially ahead of moral disaster. Bronwyn revised the chalkboard from late to occurring at the speed of participants. The chalk added, "and one spider." 9-legged scheduling exception, she muttered. The transformed costumes had reorganized the crowd. A papier-mâché moon refused to travel east and joined the westbound lantern group. 3 ghost sheets knotted themselves into a sail and pulled their wearers toward the cider tent. The mayor's ceremonial cloak developed pockets deep enough to contain 6 apples, a shoe, and Dickie's civilian observer sash. No one had put Dickie in the cloak. Evidence suppression, he sent from somewhere near the hem. The cloak deposited him beside Nessa. The route markers responded to bodies instead of directing them. Blue cloth lifted when a wheelchair approached a rut. Yellow stakes leaned outward for the moon. When I chose horse form, the northern turn widened across the grass without a single spectator pressing closer. A little girl held up both hands. "May I walk next to you?" "At my shoulder, not beneath my feet." She took the instruction with grave seriousness. Her father walked on her other side, neither holding her back nor promising my patience. At the first exit she said, "I am done now." Accepted. She left. The simplicity of it moved through me more strongly than the applause had. At the orchard bend, the 3 turkeys blocked the route. Tax wore a garland. Title had acquired the lost press badge. Escrow stood behind a portable card reader from the farm stand. "They appear to be collecting tolls," Fenna said. "Do not validate the business model," Mara replied. Tax displayed a bowl of cranberries. The crowd began placing berries into it anyway. "The business model has seed funding," Dev observed. Rather than force passage, the procession used the second exit and came around the cider shed. The turkeys retained control of 12 feet of road, and no one else recognized their jurisdiction. A functional compromise, except for the card reader. At the field entrance, Paige lowered her phone before crossing the image permission line. Other visitors followed. Those who wanted photographs used a marked public view, where no anchor work occurred. Nessa stationed the 9-legged spider there with a placard reading, "Ask before recording." The spider held the placard in 4 legs and used the remaining 5 to point accusingly at anyone who forgot. "Unexpectedly effective," Nessa said. "Do not hire it before discussing compensation," Mara replied. The spider tapped the word "ask" and "consent." The field current strengthened with every choice that did not require uniform participation. Some residents joined the full route. Some entered at the orchard, others watched from porches or stayed home. The anchor did not count bodies. It responded to exchanges that left difference intact. By the time we reached the final seed table, no one could pretend the changed fare was a smoother version of the old one. It was slower, stranger, less photogenic, and alive. At the final seed table, a visitor refused the packet she drew because the label warned of low yield. "The ritual says receive without choosing," the volunteer told her. "Then I don't participate." Mara nodded. Valid. The visitor left the packet and walked away. The anchor current did not punish her. Refusing the ritual is also choice, Dev recorded. Cicely looked at the old ledger. "The founding text does not say that. The living practice does," I said. She added it in the margin rather than pretending the old page had always known. The final exchange took place around the anchor stone. Residents planted anonymous seeds in the 5 offering cups and surrendered any promise of what they would grow. Each cup received more than seed. The Hallows cup held changed varieties and the remains of the perfect pumpkin plaque. The Hearth cup received a heel of bread from Talia, offered after she ate a slice herself. The Winter cup held 1 strand of red wool from the oldest market garland. The Guidance cup received a chip of blue-green lampglass Iona had found near the marsh. The Beginning cup remained empty. New Year's had not yet arrived, and the town no longer filled future roles with substitutes, merely because emptiness made them nervous. The 5 points warmed unevenly. Hallows bright, Hearth faint and cold. Winter flickering, guidance dim, beginning silent. The larger problem existed before anyone named it. Dev drew the pattern. Cicely closed the ledger before fear could turn every other weakness into the day's emergency. I became human because I wanted hands for the last act. Mara stood opposite me, holding the empty one-year paper. "Welcome an unplanned change," she said. The town waited. Waiting had changed too. At the press preview, the crowd's waiting had demanded output. This waiting held room. People looked at one another, seed cups, exits, sky. Some watched me, but no single expectation hardened around a form. "The paper is empty," a child said. "The term is in the ledger," Dev explained. "Then why hold it?" Mara looked at the page. "Because an empty agreement can become a demand if we pretend we already know what belongs there." The child considered. "Could we draw a frog?" "If the frog agrees," I said. No frog was available for consultation. Mara tore the paper into strips and placed them beside the seed cups. Blank material, not a promise roll. Residents wrote one change they would accept without controlling its result. A smaller fare, a closed shop one day a week, my child choosing another town, new neighbors, being corrected in public, not knowing yet. Others left strips blank. Participation did not require confession. I wrote, "Staying long enough to be disappointed." Mara saw only because I handed it to her. She wrote, "Help I did not design." We exchanged strips and placed them under the final seed. No one promised to enjoy every change. Welcome meant making room, not manufacturing approval. Not for a trick, for an answer none of us controlled. The anger current surged outward. Every costume in Gloamsbury changed at once. Chapter 21. Mara. For 90 seconds, Gloamsbury became the town everybody had secretly dressed as. Tails, feathers, antlers, whiskers, wings, bark, moss, and one councilman transformed from the waist down into an extremely apologetic wheelbarrow. "Do not load him," Fenna shouted. Dicky lowered a pumpkin toward the wheelbarrow councilman. "He has capacity. He has rights. May I?" Dicky asked the councilman. "No." "See?" Fenna said. The magic revealed no secret essence. Bronwyn grew 9 arms because the festival had required them, not because she contained a spider soul. Talia developed a broad wooden serving shelf across both forearms. Dev's waistcoat acquired filing drawers. Iona's hair shone with tiny blue work lights. Orin remained exactly Orin, except his blue mug became the size of a barrel. I grew fox ears. Rua looked at them. "Do not," I said. His human mouth opened. "I mean it." He closed it, visibly suffering. Tax became a document folder. Title transformed into a brass seal. Escrow turned into a small desk bell and rang himself with outrage. "The poultry clause is manifesting," Dev said. "Temporarily," Cicely replied. The changes did not correspond neatly to hidden truths. That was another expectation the magic refused. Paige's provisional hat became a practical rain hood with a wide, transparent brim. She looked disappointed until the sky began a fine, cold drizzle, and every other hat leaked. Nessa's camera sprouted a second lens pointed at its owner. Each photograph taken outward produced one image of the photographer's expression at the same moment. She examined the first pair and immediately drafted a disclosure notice for herself. Fenna's emergency cards developed blank lines beneath every printed instruction. Action chosen by affected person, each line read. She began revising procedures while directing traffic. Cicely's folding ruler became flexible cloth tape. She pulled it taut, it curved again. "The metaphor is heavy-handed," she said. "Sometimes accuracy is rude," Rua replied. The shadow early woman found her shadow waiting beside her instead of ahead. They stood shoulder to shoulder, both apparently unsure what to do with companionship. One child dressed as a ghost became completely visible while the sheet vanished. He started to cry, not because the change hurt, but because he had worked very hard on the eye holes. Bronwyn knelt, asked before touching, and helped him choose a different sheet from the swap tent. The magic did not punish the replacement. At the costume repair booth, a teenager's handmade wings became real enough to lift her 2 inches. Fenna cleared space. Rua asked whether she wanted help landing. "I want to stay up." Then bend your knees and stop fighting the left wing. For 20 seconds, she hovered over the field laughing. When she asked to come down, he guided the air without touching her. The anchor brightened. Choice, revised in real time, did more than any perfect performance. I understood it through other people before I understood it in us. Rua could return and remain hurt. I could love him. There, the word existed even if I was not ready to hand it over, and still be someone whose choices required scrutiny. A changed agreement was not proof of permanent safety. It was a structure for the next decision. My fox ears caught two visitors whispering that all this looked less professional than last year's fair. The second answered, I stayed longer. At the farm stand, Jessa sold them both seed memberships. I coordinated the route, while my ears caught every whispered joke across the farm. The sensory overload was immediate and educational. How do you stand this? I asked Rua. I leave conversations. Reasonable. Visitors completed the procession and planted exchanged seeds. Nobody was hurt, nobody remained changed longer than desired, except the wheelbarrow councilman, who admitted after 2 minutes that his lower back felt excellent. As the final seed entered soil, the magic released us. Fox ears folded into my hair. Tax, title, and escrow returned with a synchronized gobble and no apparent civic growth. Field 6 settled. Black pulp became rich compost. Restored fruit held irregular shapes. The anchor stone spiral filled with green light, and Rua's written 1-year sentence moved from the ledger into the blank offering cup. He pulled one black feather from his wrist. Freely offered, he said. The feather changed in his palm, becoming horsehair, fox fur, horn curl, and feather again. He planted it at the center of the spiral. It became a seed. Roots entered the stone without cracking it. The Hallows brass corner warmed and sealed. The feather seed did not disappear into the accord. A small black shoot emerged in the center cup, unfolded 2 leaves, and stopped at ankle height. One leaf resembled a fox ear. The other carried a white stripe. What is it? I asked. Rua crouched without touching. Not evidence that horse and fox have become a plant child. I was not going to say that. Preventative boundary. Dev consulted every botanical reference available and found no match. I photographed it, measured it, and labeled the record unknown, do not assign purpose. The plant's leaves relaxed. Cicely added the token to the canon register as living, freely offered, ownership unassigned. The accord recognized the description without claiming the specimen. Rua retained the right to transplant or remove it during his term. The old ledger kept anchor offerings, Dev said. The new entry records stewardship and exit. 1 sentence at a time, Cicely replied. The chute bent toward the open gate rather than the stone. Future growth remained possible in either direction. The crowd did not applaud until Rua nodded. Then the sound rose. Joy, not relief at containment. He flinched once, looked toward the open gate, and stayed. The celebration lasted 90 seconds. Then Field 6 required triage. Jessa divided volunteers into seed, food, compost, and path teams. Restored pumpkins did not come with labels. Each had to be checked. Some were firm enough for storage, some needed immediate cooking, some contained viable seed but poor flesh, and some had completed their useful life by becoming soil. Rua moved among them in whichever form suited the task. Fox followed the old current and identified unstable patches. Horse pulled a wooden sled after consent from both Rua and the borrowed harness owner. No iron bit, no reins, no rider. Rook surveyed blocked paths. Human hands sorted seed packets with Dev. Nobody called one form the real worker. I ran pressure tests and dictated results to Nessa because my hands were black with pulp. She read each entry back before recording. The new crop inventory refused clean categories, but by late afternoon, we knew what we had. 216 saleable whole fruit. 340 pounds for Talia's immediate processing. 11 viable seed lines from changed fruit. 4 compost bays full enough to cover winter orders. Not the 600 sponsor pumpkins. Enough to make the pre-order promises honest. At the farm stand, sales continued after the anchor closed. Visitors bought irregular fruit because they had watched the work, not because magic made every shape precious. One woman rejected a deeply scarred pumpkin and chose a smooth one. Choice did not require pretending preference was harm. Paige purchased the scarred fruit herself. For personal use, she said. No documentation access? I asked. My apartment has poor media reach. The inflatable jack-o'-lantern remained behind town hall. Bronwyn put up a privacy screen and a sign. Resting, do not inflate expectations. Paige arranged for power to remain available if it chose to return to display. It did not. Cicely sat at the correction wall and accepted written questions about the charter. She answered what she knew, marked what she did not, and posted a review date instead of promising resolution after everyone forgot.
Lyle supervised the weighing of compost without turning it into a competition. Dickie awarded him a ribbon reading adequate restraint. "I will burn this," Lyle said. He pinned it to his shirt. At 4, Bronwyn declared restoration supper. The announcement was not on the schedule. She wrote it in the margin and survived. Long tables ran beside the farm stand.
Talia served soup made from changed squash, bread from Oren's kitchen, Mrs. Vale's eggs, and apples from the grafted tree. People ate what the day had produced, rather than a menu planned months earlier. Rua sat at the end nearest the open field. No one placed him at the head. The blank chair from the anchor stone remained beside him until he invited me to use it. "Are you sure?" I asked. "For supper. Time-limited permission." I sat. Conversation did not center on Rua. Children argued about costume changes. Vendors compared sales. Dev and Nessa debated whether transformed objects could request corrections. Iona made Bronwyn promise the 9th-legged spider would receive a structural inspection before indoor storage. The ordinary attention felt intentional, rather than neglectful. I ate one full bowl before standing to check the farm stand. Jessa intercepted me. "I have it. The till needs, I have it." I sat again. Rua said nothing. He pushed the bread basket toward me. I took a slice. Across the table, Lyle unfolded the pre-order tally. Hallows Day sales had moved the spring gap down again. He did not announce the figure until I finished eating. Care arrived as timing, not rescue. When the meal ended, every person carried a dish, chair, or bag toward cleanup. No one left the restoration to the farmer, anchor, or festival director. The tables came down by shared hands. Only after the field emptied did I look for Rua beneath the grafted tree. At dusk, I found Rua behind the seed house. He sat beneath the grafted apple tree in fox form. I stopped outside reach. "Can I sit?" He became human. "Yes." I sat 3 feet away. "The anchor is stable," I said. 1 year. 1 year." Silence held us without becoming empty. "I used the cadence," I said. "The town changing its charter doesn't change that." "No. I will not use it again without the witness terms." "No. Do you want me to stop saying this?" "No." He looked at his hands. "I believe you understand the harm." Relief rose. I did not turn it into forgiveness. "What contact do you want?" I asked. Rua held out one hand. I placed mine in it. His fingers closed, warm, careful, changing only in the small movement of skin against skin. "A hug," he said after a moment. I moved slowly. He met me halfway. No applause, no cadence. His arms feathered against my back and stayed there. I held him without interpreting the change. When we separated, he looked up at the loft window. "I spoke to my mother," I said. Rua's attention shifted, without visible ears. "About me?" "About the farm, my father, what I did. I kept your private details private." "Why tell me?" "Because I used you as evidence in my own argument about control. I don't want accountability to become another performance only you witness." He leaned back against the apple trunk. "What did she say?" "That leaving needed a villain." "Did she choose the farm?" "Yes, I chose people who leave." "And now? Now I think the farm is a place where people made choices. Some bad, some loving, usually both." Rua picked an apple from the grass. One side was bruised. He turned it in his hand. "Do you want me to stay?" he asked. The honest answer was dangerous and therefore necessary. Yes. Feathers touched his wrists. "Do you need me to?" "No." The anchor was stable for 1 year under his chosen term, but his right to revoke remained. The farm could lose the guide contract, tenant, relationship, and anchor. Those consequences were real. None converted need into entitlement. "Will you blame me if leaving harms the field? I may feel angry, afraid, or hurt. I will not call those feelings proof you owed us." A difficult distinction. I expect to practice badly at first. His mouth lifted. Honest marketing. "Will you tell me if staying starts to feel like a trap? Before I disappear?" "If you can. And if I fail? Then I deal with not knowing. I don't rewrite your leaving as proof you never cared." A shout came from the north field before either of us could say more. We ran toward it. Rua reached the fence first in fox form, and became human before crossing. His choice of body so fluid I almost mistook it for ease. The volunteer crew stood around the irrigation coupling. The repair held. The ground beyond it did not. Green light had risen through the failed vines, outlining every root beneath the soil. The north plot looked like a map of roads seen from above. Wherever roots touched, the light brightened. Wherever one plant had been isolated for the sponsored display, the line ended dark. "Is it dangerous?" Fenna asked. "Unknown," Rua said. "Then nobody steps in until known." I crouched outside the fence. The isolated rows were my control group. "They received the same soil?" Dev asked. "Same soil. Less cross-pollination. Separate irrigation." Rua's attention moved along the glowing network. The ritual restored exchange, not yield. One vine pushed a pale blossom through dead leaves. Another answered across the row. The light passed between them without forcing fruit. I felt hope reach for certainty and stopped it. "We document," I said. "No harvest assumptions, no marketing, no claims until we know what survives." Rua glanced at me. "Agreed." The crew built a low perimeter from wooden stakes and washable blue cloth. No iron. Dev measured light intensity. Fenna established 2 exits, despite nobody entering. Bronwyn made a sign that read, "Active recovery. Please allow the vegetables privacy." The sign revised privacy to time. "Editorial distinction," Rua said. North Notch's crop buyer arrived during the survey. Page intercepted him at the gate, explained that this section was excluded from inventory, and directed him toward ordinary squash. "But that's the story," he protested, pointing at the glow. "It is not part of the sale." "We could pay extra." "No." Page's refusal required no help from us. She walked him away. I watched until they reached the farm stand. I may eventually trust her with a purchase order. "Intimacy progresses quickly," Rua said. "There will be clauses." "Naturally." We spent the next hour recording what the field did. The glow faded in direct sun. The new blossom remained. 2 collapsed pumpkins firmed enough to lift their own stems. One rolled toward the compost wagon, reconsidered, and settled beside the fence. No miracle erased the loss. 80% of the crop remained unsaleable. The bank had not approved the extension. Winter still waited with invoices, but the surviving plants were connected by roots I had not designed. When the crew dispersed, I assigned monitoring shifts instead of taking every hour myself. Rua's name did not appear unless he volunteered. He chose tomorrow at dawn. I wrote it down without converting the choice into a contract for the day after. Rua retrieved the bruised apple from the fence post. It changed in his hand from red fruit to a small black feather and back. Not a trick. Emotion looking for shape. "I want to stay," he said. The words were not forever. They were present tense. I let them be enough. "Is the room still available?" "As housing, not payment. I have amendments." "How many?" "Modest number." "Fox ears." Rua. Chapter 22. Rua. On November 1st, I negotiated a lease while perched as a rook on the document. Humans took clauses more seriously when a bird blocked the signature line. Mara sat at the seed house work table. Dev had drafted a standard Vermont residential lease, and then added a page titled Form Usable Occupancy Terms. Nessa witnessed. Iona reviewed the non-iron hardware plan. Tax, title, and escrow had been excluded after protest. Amendment 1, Mara read. No unannounced iron within dwelling or access route. I tapped the page once. 2. No assumption that one form is primary, legal, authentic, or real. Tap. 3. Mutual notice before entering sleeping quarters. Tap. 4. Tenant may perch on roof in rook form, weather permitting. I tapped twice. 1 tap, Dev said. The record needs consistency. I became a man in the chair. Weather permitting is unnecessary. Lightning, Iona said. Rooks understand lightning. Roofs conduct. Wood shingles, copper flashing. We added, during safe conditions as determined by tenant with municipal advisories considered. Amendment 5 gave me control of the exterior stair door. 6 protected stored food from farm stand inventory. 7 read, turkeys are not legal agents, guests, inspectors, or authorized rent collectors. Tax struck the outside window. How does he know? Nessa asked. Leadership burden, I said. We signed. Mara opened the office drawer and handed me the envelope labeled Housing Access Tenant Control. The key inside had been washed, dried, and surrendered by escrow under disputed pair terms. I closed my hand around it. Nothing magical happened, which made the moment safer than a vow. The loft was mine for 1 year at a real but reduced rent, offset by no anchor work. Mara had shown me comparable rooms, calculated utilities, and built an early termination clause without asking why I might need it. Iona inspected the exterior stair at noon. She struck one support with a mallet, listened, and wrote replace on 3 separate pieces of wood. You use the word generously, Mara said. The stair uses wrought generously. Lyle arrived with a salvaged oak stringer from his barn. This was going to be shelving. What does it cost? I asked. Nothing. I waited. He sighed. Specific exchange. You help me identify why the West Orchard path keeps returning my wheelbarrow to the pond. The wheelbarrow may have interests. Tell it the pond is downhill and retirement is not available. We shook hands. The Thursday table organized a stair work party for the following week. Mara tried to call it a farm repair day. Bronwyn's schedule called it independent access implementation, no romantic symbolism. Dickie added romantic symbolism in pencil. Bronwyn erased it. I moved into the loft with very little. Coat, 2 shirts, a knife with a bone handle, the peppermint from Talia, Nan's last road letter, folded until the creases had become part of its geography. I placed it on the empty pantry shelf. Mara saw the paper and did not ask to read it. You need a chair, she said. I have a floor. The floor is not furniture. It functions reliably. We found an old ladder back in the equipment shed. One rung was split. Mara showed me how to clamp and glue it, rather than doing the repair while I watched. We worked across from one another at the bench, hands sharing tools with each request spoken aloud, until the practice became less formal and more precise. Clamp? She asked. Yes. Closer? Half an inch. Here? Yes. The repaired chair sat crooked because the floor was crooked. Neither required correction. Farm finances remained less elegant. Final Hallows sales, winter shares, seed memberships, compost orders, and Lyle's extension kept the account above immediate failure. The remaining shortfall entered a written spring plan. No pile of magical coins appeared. One pumpkin did attempt to pay with seeds and was denied credit. Mara reviewed the numbers with Jessa, Lyle, and me present. Hallows' gross revenue had fallen 38% from the sponsor forecast, but finished 12% above the prior year's non-sponsored fair because visitors stayed longer and bought across more categories. Refunds still hurt. Returned advances hurt more. Pre-orders moved winter risk forward rather than removing it. The farm survives to spring, Mara said. Does not become safe. No farm is safe, Lyle replied. Some are solvent long enough to plant. Jessa tapped the payroll column. Owner compensation starts in November. After seed order, Mara said. Before seed order, I said. Mara gave me a look. You are not a financial party. Potential contractor. Solvency affects performance. Lyle hid a smile behind his hand. They scheduled a minimum owner draw and reduced one expansion purchase. The choice did not feel magical. That was why it mattered. After the witnesses left, I placed a separate page before Mara. Night Path Guide, Seasonal Services. You said housing wasn't work payment, she said. This is a separate proposal. Duties? Guide evening maze walks. Monitor old paths. Redirect visitors who ignore signs. Consult on change without becoming livestock unless desired. Cancellation? Either party 14 days. Emergency immediate cancellation for consent or safety breach. Agreed. Rate? I named one. She countered higher. You bargained poorly, I said. The farm pays skilled labor. You stopped paying yourself in July. Separate problem. Same account. We settled between the figures and added a clause requiring owner compensation before contract renewal. Mara signed. Anything else? Relationship terms, I said. Her pen paused. You want those written? Not a contract, a conversation. Less reliable medium, more revisable. We moved the work papers aside. I want to continue, I said. Kissing meals, learning whether your meeting face can survive leisure. Hostile study design. Do you want to continue? Yes. Exclusive? Mara considered rather than treating the expected answer as correct. Romantically, not exclusive access to time, help, housing, or decisions. Agreed. No public labels without asking. What private label? Her thumb tapped once against the pen. Seeing each other sounds visually discriminatory. Courting has poultry undertones. Dating sounds like a calendar. Your natural habitat. Fine. Dating. With revision available. We did not promise permanent residence, shared finances, marriage, human form at breakfast, or a future neither could know. We agreed to ask again when things changed. How do we know when things changed? Mara asked. One of us becomes a horse unexpectedly. That is a Tuesday. Your standards have deteriorated. She found a clean index card and wrote questions for when something feels different. I raised an eyebrow. Not a contract, she said. Conversation assistance. Your natural habitat has migrated onto stationary. We made 4 questions. Is this still wanted? Has power shifted? Are work, housing, anchor, and romance being kept separate? Does either person need space, help, or an exit? Mara placed the card in the desk drawer, then stopped. That makes me custodian. She tore it in half. I took 1 copy after she rewrote it, and she kept the other. Better, I said. I also need a boundary. Her voice had tightened. I waited. When I ask a practical question, don't change it into a joke every time. The request found its target. Humor had been exit, shield, invitation, and sometimes a small act of control over the meaning of a room. How will I know which questions? I can say serious answer requested. And if I need time, say that. Agreed, she exhaled. Serious answer requested. Are you afraid I'll use the cadence again? I looked at the door, then at her hands flat on the table. Yes. She did not say she would never do it. Promises could become disguises for the wish to be trusted. What would make that fear easier to carry? Dev keeps the only record. We review emergency consent before any event. You tell me when urgency makes you want authority. If I say no, you do not ask again in the same situation. Agreed. And you accept that easier is not gone. Yes. The answer hurt her. She remained present without asking me to soften it. I touched my half of the card. My turn. Serious answer requested. Are you afraid I will leave without telling you? Her mouth pressed flat. Yes. What would make that fear easier to carry? If it is safe, tell me you are leaving. If you cannot tell me why, say that instead of inventing something kind. If you need no contact, name a time when I may ask again, or say there is no time. Agreed. And I accept that easier is not guaranteed. Yes. Outside, a turkey struck the window. The sound was so abrupt that Mara's pen became a pruning hook in her hand. We stared at it. She stared harder. Was that you? Serious answer requested. Rua. No. The pruning hook became a pen again. Through the glass, Title held up a handwritten card. Something feels different. Escrow stood beside him wearing Mara's missing work glove as a hat. Power has shifted, I said. Do not reward them. Title flicked the card. The back read, help or exit. Mara closed the curtain. The conversation had no perfect ending. It left us tender, tired, and more informed about the ways we might hurt each other. That felt less romantic than certainty, and more useful than it. Mara glanced at the signed papers. Anything else? 1 amendment not for paper. Another amendment? May I kiss you? Her expression changed from business to warmth without losing either. Yes. The second kiss felt different from the first. Not midnight miracle, fear, or 5 borrowed seconds. Morning light entered the seed house. A signed lease waited beneath our hands. My future had an exit and remained a future. Feathers rose along my arms. Mara touched them only after I nodded. Escrow flew through the open door, landed on the lease, and sat. We broke apart. He is attempting notization, I said. He is attempting eviction. Tax and title arrived behind him. Mara chased all 3 into the yard while I rescued the document. At the gate, she repainted the final sign. Ask first. I touched the wet edge. First changed to kindly. Mara changed it back. Both, I said. We painted ask first. Kindly. The sign considered, then remained. Before dark, we ran the first paid night path pilot. The distinction mattered enough that Mara stayed at the farm stand. She was my landlord, employer for the guide contract, and person I was dating. She did not also become my supervisor merely because the first walk crossed her land. Fenna attended as safety observer. Dev carried the route log. Our 6 volunteer walkers included Dickie, 2 farm members, a teacher, and a married couple who had spent the entire fair trying to reach the cider tent and repeatedly arrived at Lost and Found. The path may be making a judgment, I told them. The husband adjusted his scarf. About what? Possibly your ownership of 4 unmatched mittens. They were already at Lost and Found. Dev wrote knowledge disputed. We began at the lower orchard. No lanterns crossed the anchor boundary without Iona's approval, so each walker carried a shielded lamp and responsibility for stating when the light became insufficient. The old path opened under the apple trees, silver with frost and wider than it had appeared at noon. At the first fork, the left branch led toward the maze. The right ended at a wooden door, standing alone between two trees. Dickie reached for the knob. "Ask," the door said. He removed his hand. "May I open you?" "No." Clear answer. The door remained closed. We took the left path. At the maze entrance, cornstalks shifted to reveal 3 routes. I did not choose for the group. "Who wants which?" I asked. The teacher wanted the straight route because it had better footing. The couple wanted the narrow one because they recognized the lost and found sign at its far end. Dickie wanted a path that did not exist. "That is not a route preference," Fenna said. "It is aspirational geography." We split into 2 groups with separate lamps, meeting plans, and authority to turn back. Dickie joined the straight route after his preferred path declined creation. 10 minutes later, the couple emerged from the narrow route carrying a 5th unmatched mitten. "Evidence is becoming unkind," the husband said. The maze deposited everyone beside the seed house at the agreed time. No dramatic transformation occurred. Nobody became lost enough to create a story. Each participant completed a short report and paid the posted pilot fee rather than calling the experience community help. Mara accepted the payment at the farm stand without reducing my rate because the walk had been uneventful. "Successful guide services are often uneventful," I said. "I know. Your face suggests disappointment." My face is calculating whether 5 mittens constitute inventory. The couple surrendered all 5 to the lost and found box. The box locked itself. "Not farm inventory," I said. Mara entered the pilot revenue under guide services and handed me the duplicate receipt. Work performed, work paid, no debt converted into affection. When our hands touched across the counter, the old path behind us chose not to comment. That evening I spent my first night in the loft. Mara did not invite me to the farmhouse. I did not wait for an invitation she had not offered. Separate doors were not distance by default. They were the structure that let proximity remain chosen. The repaired chair stood beneath the north window. My coat hung beside the exterior doorway, though the stair remained temporarily braced and marked by Iona. The pantry shelf held bread, cheese, apples, and a handwritten inventory Mara had started, crossed out and replaced with a note. "Your food. Tell me if farm mice claim jurisdiction." Tax scratched once at the lower door. "Not a legal agent," I called. He scratched twice. I opened the interior speaking hatch but not the door. "State your business." Tax presented a brass button stolen from my coat. "Extortion is not authorized." He dropped it and walked away. I locked the button in the pantry. The farm at night sounded different from the road. Cooler motor coughing, mice inside the south wall, wind and cedar. Mara crossing the yard to check the greenhouse latch. She stopped beneath the loft window but did not call up. I opened it. "All right?" she asked. "The mice are politically active. They pay no rent. A consistent policy." She held up 2 mugs. "Tea?" "Yes." "May I come up?" I looked around the room. Mine now, which made the answer possible. Yes, she used the interior ladder because the exterior stair was unsafe. At the top, she waited until I moved aside. We drank tea in repaired chair and on the floor, discussing nothing more consequential than mice, the weather, and whether the maze should be permitted to enter the equipment shed after hours. When she left, she asked whether I wanted the hatch open. "Closed," I said. She closed it. I slept with 2 exits and no need to use either. At dawn, I woke as a fox curled in the chair, comfortable, unplanned. Home was too large a word for one night. The room was a beginning that did not require the word. I became human, opened the east window exactly 1 inch, and discovered Mara had left a weather strip outside the door. It contained no note. The strip itself had printed instructions and a receipt clipped to it, evidence of a repair rather than a reason to speak. I installed it badly. The first length adhered to my sleeve. The second sealed the drawer containing my shirts. The third attached the hammer to the floor. By the time Mara crossed the yard, I had become a goat and eaten 4 inches of adhesive out of principled frustration. She stopped beneath the window. "Do you want help?" Serious answer requested was not necessary. "Yes." She entered, assessed the hammer, drawer, sleeve, and missing section of weather strip. "Materials failure? Hostile manufacturing." "Of course." We repaired the window together. She did not take the tool from me. I did not pretend competence to preserve dignity. When the last strip lay straight, the draft disappeared without sealing the window shut. Mara tested it twice. Opens. Closes. Your lease remains valid. A narrow escape. She handed me the hammer. Breakfast meeting at 8. Optional. I am going because the stove report was added overnight. What stove report? Oren wrote intermittent rattling. Talia wrote seasonal settling. The stove wrote liars and soot. I looked toward town. The hearth current had felt faint during Hallows, but faint did not mean absent. Another anchor had begun objecting before the town finished congratulating itself over the first. I will attend, I said. As guide, as a person who wants eggs, and may possess relevant concerns. Separate facts. You learn. Mara left by the hatch. I locked my door, kept the key, and followed 10 minutes later by the braced exterior stair, because Iona had approved it for one careful human at a time. The first step complained. The second offered commentary. The third behaved like lumber. Progress remained uneven. Restoration breakfast filled the bent antler. Every chair around the Thursday table was occupied, so Oren added mine between Mara and the stove. Talia served eggs, potatoes, squash hash, and toast. The table had changed while pretending not to. Bronwyn's minutes listed Rua under present rather than guest. Dev had added a standing item called Accord Language Review. Iona placed a materials approval form beneath the blue mug. Nessa distributed the first edition of her uncanny reporting policy. Fenna's replacement emergency card began with Ask Affected Person rather than Identify Category. Cicely appended without the Reeve shawl. She set the Accord ledger on a separate stand and did not control who opened it. The Hallows brass corner had sealed around a fine green line. The other 4 corners remained dull. 1 anchor repaired, Dev said. 4 require review before their festivals. We should begin immediately, Cicely replied. Bronwyn checked the calendar. Harvest planning already began in August. Talia placed a bowl of butter at the center. The common feast is under control. The green tile stove behind him made a sound like someone clearing a very small throat. No one noticed except me. I turned toward it. Warmth around the stove felt uneven, hot at the front, cold beneath, resentful in the bricks. The hearth point I had felt during Hallows remained faint. Talia, I said, who tends this stove? Oren, me, staff. Who receives the offering? He held up the butter. Breakfast receives it. The stove door rattled. Oren looked over. That began last night. Why didn't you tell me? Talia asked. You said under control. That was before the stove developed commentary. Mara sipped coffee. Commentary spreads. Tax, title, and escrow watched through the tavern window. Tex pecked the glass once, as if formally passing the problem to another jurisdiction. The toast remained pale. He put it back under the broiler. Nothing. Tur's green stove had heat. The bread had no interest in browning. Every oven door in the tavern opened at once. A 12-inch man in a red cap climbed out of the brick oven, beard bristling, face scarlet with fury. He pointed at the butter dish. Who, he demanded in a voice like grinding stones, forgot the offering? Talia looked at the untouched toast. I looked at Mara. She reached for her coffee. Not our anchor, she said. The tiny man threw a spoon at her. I changed it into a twig before impact. Permission granted for projectiles, I said. Mara laughed. The meeting adjourned. Mara carried the crooked pumpkin to the farm. I walked beside her in human form. Neither of us spoke until the seed house came into view. The north test plot had grown another 6 inches. Its single vine curled through the wire mesh without displacing it, choosing gaps as if the metal had explained its boundaries. You said something neither can retrieve, Mara said. I touched the black feathers at my wrist. A feather can grow back, I said. Not the same feather. She looked toward the seed house. The 1957 packet waited inside, Mabel's handwritten list, the last original map of a tradition the Dwyer family had allowed to disappear. Planting it would stain, tear, and eventually consume the paper. The information existed in Dev's copy, but not the hand that had written it. The original exchange list, Mara said. I nodded. We stood over the test vine while evening collected under the ridge. Do you trust me enough to trade it? She asked. The paper is yours, I said. That wasn't my question. I looked toward the seed house, the road, the cedar windbreak, every available departure. Then I met her eyes. Yes, I said. You have been listening to A Púca of Trouble by Win Valentine. End of audiobook. You have been listening to A Púca of Trouble, Book 1 of An Uncanny Year in Gloamsbury by Win Valentine. Gloamsbury has survived one harvest glitch. Winter is arriving with enchanted serving spoons, a vanished Nisse, and a hospitality crisis no one ordered. Continue the series with Known for the Holidays, Book 2 of An Uncanny Year in Gloamsbury by Win Valentine.